Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston, and I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Good morning, happy Sunday. Hope everybody's well. We've got a lovely day today, I must say. Getting up really early on a Sunday morning is a bit difficult, but then when you arrive in the building with such an amazing team, it just makes it all worthwhile. We've got such a great show. We've even had hot cross buns made for us this morning, homemade hot cross buns from lovely Hayley. Jesse I've not worked with for ages and ages, and he's back in as well. Stuart, day 3. How are you feeling, Stuart?
I'm feeling rock and roll, absolutely, and channeling as butch as I get.
We've also got Emma Bradford here, so it's Dream Team today. It's going to be brilliant. Right, we're starting with, I can't actually believe this is the early bird, so much so that I had to actually ask Kaylee about 10 minutes ago, hang on, so what is our early bird? Because it doesn't look like there's any early bird stock around. This, needless to say, has never been an early bird. Those of you that recognise the little beautiful yellow bag, it's like, you know, when you see the iconic Tiffany's box, the little blue box, that's what the Seams bag has become here. We all know this gorgeous, oh, I've got sellotape on the table. We all know this lovely, lovely bag and inside the goodies that it has. But today you're going to get it discounted, I think for the first time ever. Bearing in mind, you're getting a full-size hand cream in here, and you're also getting one of the most popular products from Seams, which is the antibacterial hand gel. Right, we can't get enough of either of these. Whenever the hand cream comes in, it sells out. Whenever the antibac gel comes in, it sells out. You've also got it in the limited edition now, Seams bag. Karen I saw just before Christmas, and she says we're not doing these again. This is it. The last bags that she's got, we've got them here. And you're also getting the very plush leather retractable tape measure. So already a fabulous price. I think you're getting the bag for free at that price as it is. That's already an amazing price. Bearing in mind the hand cream is so luxurious. It's beautiful. I wonder how many of you maybe have been using it over the last year through the pandemic, potentially when obviously your hands have just been so dry through winter and using lots of antibac gel. Washing your hand constantly, I find it does dry your hands out. So maybe somebody who's coming to the end of their hand cream wants to restock, or for somebody who's never tried Seams before, if you've seen Karen on air before and want to give it a try, today's the day. Are you ready? Early bird price. There is loads of you who are going to be on board for this, and it's one of the most beautiful smells. I've got I'm looking, Stuart, is it by you, the open Seams hand cream?
Well,
the hand gel is here.
I love that.
The hand gel.
Every time I come in, I use that.
Well, it's like a jelly, isn't it?
It's not because I want to antibac my hands, actually. It's because I love the smell.
It's called
gorgeous.
Amber Cocoon Scent, and it's not overly clinical. It doesn't smell like a tequila shot, which I've found. You know, some of these hand gels I find smell really strong of alcohol, which obviously this has got alcohol in it. It's 99, kills 99%, 99.99% of bacteria, but it also is moisturising. It's got that vitamin B5. It's beautiful. Okay, today, huge saving. Are you ready? Massive saving on this. Bearing in mind, your hand cream alone is how much? £15. £22.99. We've never discounted this bundle before. It's sold out just before Christmas. We've managed to restock it and straight away gone into the early bird. Now I'm thinking Valentine's Day isn't too far away. Mother's Day isn't too far away. Just a lovely gift to yourself, actually. Look after your hands. They're the tools of your trade, aren't they, Stuart?
They really are. They really are. And actually, I find, especially knitting and when I'm sewing and I'm using a lot of fibre against my skin, that wicks moisture out of your hands.
Yeah.
And my hands get very dry, especially when I'm knitting. So I'm always there with a bit of hand cream.
Yeah, and this hand cream, by the way, lots of hand creams can tend to, I don't know about you, have you noticed they sit on the surface? They don't actually sort of penetrate into your skin, whereas this Seams hand cream, if you've watched Karen, or if you haven't, I recommend you watch her back, because she'll talk to you all about the ins and outs of all of the ingredients and why she's put all of these different ingredients in. I mean, there's loads of ingredients, including your rose hip oil, your shea butter. There is macadamia nut oil in here, just so that you're aware. But all of these different beautiful ingredients would normally be very costly because they are designed to really absorb into your skin, which means that it doesn't leave you with a greasy sort of residue on your hands, which in particular, if you're sewing, you don't want to transfer that onto your lovely fabrics, do you?
No, absolutely. And I have to be super careful because I'm quite hairy, very hairy. And if normally hand cream just sits on the surface and clings to the hair, but a little bit goes a long way. Keeps my hands moisturised, but then there's no transfer.
Also, look at how plush this is.
That's
You've
gorgeous.
got a beautiful retractable tape measure, which of course is always handy. Have in your handbag, keep one of these in the car maybe. We're all, obviously, fingers crossed, we're on the home straight now, and we're going to see a different year this year, but it's still going to become part of my sort of daily routine now, antibacterial hand gel. In fact, Karen actually says she designed this before the pandemic. She said this was something she always used anyway, and says to everybody to still continue to use. Loads of you there. Remember, $29.99 is normally the price. Today, for your full-size hand cream, which I find amazing. You know, if you buy like a gift set from, I don't know, L'Occitane or Clarins or any of the, or Estee Lauder, any of those high-end, which this is the sort of level that I would say the Seams hand cream is, that really high-end designer brand, that you're looking at more travel sizes, aren't you? Whereas this is full-size anti-bac, full-size hand cream, and the beautiful retractable tape measure, all $22.99 today. Remember, only while stocks last or until midnight. Now, if you are multi-buying today, you'll only pay 1 P&P. And trust me, it's going to be a day that you want to open your order nice and early because we've got loads going on. I'm going to have a lovely day today because I'm only on my own 1 hour today. We've got a jam-packed guest today. I'll keep you updated on this one as we go through the day and remind you about it because that's brilliant, early bird. But today's show looks a little bit like this. Have you got the menu there, please, Jessie? We've got a brand new collection to start your Sunday morning. Bluebird of Happiness with gorgeous Stuart Hillard. He is back with us this hour and he's going to be back then at 10 o'clock as well with more new fabric. So, Henry Glass, absolutely gorgeous. We've also got some amazing panels in that show as well. In between, we've got Emma Bradford joining us. 9 o'clock quilt as you go. Anybody who's never done quilting or wants to have a go at a quick quilt, we've got Quilt as you go. June Taylor kits are always really, really popular. And beautiful strip panels in that show as well. 9 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Emma's going to be doing the Port Tracks quilt. Have you seen it already? Have you spotted it behind Stuart? It's amazing, and it's just what we need in the gloomy month of January to have a lovely bit of colour, fresh colour. 12 o'clock as well, we've got some workroom tools which are back in stock, which is looking a bit scarce, I must say now, because I've said to Stuart this morning and I've said to Emma, raid my 12 o'clock trolley, whatever you want for your shows, because we've got loads of amazing products that are back in stock, which everyone's like, oh yeah, I'll use that. Oh yeah, Stuart's going, oh, I love the multi-mat. I'll have that. I'll have that. So yes, if you want any tools, you'll see them jotted through the day, but they're all on pre-order. If you do want to message in, send in any questions or have got any photographs for Stuart and Emma, studio@sewingstreet.com. studio@sewingstreet.com. I'm also live on Facebook. Whoop, whoop. Sewing Street TV, if you want to come and say hello. Donna's saying morning, Vixen team. Patricia said good morning, Vic and Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. We've also had lovely Laurie say morning, Vicky Stuart. Love seams. Have around the house and in my handbag. Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it, Laurie? Should have a lovely day to you all. Oh, it's going to be a great day today. If you want to get on pre-order, jump to sewingstreet.com. If you click on Watch Live, which is on that top toolbar, you can send in messages to the studio there as well. Early bird, easy to access every day at the top box there. And then on pre-order, you can get ahead and shop and make sure that you secure things before they sell out. So all of the new Henry Glass fabric is there. Right, we're not gonna scroll through because there's a lot of product in today's show. But you go there, you have a look, scroll through, see what's available, and you can absolutely make the most of it. Right. I mean, where on earth do we start? We've got such gorgeous fabrics. Stuart, firstly, it's lovely to have you back. How are you?
Thank you, love. I'm very well, thank you. It's great
Jolly
to be
good.
here. Good to see you as well.
Day 3!
I know,
and
it's
you're still
lovely.
feeling fresh, aren't
Feeling
you?
really fresh. But then I go to bed early and I wake up early every day.
Well, this collection's perfect for you then because this is all
Bluebird of
about early
happiness.
risers, isn't it? It's
It
the
really is.
Bluebird.
It really is. And it's about those gorgeous, I love the palette.
Mm-hmm.
It's that kind of antique-y, muted, soft, easy to use colours, federal blues, ivory, tan, just perfect. Just perfect.
It's not early bird. Jesse
not an
just
early
really
bird.
loves that. He just loves that video. Look at all these colours together. They are absolutely beautiful. And I suppose they lend themselves to lots of different projects because you've got all of the different scales of print.
Yeah. They're really well put together, actually. And I would really recommend getting this bundle. I've got the bundle and I had so much fun working with it. The fabrics are very, very easy to work with because you can mix and match them
lovely.
so easily. I made this cute little bag. I'll show you how to make this bag today. Give you all the dimensions. So grab a pen and paper, won't you?
Oh, brilliant.
But really fun to make. Ever so easy, strip pieced.
You've been very indulgent, and I think you've used every fabric
I have
from
used
this
it.
collection,
I have used every
Stuart.
fabric. I even used look at that lovely
gorgeous.
lining. And this is a really special bag, but it's easy to make.
Yeah.
And I just used all of the fabrics. Now I used a bit of each fabric, but I'm ready to make another. I'm going to make some cushions. It would be perfect for a quilt, just as it is.
Yeah.
I mean, the size of the bundle, 4.5 meters. Plus, I would the complementary fabrics that we've got go really nicely. That's a gorgeous quilt.
Absolutely.
It's a gorgeous quilt.
In the bundle, you also get the panel. Now, this is designed by Janet Ray Nesbitt, who has worked for Henry Glass a few times, actually, and designed for Henry Glass a few times. And it is a beautiful, beautiful collection. And I love the sort of meaning behind it as well. All of the different little quotations throughout and on the panel. So let's have a look at some of them on here. Oh yeah, if you've got that there, Hayley. So the designer, who is Janet Nesbitt, an early riser by nature, just like you.
Yeah.
I'm not a very good morning person, I must say. Was inspired by her surroundings to create the Bluebird of Happiness collection. Her vision, a palette of reminiscent of early morning light with bluebirds darting above a rich, dark field and coloured in dusky sky hues of taupe, cream, blue and charcoal. This collection is rich in detail with a variety of scale, space, textures and layered motifs, all created to spread a little happiness, I love that, and keep a song in your heart. This 22-piece collection of mix and match coordinate colours lends itself to beautifully to various type of quilting projects, whether it be tabletops, place settings, runners, quilted wall hangings. Let your imagination run. I love the sentiment behind this collection.
Me too. And I can absolutely relate to those colours in the morning. It's the best time of day. Even in the winter, I still love that early morning and I feel more productive. I am more productive. But you know, this collection is something which is very, very easy to live with. And I would say if you love Amy Downs, Hatched and Patched, if you love Lynette Anderson, if you love those sort of antique-y, soft, gentle, reminiscent of times past, you know, nice and easy to work with fabrics too, you'll love this collection.
It almost looks like, on some of these as well, you've got the little, like you said, Lynette Anderson, it reminds me because you've almost got like this running stitch through. There's little dots of hand stitching that you could embellish onto these as well.
Absolutely, you could. And also another thing, I mean, the panels themselves work beautifully for this, but also if you like doing stitcheries, so just backstitch embroidery in shades of blue, taupe, tan, on a cream or like an Osnaburg, just a simple line drawing, get them off the internet, colouring books, brilliant. And then combine them with patchwork, that would look lovely. And that's very Lynette Anderson.
Yeah, I'm thinking, you know, these panels, these are really lovely squares. They're really nice square, what's the word, sizes.
Yes.
So you could use these as central points of cushions or for central blocks or adding them into blocks on quilts, couldn't you? Shall I measure
I'll measure one. I've got my measure here actually. Yep, so internal measurements of that square. I've got one of those funny rulers. 6.5 inch square, I think. Well, about a 7-inch square. About a 7-inch square.
Lovely. And that's a brilliant price, actually, isn't it? I've just looked at the price, $69.91. Bearing in mind, if you're thinking of buying a whole quilt kit, how much you would pay. And there is more than enough here, especially if you're getting the complimentary bundle, to be able to do a good-sized quilt.
A really good-sized quilt, absolutely, yeah. There's loads of fabric there. And like I say, if you love bag making, things like that, I mean, this one, I've just used some strips of fabric for this. You need about 1/2 metre for lining. So one of those 1/2 metres will go in the lining. Not quite all of it, but... so, you know, actually, if you made 3 or 4 bags... you know, you would absolutely get your money's worth out of this collection. But yeah, if you wanted to make a quilt, I would add in the complementary colours. And then possibly as well, I think about maybe like getting a couple of metres of a cream or a tan or something like that. Seeded natural would look good.
It's a very calming blue, isn't it? It's got a very calming feel to it.
Yeah, it really has.
Like you said, that peaceful first, if you do get up very early in the morning and you see the sunrise and just having that first cup of coffee, first cup of tea, just the stillness and the quiet before anyone else wakes up, it is quite nice, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. You feel like you've got the world to yourself at that time of day. And I often go out in the garden and just enjoy the air.
Just so you know, 1/2 metre for free in this bundle as well. You are saving £7.49. Half the mega bundle has now sold out. Well done if you've got it. What we'll do is we'll go through each fabric, because they are going to be available by the half metre. And we talk a lot about quilting and, of course, bag making with you, Stuart. But actually, there is a lot that you can do with quilting weight fabric. Dressmaking. We're going to talk about the half meters. What would you think about the panel? Obviously, this is going to come as it is here. It isn't by the half metre. If you're purchasing the panel, they come cut like this. So what would you use the panel for? Well,
a variety of things. So, for example, you could use it as the centre of a star block. So cut it out, square it up. You can add a little strip of fabric around if you want to bring it up to a particular size, and then make your normal flying geese half square triangles and add them. You could use it as the centre of a log cabin block and then build those up. You could use them as the front of a little bag. So, for example, if you were gifting, what I would do is actually cut out the square with a little bit of border. I would raw edge applique that to maybe something like a piece of hessian with the edges frayed, and then stitch that onto the front of just a really simple little tote bag that you could then gift from. That would look really nice. They would also make really gorgeous placemats, little pillows, accent pillows.
Oh, look. Give with a happy heart.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Thankful, shine, blessed. Count your blessings. I love these.
Yeah.
You can even frame them, actually. You could actually do some lovely hand embroidery on top of them. I'm thinking like little French knots to add more texture.
There is actually a really nice little bit of space around each motif. You could add some gorgeous little leaves and berries in either wool applique or embroidery.
Oh, gorgeous.
That would look super.
Oh,
and yeah, and then I'd add piecing, add some pieced blocks and put them together into a wall hanging.
Look at these. Kindness matters. How lovely.
Kindness does matter.
It does. Do you know what? Every now and then we do need, little reminders like this to just have lovely, lovely quotes. Bags, like you said, for gifts for people. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, now we've got. Which ones do you want to go for, Hayley? Is there any in particular that you want to go for? This one and this one, yeah. These stand out to me. They remind me of Liberty Garden Gate. They've got a bit of a William Morris feel to them as well. If you love those kind of prints, I think you'll love this one. Sorry, the blue first. And this is a different sort of blue to... what blue would you call this?
Federal blue.
Federal blue.
Or cadet blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, but normally I'd call it a federal blue. And it is, I love that print. I actually used that print in the cream and the tan on my bag. I used it for the top and bottom bands on the bag, and also for the straps. Because there's some nice motifs in there that you can fussy cut, or you can cut a strip.
Yeah.
And that looks really nice as well, or that way, and just kind of centre it.
Yeah,
and that's ever so easy to do. Just, can you see that motif that runs through the centre there?
Yeah.
Other way, going across.
This way, this going across
from
here.
From left to right, that's it, that's centre. All you do, that centre part of the motif, line up a line on your ruler on that. Not the cutting line, obviously, sort of halfway through the strip.
Okay.
Line that up through the centre of each motif when you do your cut, and you'll have a perfectly centred strip.
Oh, love it. And that would work perfectly as like a border, or
yes.
Or, yeah, absolutely. Or even for your binding, I think it would look absolutely beautiful if you're just seeing a row of, pick one of the sort of floral prints.
Shoulder straps, pocket tops, anything like that where you want a band.
I love it. Just £7.49 a half metre. Can I show you what half a metre looks like? It's 112 wide. And look at that. For a beautiful top, or a sort of a shift dress would look really nice.
I think a skirt would look really nice. Like a wrap over skirt.
Oh yeah. And there's nothing to say, even though it's quilting weight fabric, you can still use this for dressmaking. Just check your pattern.
Oh, completely. If you're doing something like a shirt or a blouse, wraparound skirt, it's perfect.
£7.49 a half metre. Designer fabric, remember, as well, so it is beautiful to sew with. If you do want multiple units, for example, if you want 2 metres, add 4 units to your basket, and it will come cut off the bolt for you in one continual length. Oh, there There we go. Hayley's saying we're the only TV channel in the UK that offers that service.
True
which
enough.
is brilliant, actually,
Yeah.
isn't it? Because you can shop from the comfort of your own home. You see such a great variety of fabrics. Because we're lucky enough to have the warehouse facility that we do, don't get me wrong, there's lots of beautiful fabric shops out there, but unfortunately they don't have the space that we have to stock all of these different beautiful fabrics. So it is brilliant to know that you can just buy as much as you want off the bolt for different projects. Remember, the mega bundle does come with half a metre of every single one of these prints. Now the taupe colour, taupe, what do you say, Stuart?
Taupe.
Taupe. Oh, look, you've got little bluebirds. Right, do you have
Yeah.
bluebirds on the other one? Yes, you do, but it stands out more so in the
Well,
the
look,
taupe.
Vix, on my bag,
Let me
when I
flip them
cut
over.
the fabric out, I used it along the top band, and I actually centred the bluebirds
Oh,
along the top
perfect.
of the bag, just along here. Can you see? Let me just show
Yeah.
you along there. I just thought that was such a cute little motif.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I love
Could
that.
have done it a little bit straighter, but there you go.
No, that looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, and along the bottom. It's really cute, isn't it?
And so you can see you've got so many different fussy cutting opportunities. Because on the other one, I was more sort of drawn to the other print, the central panel here. But actually, that is gorgeous with the little bluebirds. It does appear on both the fabrics that we've shown to you. 749.5 metre. Right, what Hayley's going to do, she's going to run through all of these graphics because we do want to make sure that we find out how to make this gorgeous bag. You're going to give us all the dimensions and everything.
I am. I'm
Thank you,
just a
Stuart.
giver. That's what I do. Before I do that, I want to just show you a very quick idea using the panel.
Fab. Yes,
so I think
please.
the panel's really cute. So what I've done here is I've cut out one of the motifs, and I rough cut it first of all with a pair of, got my Fiskars scissors, did a quick cut round, and then what I've done is I've just trimmed that panel down. And what I did was I lined up 3/8 of an inch against the cream here, and then I did my trim all around on my little cutting mat. Okay, so that's going to give me my seam allowance plus a tiny little lip all around of that tan colour. And what I've done is I've cut a piece of quilt batting about 3-4 inches bigger than I need. Because what I'm going to do, I'm going to just show you a very, very simple and quick quilt as you go idea. So I've got some fabric. This is one of the blueprints.
Oh, that's
Isn't that
nice.
lovely? Love that sort of antique-y look to it. Now let me just shift over a little bit.
Oh, look at him with his little multi-mat.
And
These
they're-
are great. They're back in
They
stock.
are. And what's brilliant is, you know, if you are short of space, and we are short of space, you can... I need a new rotary blade, actually. You can move things around. So easy to just move things around, move the mat around, move your pressing surface. It's all there.
Oh, I'm hoping that we get to go back to classes and workshops as well. This is going to be ideal to take to classes, isn't it?
It's absolutely perfect, isn't it? Absolutely perfect.
£14.99. You'll see it in action throughout the day today because I know Emma, she's bagsied one as well. You've got your pressing mat, your cutting mat. We've got new rotary blades in the 12 o'clock hour, Stuart. Is that ours? It's
We
probably ours,
have.
isn't it?
To be honest
that
with you,
yours?
no, it's mine.
Oh, okay.
And there's obviously like a little nick somewhere. Anyway, I'm gonna nick a blade while I'm here. There we go. Right, I've got my little strips cut. I just love the fact that I've got my pressing surface there ready for when I need it. So I've got my little panel onto my onto my wadding rather. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew my strips around it, but I'm also going to quilt them at the same time because I'm going to sew through my batting as well. So 1/4 inch seam allowance.
You're all set up there.
I'm just going to... Now I'm using the 570.
Oh, I don't know whether this one sold out the other day. Oh, actually, I heard... So I had the last 3 of them. I saw John Scott, we went for a curry on Friday night, didn't we, Stuart? It was
Yes, we
so
did.
lovely. And John was saying that he managed to sort another I don't know how many more came in. 7, I think, came in. So I think there's a couple
okay.
of the 570s still in, which is absolutely amazing.
So what I'm doing here, Vix,
Okay.
I've just added my first strip and finger pressed it back. So you've got that little lip, because I did 3/8 rather than 1/4 of an inch. So I've got a little lip running round. And I'm sewing through my batting at the same time. So I'm doing 2 jobs for the price of 1. Now this could be a little cushion, this could be a bag front, something like that. But what's lovely is you're doing 2 jobs at the same time,
Yeah,
and
the
it just
570
creates
sold
a bit
out.
of extra dimension.
Yeah, we're doing Quilt As You Go as well with Emma Bradford, actually, with the June Taylor. So it is a good way of, it's quite speedy
It's a really
quilting.
speedy way of doing things. And then I've got my remaining 2 strips, so I'm going to lay that up. I'm just lining up the ends there. Obviously it needs to go over the strips I've already added. And what you can do with the panels, you see, is do this method, and then I'm just adding 1 row of strips all the way around. But you could cut a bigger piece of batting and then just keep on adding those strips, and maybe doing half light, half dark, and do courthouse steps block from around the centre, or you could do log cabin from around the centre. And it's just a really quick and neat way. It's just a different way. And I quite often do this when I'm making quilted cushions. And then by the time I've ended up making the cushion front, I've actually quilted it at the same time.
Brilliant.
Which if you're time poor or you've got to make, you know, half a dozen, then anything you can do to speed up that process has got to help. So there we go. Let me just show you what I've done there. So I've stitched all of those strips around. Doesn't that look cute?
I love the colour of the blue. Like you said, it is absolutely gorgeous.
And then you see what we could do to finish this
build it up.
off. Obviously, if it was a bigger piece, we could add more strips going around and keep working outwards.
Can you add to wadding? You know, if you think, do you know what, I want to do another strip round, but I haven't done this. Can you then
You
sort of add
can,
more?
you can. What you can do, you can either use a special tape for basting quilt batting together, or if you just butt your next piece of batting up, like this. Okay, so you've literally butted edge to edge. And then what you want to do is do a wide zigzag.
Oh, fab.
So what you would do is you'd feed that through
Okay.
your machine. In fact, let me just set this up to a quick zigzag.
Just so you know, the fabric that Stuart's using around the edge there is this one. It's KWUI 93, Hayley. It's this absolutely beautiful blue. And the background has got almost like a mottle effect. So it's not just one solid blue. Can you see? It's got this really beautiful mottle effect. It's got all of the floral prints. This is the one that I find, I love the sort of stitched effect through this one as well.
It's really lovely, isn't it?
And there's no direction to it actually, which is I find very useful. Where's the bluebird? Have you spotted him? Oh, there he is. Oh, hang on. And there he is. There he is. And you've got the lovely little butterflies. You've got really lovely elements.
Really
in this
cute,
one.
isn't it? So there you go, Vix. That's how you splice batting.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah? I'll lay it down
Easy.
and show you. But literally all I've done is a wide zigzag. The important thing is not to overlap your batting, otherwise you'll end up with a bump or a ridge. But I've just done a wide zigzag.
£99.99. So we've had a question come through.
yep.
Stuart, can you sew in on any batting? Can you sew onto, like do a quilt as you go method onto any batting? You're using H640 there,
Yeah,
aren't
this
you?
is H640. You could use a normal, like a Hobbs Heirloom 8020. You could use a poly wadding. You could use a wool wadding. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
So, for
fab.
example, if you were wanted to make like a quick quilted tea cosy, diagonal strips, just draw a rough shape onto your batting, bigger than you need. Sew your strips directly onto the batting. Maybe add a little bit of extra quilting while you're doing it, you know, and then cut out your shape and you've got pre-quilted fabric. It's such an easy technique to use. So now if I wanted to, you see, I could extend this. So you're absolutely right, Vicky, I could change my mind and I could decide I want to go bigger. It's not an issue. And also, what a great way of using up your scraps of H640. Yeah, don't bung them away.
We
Use
always
them.
talk about keeping your fabric scraps, but also your wadding. Nothing goes to waste. So you've mentioned a few times the complimentary bundle, Stuart. This is actually going to make your designer fabric go even further.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think it lets your designer fabric sing as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It gives it space to breathe.
I think our colour choices are absolutely spot on with this. Hayley's quick to go.
They
"Oh, you
are
guys,
really
thank you,
good.
thank you."
It is
Well
a really
done.
good. It is a really good combo, actually.
I must say though, it's hard to do when you're looking at thumbnails on a website. To pick out the right blues isn't the easiest job. So to know that somebody's done the hard work for you, you don't need to try and work out which are you complimentary. So Hayley, which ones are you getting? So is it taupe? I just want to know the actual names, because if anybody wants more of them, there are staple core fabrics on the website, but you do get all 4 cut into half-metre pieces. But for example, if you want to line the bag with one of them, get yourself a metre, just so that you're not short. So you get half a metre of slate, half a metre of navy, cream, and silver mink. See, if I were looking through the website, I would be thinking, right, I need to obviously go for a cadet blue, but actually the slate complements it absolutely perfectly. Look at that. Just having your bundle for $12.99 is going to give you even more options and possibilities.
Yeah, I'd absolutely go for that. It's really nicely put together, actually. I wish I'd had that when I was making the bags. I would have put a little bit of that into the bag. But you can see how the fabrics work beautifully together.
It's a slight saving as well, actually, there, isn't there? You're paying just £3.25 a half metre. So you're saving 20p a half metre, which, I mean, it's 20p. Brilliant. £12.99. Remember, they do come cut into half-metre pieces if you are multi-buying. Right, so if you are making the bag, or if you want to make a quilt, then it's definitely worth adding that one in. It's going to be perfect for your lining, isn't it? You could have used this with your lining, actually, couldn't you? Because it seems a shame to use the Henry glass for the inside of your bag.
No,
You like
I don't
an indulgent
agree with you.
lining?
I don't agree. Yeah, and I'll tell you why. I mean, yes, from the point of view of economy,
Yeah.
I understand why you're saying that, and of course you can, and your bag will still look gorgeous. But I do think that is really lovely.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
As a lining.
So where would you use your solids then, if you said that you would have
I would use them
incorporated...
as a lining, potentially. I'll just no, I
But
mean,
you're
when I
wrong.
say it, I'm right. When you say it, you're wrong. Heads I win, tails you lose. But what I would do is things like adding in like a strip here. You could
Okay.
add little thin strips in between these to make them pop even more. You could add a little folded band across here. And I'd certainly use them in piecing. So for example, you know, I would use things like the ivory and the mink, silver mink.
Silver mink, yeah.
Yeah, with things like piecing to really make the colours pop. Star blocks, log cabins, things like that would look fab.
Oh, they are selling very, very quickly if you do want the complimentary bundle. If everyone checks out, there's only 5 left. Right, we'll leave that one with you and we'll come back to Stuart, but just be aware that that one is about to sell out. If everyone checks out their basket, good luck. Right, so you're doing some strip piecing
I'm doing
here.
some strip piecing to start. So what I've done is I've cut 3 2.5-inch strips. Now you want to cut these across the full width of fabric. I've done a half width because I'm making one side of the bag, but you've got 2 sides of the bag to make. So you want to cut 3 full width strips, 2.5 inches wide. I've used 2 blues and a tan. And my first job, once I've sewn my seams, 1/4 inch seam allowances, and I've set my seams, is just to finger press and push the seams the way I want them to go. And it doesn't matter for this project, but you just want them to be nice and flat and neat.
Right.
Okay.
Hayley's got a personal question.
Okay, I thought she was just going to ask in my ear. Go ahead, caller. Yeah.
I've got some 2.5-inch strips at home. When I get to the very end, they might start moving to the left or right.
Okay, pin them. You need to start pinning.
Pin them.
Yeah.
What do you mean they start moving to the left or right, Hayley? They start to shimmy out
Splaying
the way.
out.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just because you're sewing a really long seam. So what you can do to kind of discipline yourself, because it's a 42-inch length that you're sewing, and what tends to happen is you concentrate at the start. Usually we concentrate at the start, at the end, and in the middle it goes a little bit off.
Right.
And that can contribute to that sort of banana or
Yeah,
rainbow
yeah.
bowing.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you're doing that, maybe cut your strips in half and sew shorter lengths, just so you've less distance to run to concentrate.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, don't
Good
leave your
tip,
machine
Hayley.
running while you put a kettle on.
Also, sorry to interrupt. There are 5 mega bundles left. If you want the mega bundle and you've got it in your basket, don't wait for the end of the demo. It also includes the panel, don't forget. So you get all of those half meters. One of those is for free at £7.49, and you do get your panel. Thank you, Stuart.
No worries. So once you've pressed your strip and it's nice and flat and straight, what you're going to do is square off one of the ends. Now, as always, don't waste your fabric. The absolute minimum you can get away with. Line up lines, not just at the top, but at the bottom and through the strips as well, to make sure that everything is really, really nice and straight. And that's my little bit that I've trimmed off, the absolute minimum.
Okay.
And then what you want to do from your full length strips, you want to cut some 10.5-inch lengths. Okay. So they'll be 10.5 inches long by 6.5 inches wide. Okay. So I'm using my little multi-mat. It's so cool for jobs like this. Pressing, cutting, doing everything. So obviously you would get 4 chunks out of a full width strip. I've done half a width strip, so I've just got my 2.
Okay.
Okay, so that job's easily done. Next thing then, you're going to sew those back together in pairs. Now I've deliberately put this so I'll have 2 blues in the centre. Okay, that was my little arrangement for this bag. You play around with colour placement and do whatever you would enjoy doing. I'm just going to bob a pin in the bottom, because now when you're strip piecing, it doesn't matter so much if the bottom is uneven. You're going to trim it off, square it up, but when you're sewing cut shapes together, you really do want to get some pins in there so that everything stays square and true. So we're sewing these together again, 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, that's done. So once again, set your seam. Okay, just pressing it in the direction that you've sewn it. And then open it up.
Little massage.
Push, exactly, a little back massage, you remembered.
I do.
A little back massage, and then again, press your seam to flatten it.
That mat is brilliant. I mean,
Yeah.
we've got the biggest desk, and you think we've got, but actually the room itself, we tend to fill it, don't we? And
Yeah,
it's
and
the
we
same
have to
at
have a lot of
home.
stuff on our desk as well, so you know.
Yeah.
So that is the centre portion of my bag. That's this section right here. So
Brilliant.
we've done that. Okay. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to add the ends of the bag.
This is what I love to do. You know, with your Bags to Life book,
Yeah.
there's lots of opportunities to do piecing like this, actually, isn't there?
There is. I didn't do it on any of the bags. I wanted to do just almost like skeletons that you could, I mean, lovely skeletons. Is that a thing? But you know, that you could add to.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this is a simple tote bag, but made special with piecing. So on my original bag, I did blue ends. On this bag, I'm going to do light ends. That's what I mean about the fabrics. They are so easy to mix and match. 3.5 inches wide and 10.5 inches long.
Oh,
Are you
I like
writing this
that.
down at home?
Yeah, writing it down. I love that fabric.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Now that would be lovely for a lining as well.
I love the misty morning wildflowers, the beautiful meadow. This is LCUI 89, just for your reference at home. If you do look on the website, everything is now loaded. We'll put the main graphic in for the fabric that Stuart's using. I love that all of the wildflowers are all sort of overlapping on this one.
Yes, it's all those layers, isn't it? And almost like sort of silhouetted. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
so
you've got
again,
that
pin
lovely.
top and bottom, 1/4 inch seam allowance, and sew the sides onto the bag. So most of my designs, Vix, start off with, you know, a scrap of paper. I mean, I'm literally the man who designs, you know, things on the back of a, well, I'm not going to say a fag packet, but that's a saying, isn't it? But, you know, on the corner of a napkin, you know, I don't smoke, but, you know, any bit of paper, an upturned envelope, you know, and...
Oh, Hayley wants to know, do you organise yourself? Do you have like a nice designer, glossy notepad that you do all your jotting, or is it just random?
All the time I buy myself gorgeous little pads to encourage myself, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you do it.
Yeah.
It's just, it is important to bob these ideas down. So sometimes I'll make a little video of myself talking to the camera just to remind myself of an idea.
Yeah.
Or isn't this design lovely? Or...
And does it change as you're sewing? So you have a design, you've jotted down, you start making this up, and then you see something else and you think, actually, that would work perfectly for X.
Yeah, actually, the dimensions of this bag changed while I was making it a little bit. Right, so I'm at the next stage now. So now I've added the ends on to my bag. So now I need to add the top bands. So that's this little piece here and this little piece here. They're going to go on next.
And have you fussy cut the bluebirds? Oh no, you've got a different fabric this time.
Got a different fabric this time, but it is the same fabric, but in the blue. So this is a 1.5 inch strip by 18.5 inches for the top, and then for the bottom, and check that out. Isn't that lovely?
Oh, beautiful.
That's across the bottom. Okay.
And is that the size of your? That's to the size.
That's
so if
2.5 inches.
Yeah, if yours is a bit dodgy, you're sewing, it should be those measurements. But if it isn't, then make sure it matches up.
Yeah, I'm giving you the mathematical measurements. What I would say if your sewing's a bit dodgy,
if mine doesn't quite, my seam allowance is consistent, because sometimes it doesn't matter if you're a little bit off, but it's consistent.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, because the
consistently dodgy.
No, because and I used to think that was fine. It didn't matter when I started. But if you're sewing a block together, right, that consists of all half square triangles, and every other block is half square triangles, fine. But if you're trying then to sew those half square triangles to a plain block, it won't fit.
Yeah.
It just won't fit.
Right, okay.
So
it's important to keep your quarter of it.
It is. I mean, this is a good project to practice sewing an accurate 1/4 inch on. So you might not, you know, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect throughout, but I mean, aim for that. Yeah. It just makes your life a lot easier in the end because your quilt blocks will just go together. So I'm pinning, again, top and bottom. Okay. Trying to show good practice here, Vic.
Yeah, I know. Are you normally a pinner?
Yeah, I do actually. I used to think pins weren't cool, and I was, you know, and I'm like, I don't need to pin. I'm just gonna, But then I realised that everything actually takes a certain amount of time, and you can either spend that time pinning it and sewing it once, or you can sew it without pins, unpick it, have another go, unpick it, and then pin it, and then sew it.
Yeah.
And I'd rather just do it once.
Yeah, absolutely. And it takes seconds more.
It doesn't take long really, and it brings about that sort of attitude of accuracy. And once you've got that, you know, you'll just do it automatically, and then, you know, you just whiz through. I mean, it's not about speed, it's about pleasure. So, and of course, you know, when we're on screen, we're of course have that time pressure. At home, you can spend as long as you want. Enjoy every process. That's the most important thing. Enjoy every process.
This is why we do it. Otherwise, you go out and buy a bag. Like,
That's
it's nice to be able to. The whole thing is about the process of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I always say to people, you know, if some of these, especially some of these speedy techniques, you're just racing towards disaster.
Yeah.
That's what the speedy journey is taking you towards. You know, blocks that won't line up. And it sounds a bit boring, doesn't it, to sort of go on about accuracy, but actually it's about making beautiful things and enjoying the process. So I've just set that seam and now I'm pressing it back. And again, seam allowance wise, I always try, if I've got like a sort of a whole piece of fabric that's joined to pieced fabric, I try and press away from the pieced fabric.
Right.
Okay.
But do you find the seams sort of tell you which way they want to go?
More or less. more or less. Yep. Right, so...
Hayley's telling me I need to be in control more.
Yeah,
I'm letting it control me by the sounds of my dodgy sewing, and seems going wherever they want.
So I've got my top band now sewn on and my bottom band. The last thing that I need to do on my front and back is to sew on the base.
Okay.
Now this is cut, you already know this dimension, 18.5 inches. So your base now is 4.5 inches wide. Okay, so I've gone for a really different look. Here's the original, and here's my new version.
Oh, nice.
So same but different.
Oh, it makes such a difference, colour placement, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It really does. But that's why I said right at the start of the hour, this fabric is brilliant because you can mix and match it in the dark.
The mega bundle's now completely sold out. Don't forget, all of these fabrics are available individually, but lots of them are now very limited. Don't forget about your complimentary bundle at just £12.99 as well. You can still get all 4 of your complementing half meters. And you were suggesting, Stuart, if you were planning on making a quilt with the mega bundle, add this one in to give you more.
For sure, it is beautifully put together, and that's really true. You know, it's a gorgeous collection of solids, and you could just pick 1 or 2. I mean, that
like that
slate I do is gorgeous, and
I mean,
it goes
look,
so
that's
well.
with everything. I'm going to just pick out some of these fabrics so you can see how well. Look at how that really picks up these beautiful sort of misty blues.
It's lovely.
I wouldn't think to pick out slate off the website. That was really, really clever. I like that one. With all of them, they work beautifully well. Again, the picking up the blues from the bluebirds. This is the same as the wildflowers with a deeper blue, and that again complements perfectly, contrasting with some of the more cream ones. There's the cream with the bluebirds. Slate, beautiful. If you do want this by the half metre, maybe to bind a quilt, maybe if you're putting sashing between your blocks, if you're going to do your quilt as you go technique that Stuart's recommended, maybe line in your bag, but don't line your bag. But if Stuart tells you to line your bag, you can line your bag with a solid.
No, you can do whatever you want. I would do that. I was just, you know, in particular, that fabric is so lovely for the lining. You know, I would just use that. I'll just show you really, really quickly. I've added the base now to this bag, okay? And actually, you know, I was talking earlier on about sewing your strips to H640 or to quilt batting. Well, you could actually construct this bag in the same way. All I would say is this first part you need to do a strip pieced, and then when you've sewn that together you could then lay that onto your H640 or your quilt batting. I would add a couple of quick lines of quilting at that point, and then add strips top and bottom, and then the base one for a really quick job. I've actually long arm quilted this, so I popped this on the long arm, did Baptist fan quilting, which I really, really like and suits the style. Baptist fan quilting, can you see them, the little
how did you
lines?
do that?
It's all on a computerised long arm. It's
Right.
fabulous.
But if I did this, could I draw it out?
You can draw them, you can get stencils, but traditionally the way it was done was elbow or wrist on the quilt, pencil or chalk, and it was the arc. It was the arc of the wrist and the arc of the wrist to draw them in, and then you draw the next one.
Right.
So anyway, once you've
Looks
done that
great.
and you've quilted it, what you're going to then do is cut out 2-inch squares at the corners.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you're going to right sides together, sew the sides, sew the base, box the corners.
Nice box bottom so you fit lots in there.
Just a boxed bottom. Yeah, we've seen that many, many times. And then once that's done, you're going to add your handles. Really simple handles for this. I'll just talk you through very quickly. These are cut 2 inches wide, so they'll end up 1.5 inch wide handles, 21 inches long. Interface one of them, right sides to right side. Sew 3 sides, push it through with a chopstick, top stitch, and then all you're going to do on your front and back is lay your handle down like this. I've centered them over If you count out from the centre, there's your centre, 1, 2. I've centred them over that, base them in place, and then just make your lining in the same way, but leave a gap in the bottom, put them together, sew around the top and turn it through. That's it.
Your lining, you don't need to do all the piecing though.
No, lining is solid, and
Yep.
that is cut. Now, once this is quilted, it'll shrink down a tiny bit. So it starts off 18.5, 17.5. Yeah, so you could cut your lining to that size, but once you've quilted this, especially if you quilt quite heavily as I do, it'll probably shrink down. Mine shrunk down to 18 by 17, so I cut my lining to that.
And do you measure that once you've quilted, work out what your
Yeah.
dimensions are, how
Yeah.
much yours has shrunk, and then cut your lining?
Exactly right. Once you've quilted your front and back and you've trimmed the edges, measure it and cut your lining to that size. But
Brilliant.
that's how you make the bag. Those are all the dimensions.
Yeah,
My
thank you.
gift to you. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you, Stuart.
Bluebird of happiness.
Hope everybody has got their posh jotter out to write all those dimensions, or just the back of a fag packet, as Stuart was saying, to design the bag. Right, so the mega bundle has completely sold out, but we've got lots of the fabrics still individually. The panel is available individually as well, which Stuart gave us some great ideas of how to incorporate this. I mean, you could have that on one side of the bag, couldn't you, Stuart?
Well, I was just about to show exactly that, Vix, because actually if you had... In fact, let me just quickly, I'm going to trim these edges off just so I can show you. Now, what you could do very nicely with this, you wouldn't bother quilting this, but you could turn this into a lovely pocket to go on the bag. So what I would do there then is I would cut out your panel, add some strips around it, you know, just to kind of frame it and make it just that little bit bigger. Add a lining. And then, oops. So then you could add that. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily add it to but it might be a plain side to the bag, and just like fold the edges in. Obviously, this would be lined on the actual bag, and have that as a pocket.
Perfect.
You could have that as a pocket then to go in and out of on the outside of your bag. Maybe do a pieced one side and then a plain on the other side, and put that on top of another fabric.
Oh, you could put it on top of even just your plain,
Let me just grab.
Perfect. £9.99. And remember, on this panel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 blocks, 15 squares there. And even the background, when you're cutting this out, keep these fabric bits, because these again are really beautiful, and they are tying in with all of your other prints as well. It's a lovely background. You could even just keep this intact, take, say, 9 of them and have that as a massive cushion, floor cushion or something, couldn't you?
See, something like that, Vicky.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah, so that could be a different bag. So you've got your pocket, you've got your top of your bag, simple handles. Let me just grab handles.
Yeah, love it.
There are your handles for your bag. And there's a different bag.
Oh, beautiful. I'm really, really hoping there's lots of lovely embroiderers out there that will do some hand embroidery on top of these, on top of the little squares, because they're, like you, as soon as you said, Lynette Anderson and Annie Downs, that's exactly what it reminds me of. These would be beautiful with little buttons. Shell buttons and a bit of lace round,
Just
maybe.
looking, you've got a friction pen there.
Behind the quilt, Stuart, on the
quilt?
shelf, there'll be loads of French press there.
lovely.
£9.99. Remember, it comes as you see here. It's not going to be joined up, but there's nothing to say you can't join them up yourself if you want to make them into a larger quilt. It's a brilliant price, actually. When you think of panels, especially designer panels, you're normally looking double this price at £19.99. That is a beautiful panel. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, Yvonne. Thank you for your lovely messages. £9.99. I'm spoilt today. I've got Stuart and I've got Emma Bradford joining me. 2 amazing quilters today. Right, let's have a look at some more fabrics. You were both discussing long arms today. You've got a new long arm, haven't you?
I have, from Pinhole Quilters who come here.
Oh,
I've got the
brilliant.
Amara, which is just amazing. And it's
Settling
so
in.
fast. It's so fast. Those 2 cushions behind you,
Yeah.
the red cushions, which we're doing at 10 o'clock, on those cushions, I long arm quilted them 21.5 1,000 stitches in the quilting, and it took 11 and a half minutes.
Oh my
It took
word.
11 and a half minutes to quilt 21,500 stitches.
Oh, we need to get these back on the show, don't we? Pinhole quilters, you've got to come back. Look at that. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? This fabric, by the way, coming up in the 10 o'clock show. 10 o'clock show. All beautiful fabrics. So, it's not the same collection, but having this feel, these colours, I'm thinking these would be perfect to back a quilt or to... Yeah. We always call it backing, but actually it's only because it's extra wide. It's a lot of fabric for your money. I always say it's great value for money at $12.99. Bearing in mind, it's normally 112 wide as your standard width. So this is over double the amount for $12.99. It's still Henry glass. It's got this beautiful paisley print, and there's little dots of colour. Green, yellow, red. Can you see the different dots of colour? I love that. See, this would be a good one. Value for money for your linings of your bag.
Oh gosh, absolutely.
It'd be perfect because it's still got that interest. So if you don't want to have a solid, Stuart, would you mind holding one of them?
No, of course
you
not.
do some doodling.
What I'm doing, I'm just using a friction pen just to draw what I would embroider on the panel.
Oh, nice.
I'll show you that in a second.
I mean, you can't even see on the width of the camera how wide
brilliant.
this is. It goes on and on. If you are making your own quilts, or even home furnishings, I'm thinking like curtains and things.
Cushions, chair covers, things like that, absolutely. Lining your bags with as well. Backing quilts, borders.
Jessie can't zoom out far enough. I don't know how we do this at $12.99. That is such a good price, isn't it? Because if you were looking at, it's 749.5 metre for Henry glass for your regular width. So if we were to actually go by the pricing, then it should be about £18. So it's a massive saving. And of course, you can buy as much as you want of this, buy the half metre. It's cut off the bolt for you. So I know, Stuart, was it you who was telling me that you really hate piecing backings?
Hate piecing backings. I'll do anything to avoid it.
Yeah.
And I love buying extra wide backings, but also just even if it's not to piece a backing, it's just a really economical way of buying fabric to back quilts with.
Absolutely.
So if I'm doing a 60-inch square wall hanging, you've still got a piece fabric. Even if I'm doing, like a 40-inch wall hanging, for long arming, I need about 6 inches extra on either side, so I'll use those. Can I just show really quickly? I just wanted to show a quick idea with the panel. So I'm just using my friction pen. If you are a hand embroiderer. So what I've just done like a little curved line here, and then these will be simple like lazy daisy stitches, some little flowers, some little leaves, just to frame that abundant blessings. And I would stitch through the batting as well to create a little bit of extra relief, and then turn that into a pocket to go on the front of a bag, because you've actually got this lovely space here, a few DMC threads, lovely afternoons, quiet stitching.
Beautiful, beautiful. Honestly, Stuart, thank you so much for giving us so many ideas.
Pleasure.
This is going to be filling our brains with lots of ideas of how to use our beautiful fabrics. There's one other extra wide backing fabric, which is again a Henry glass, extra wide, 270 centimetres wide, which is 108 inches for £12.99. How great is this going to be to go with loads of your fabric collections as well?
Grab one of the tan fabrics, that one, and just pop it on top. It is perfect.
Yeah.
It is absolutely perfect.
Going to tie in perfectly. Because you spend all that time on the front of your quilt, you want the back of it to look nice as well.
But also, if you bought the mega collection and maybe the half metre coordinates thinking I'm going to make a quilt, that would be perfect to put a border around the whole thing. And it's the most economical way. Half a metre, you could border a queen size quilt.
Absolutely.
For $12.99.
Yeah, for a border. You could also use it for dressmaking. Lots of dressmakers, of course, you want that extra width. Jessie, I can't hear you today. You're very quiet. What do you want?
He's just talking. I think he's talking to.
Oh, he says, we're going, Vic. We're off. You've got to go. And me and Stuart are yapping on. Right, don't go anywhere because we've got Emma Bradford coming up. Thank you, Stuart. We'll see you in an hour.
Pleasure. See you in an hour.
See you in an hour.
Bye.
We're going to have a similar show with Stuart in the next hour as well, because we've got more fabric and more ideas from Stuart. So stay with us. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, if you loved that Quilt As You Go technique, we've got June Taylor Quilt As You Go kits coming up right after this.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Hi, I'm Debbie Harris and I'm so excited to be one of the new guest designers here on Sewing Street. I live and work in Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire, where I run my own knitting and sewing business called Mabel and Deb. I specialise in sewing and knitting and crocheting, and I've been doing all of those three things from being a little girl when my mum taught me all things knitting, crochet and sewing. Started off just crocheting little chain stitches and granny squares, and then actually patchwork sewing little hexagons, and they're still my favourite shape to sew now. I used to be a school teacher. For over 20 years I was teaching in classrooms and just had the knitting and the crochet and sewing as a background hobby, but now I get to do this as my job, and I'm absolutely passionate about it and really want to share all that passion and excitement with you guys. A tip that I think is worth sharing with you is always use quality materials. So whether that's your fabrics or your threads or wool, the difference in the quality of your materials can really make a difference to your finished project. And always use the right tools, so whether it's a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors that are specially made for that job, that too can make all the difference. My claim to fame in 2020 was being one of the winners of the Great British Make Off here on Sewing Street when I did my debut sewing demonstration in November last year. And it was just a wonderful experience, and I'm so excited to be here on my Sewing Street journey with you all, bringing lots of tips, techniques, and looking forward to doing lots of exciting projects with you throughout the year. So lovely to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back. Happy Sunday, everybody. If you're just tuning in with us, we've got a lovely day today. Really, really lovely. We're going to stick with quilting, and this time Quilt As You Go. So Stuart was talking to us about how Quilt As You Go is such a great and quick, if you are a bit short on time or want to start quilting but just, are a bit scared of the whole quilting process, this is a really great place to start. June Taylor quilting kits are always so popular, and look at what you can make today. I mean, this is just so beautiful. With using our exclusive panels, the June Taylor Quilt As You Go kits, it's absolutely beautiful. Now, we had a bit of a panic this morning because we didn't think we had this actual one, and isn't this beautiful? I love the colours. Found it though, don't you worry. So if you love the one that Emma's made this out of, it's called Frosty Morning.
It looks just like a frosty morning.
Isn't it
gorgeous.
beautiful? Emma, Happy New Year, by the
Happy New Year,
way.
yes.
I've not seen you for absolutely ages.
I know.
This is beautiful. I love this
nice.
panel. Our exclusive panels are always amazing, but this one I love because you've got your strips at the top here, and then these ones are still strips, but they all overlap each other as well.
Yes.
Which is absolutely stunning, and they're really wide. So we talked about regular width being 112. This is actually 140 wide, so you're getting really long strips. You're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 strips on here. 18 strips. Let me hold this up. Right, we need to talk through this because this panel is absolutely huge. So we would have this panel, it's normally $19.99. I've got it upside down, but you can see all of those different strips there. And they've got beautiful little houses, pine cones. Oh, it's gorgeous. Very, even though it's wintry, it's not Christmassy.
No,
It's got a lovely frosty, like it's,
Yes.
well, it's called Frosty Mornings.
Yeah.
Perfect, isn't it? So this is exclusive to us. Absolutely gorgeous. Now that is a brilliant price of $19.99. You're also getting your June Taylor London Labrynth 80/20 poly cotton mix, which has got already your pre-quilted placement lines. Now these alone are $11.99. We haven't got them individually today because they've gone all into these kits. So we're at £32, and then you get 1.5 meters for your binding, for your sashing and your backing. So that's enough to finish the quilt. So that's £10? Just over £10 for 1.5 meters. So hang on, let's do the math. You should be over £40, £43.50. We're at $29.99. There's something definitely wrong there. But what an incredible price. Definitely take advantage of that. Your quilt as you go, your panel and 1.5 meters of fabric, all for less than £30 a day. Yep. Of course, we're starting a new year, new hobbies, new crafts. We want to make it accessible for everybody to have a go. And even if you've already quilted before, this is going to be something that you can just whip up quite quickly, isn't it, Emma?
Literally, I did it in an afternoon. I did the cutting a little bit beforehand, but everything else went together literally in an afternoon.
How good is that?
Yeah, and actually at that price, I think it would be amazing if you had two to do like a 3x6.
Yeah?
I mean, yeah, is that right?
4
4x3 even, yeah. To make it a little bit bigger.
Yeah, oh, that'd be amazing.
But then that is literally the whole quilt done. Like it has all the materials that you need to make that completely finish that quilt.
Including your backing and your binding and your sashing. How crazy is that? For £60. Have a look at the front of the quilt as you go, because it obviously looks very, very different with the different fabrics. So you can see here that you've got, is it a log cabin or similar to a log cabin?
It is essentially a log cabin, but it's a log cabin that's been put on point.
Okay.
So you see on the demo, I've actually changed the placement of the colours a little bit so that you can actually see the squares a little bit better. But it's one of those, you can make it as scrappy or as regimented as you want, because there is plenty of strips in there. So you can really have a play around with your colour placement and get different designs.
Oh, we absolutely love this colourway. The panel is beautiful. And don't forget, it does come with 1.5 meters of grey and your quilt as you go. Loads of you checking out on this one. Half the stock's already gone, $29.99. I think we've realised the price on this might be incorrect, but we're rolling with it. We're going with it. It's Sunday. We can't change it now. We'll go with it. If you do want an amazing deal, that is certainly one of them. I know that we've pulled out all of the stops this show. We've got 3 other colourways for you. So the one that Emma's working with is this beautiful floral design. This again, spring, summer. Whether you're going to have this on a coffee table as a table runner, on the back of a chair, you could have it. This is floral. Look at this. It's a massive panel as well.
It is massive, and I absolutely love this panel as well. It is so summery.
Gosh, I mean, you could just simply quilt this as it is, couldn't you? You don't actually need to subcut it. However you want to use this. Our lovely Jess, this is exclusive to us. It's designed and the colours have been chosen by Jess, and aren't they just beautiful? She's chosen the rose to go with it. $29.99. So you've got 2.5-inch strips, but as I said again, the wildflowers at the bottom of here all intertwine and overlap. You still could cut them into 2.5-inch strips if you've got a pattern that calls for a jelly roll, which we're going to see today. But isn't that beautiful? $29.99 for your massive panel, 1.5 meters of rose, and your quilt as you go pre-printed wadding. We'll talk about how to work with these. If you've never used the quilt as you go batting before, you've got everything there. You do not need to add anything else really to your kit, do you?
No, it's all there. Everything is there.
Such good value for money, £29.99. Once again, this should be £19.99. This should be over £10. Your quilt batting is £11.99. It should be over £40. You're saving about £12 on this one today. We also have the autumnal bundle. Now, I'm calling it autumnal. When you're subcutting it, you just mainly see like the leaves, the beautiful colours. It doesn't need to be for a certain season. If you just love the colour palette, this one's beautiful. It comes with 1.5 meters of your cream, your quilt batting and your panel. Now, how many strips do you sort of use, Emma, to do this?
You do have leftovers. So I didn't bring them today, but you do get quite a bit left over. So it's nothing to say you couldn't actually make a cushion to go with it as well.
Brilliant.
You may not have enough of the backing to do all that, but the strips, you'll have some left over from the strips so that you can use those for another project as well, another small project.
Well, we were just looking at strips in the last hour, weren't we, with Stuart's bag. You could probably do a little bag couldn't you?
Yeah, and I love this. Autumn's my favourite season anyway. But yeah, that panel is gorgeous. I love the purples.
Oh, those plum tones are absolutely gorgeous. £29.99. So that is your harvest panel, exclusive to us. You cannot get that anywhere else, which is brilliant in itself. I mean, how much does a designer jelly roll cost? You're normally looking, what, £40?
Yeah.
More and up, about £40. So that already at £19.99 is brilliant, bearing in mind you get that extra width, plus you're getting your quilt as you go. Oh, there's so many of you checking out on these. It's very, very busy this morning. If there's any questions, anything that you want to ask Emma, we're a live interactive show. I am on Facebook. If you want any questions, of course, we can ask them away. Right, so we've also got, we're going to do the nursery rhyme one. We've also got the nursery rhyme panel, last one. This is really cute. This would be a great size play mat or changing mat or something, actually, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. This is perfect. And it's lovely. Or a wall.
I didn't see that one. That is really
How
cute.
Completely different look. This time your nursery rhyme panel. Oh, it's got the cat and the fiddle. It's got the cow jump over the moon. Oh my word. Honestly, I hear nursery rhymes in my sleep. I'm constantly just singing nursery rhymes like, oh my word, please go away, wheels on the bus at 3 a.m.
Oh, yes.
But this is really cute, isn't it? It's got Humpty Dumpty there. Oh, it's gorgeous. The grandfather clock. That's Maisie's favourite hickory dickory dock at the moment. £29.99. So not only do you have your nursery rhyme panel, you also have 1.5 meters of blue, and you have your quilt as you go, all for £29.99. And that is enough, remember, to do the front, the binding, the sashing, the backing, the wadding, everything is included. And it's a really lovely quick quilt. Mm-hmm. And normally, there are two words you never say together in a sentence, quick and quilt.
No, and
it's something's process.
Yeah. And it's not like you've just finished the top of a quilt. This is like literally the whole thing. So you're quilting and you're sashing and you're doing it all together. So it's literally, you get a finished quilt at the end, and it is so quick.
Right, so you're going to talk us through the whole process from when you get the panel home and how to cut your strips. So can we see what this looks like? Have you got one there? I can open it
I've got
up.
one cut up.
You've got it all laid out ready, haven't you? What I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up to show you, because if for anybody who's not seen these before, it's a pre-printed wadding, basically. It's an 80/20 wadding, so it's lovely quality as well,
Yes, it is nice. It's very nice.
And they're all in different blocks, so the blocks are already labelled, and it almost looks like colouring in by numbers.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, because they're all numbered, which I'll show on here, because I've just got my demo started. I can show you that it's all numbered, so it's literally it's very easy to follow.
Okay.
I'm trying to say it like you can't get confused.
Yeah,
basically.
and there's instructions in the pack
Yes,
as
there's
well.
instructions in the pack as well.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I've got a couple of tips for some of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is so easy, and things to watch out for as well, so that you don't think, oh my gosh, I've gone wrong. No, you're absolutely perfectly fine. So when I put it together, I will have some tips
Fab.
as we go as well.
Right, over to you then. Where do you
Okay.
want to start, Emma?
Well, let's start with the cutting of the panel. So I didn't actually have this handy dandy machine at home.
the Fiskars
Fiskars
Yeah.
guillotine. I actually just had a nice sharp pair of fabric scissors and sat in front of the telly and just cut them all out by hand, which took a while.
So do you
but
think this is a quicker way?
this is a much quicker way, and it's so nice because you can get nice straight lines. So what I've done is I've just lined up the edge of my guillotine with the line in between the strips. Of course, on top of my cutting mat.
Back in stock today. This is always very popular whenever we have it. For anybody who is worried about using a rotary cutter, it's a completely concealed blade, isn't it?
It is concealed blade, and it doesn't take very much pressure at all to make it cut through, especially you've got one layer. So what I will show you might see it on here. So you may want to fuss around with how you actually line it up, because the blade is actually maybe a couple of millimeters to the side of the edge of the ruler.
Right.
If that happens, which you just had my first strip, that is fine. That is going to be in the seam allowance. You're not going to see it. It's not going to affect the way that the quilt goes together at all. So don't panic. But it does make it so nice. And especially because you've got the pattern, like you said, the flowers that go over.
Yes. Yes, I'm thinking for lots of different projects actually. With the value for money and the saving that you're making on this, I'd get a couple of them because just for your panel and your fabrics alone, even if you're getting your quilters to go for free, I mean, you're saving £12, aren't you?
Yeah.
Your quilters to goes normally that anyway.
That's my scissors. So that's the first thing you do is
Right.
cut all your strips out. And then that's a playtime. So actually I did all of I just did these on this end just this morning, playing with the guillotine.
Yeah.
Getting ready.
And it is something that I tend to do my cutting process first and do that separate to sewing. You can sit and just enjoy that cutting process.
Yes. I had to admit, I have started doing the cutting all in one go and then doing all the construction.
Yeah.
In the past, what I might have done is actually just cut enough out for one block and just do one block at a time.
Yeah.
But I do find getting the cutting process, because you get in a flow.
Yeah.
You know, of just cutting, and then I put a podcast on or a book on tape.
Yeah, yeah.
Or Audible book.
What are you listening to at the moment, Emma? She always has an interesting podcast.
I just finished. Well, podcasts. Oh, yeah. So podcasts, one that I've been kind of following, it's actually it is scary, but in a real life way. So it's called Darknet Diaries.
Okay.
And it's all about hackers and all of the things that happen with computers.
Oh,
and
no.
all different ways you
that
can be
is
hacked.
scary.
I know, which
Okay.
is really scary because it is so real. And some of the big hacks that have happened and how they happened.
Right.
But on a lighter side, one book I just finished, actually there's two. One was, I can't remember the title. Oh, The Unhappenings.
Okay.
It's about time travel.
Yeah.
People time travel. I find I really like books about time travel.
Yeah.
And people who time travel.
I like listening to
Yeah.
podcasts though whilst you're sewing, because you
Oh,
don't
yeah.
need to be watching something, obviously. It's
No.
just nice to have on in the
Yeah,
background.
to listen
isn't it?
and in the background. Yeah. So yeah. So
Obviously after sewing straight, after 1 o'clock.
oh yes. No, because in the mornings,
Yeah,
you
you're
definitely when
sorted.
you're watching Sewing Street. Yeah, you got the background and the television. So what I have done here, if I take all these off, I don't want to move them too much, so I know what order I'm in. It will tell you in your instructions how many strips to cut of which size. And they're all going to be 2.5 inches, so your strips are already 2.5 inches wide. It's just the length that will vary. And you just go around, just like a log cabin.
Right, everyone needs to check out now on the one that Emma's working with, because that is about to sell out.
Oh.
There's 2 left, and there's way more of you who've got it in your basket. They've gone.
Ooh.
They've gone, in fact. They've
Oh,
gone.
okay. Yeah, I love this one. The flowers on it are so realistic.
Main graphic will be for the one that Emma's already made up. So how do you sort of sort your strips? So is this one more random?
Yeah, so for that one, what I tried to do was, like you can see, I kept the more lighter ones on both sides, and then the pinks and pale blues, and then the darkers on one side. This one, I've gone for more of a light square and then a dark square. It will sort of end up looking a little bit like this one, which was like I did from the Frosty Morning.
Yes.
So you just play around with the strips that you have, and you may not get that pattern exactly from all of the strips, but that's an idea of what you can do. Or you can do it completely random. Because it's a log cabin, what you can do, like you do for a log cabin, is you keep one side quite dark and one side quite light. So yeah, it's one of those, there's so much possibilities that you can really do what you want. When you start in the middle, and the printed lines actually depict the edge of your fabric. So you don't sew on the printed lines.
Oh, they're your placement lines, not sew lines. Now that's an important thing to remember, isn't it?
Yes. So you're not going to sew over the lines.
Do you stick that down at all, that first one, with any glue or anything? No, you just place it?
No, actually, I find cotton wadding does a really good job of sticking the fabric to it. Anyway, it has sort of a very soft, slightly Velcro effect.
Right, okay.
So I didn't do any of that, but I did pin. And these pins that actually Hayley just handed me are perfect for this project and for quilting in general, because they're nice and long and they're nice and sturdy.
If you can get into the pot.
If I can get into the pot. Oh, there's tape.
Really solid tin as well. Right, the Clover quilting pins are just £9.99.
Yeah, these are nice because they're really good. They're a little bit thicker, and they just make it really nice to just hold everything in place and go through everything sturdily. So I'm going to pin that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew 1/4 inch from the edge. So I've lined up all my raw edges with my marked line on the block, and I'm just going to sew 1/4 inch in from that.
Right, okay. So you carry on with your 1/4 inch. You don't worry about that line. That was just your placement line.
Your line, you just use the line to line up. I line up the edge of my foot with that. So I've just got the flat foot on right now, which Stuart has kindly adjusted so it will sew 1/4 inch.
Perfect.
So what he's done for my machine with the regular foot is that he has adjusted the stitch width
on a straight stitch.
On a straight stitch to 6, and that will, he's assured me, will sew 1/4 inch.
Perfect. Now, have you got the backing on there as well, or not?
No, at this point,
just the wadding.
Just the wadding. Just the wadding. And I'm actually going to increase the stitch length slightly as well, because you're sewing through wadding. Increasing the stitch length, so to 3 or 3.5, will make it just that much easier to sew through all those layers. There we go. And you just go over the edge. You don't need to worry too much. And this is why we don't put the backing on at this point. There we go. Is because you're not going to have very even stitches on the back, and they're going to be
visible,
basically, but not in a pretty way. So that's why we do that. And then I've got my other tool. You don't press it at all. You don't use any heat on it.
Why is that? Can you not use heat on it? Or?
It's recommended in the packaging that you don't use heat on it while you're making it, because it could cause the wadding to shrink while you're making it a little bit.
Right.
Which then could cause it to be a little bit off.
Right, so you still want to get nice crisp seams
you
though.
Do.
Oh, look what's back in stock.
Yeah. I love these.
Have you used the roll and press before?
Yes, I love it. I love it. Because I do use it for when I hand piece as well, because I don't always do the iron with that as I go. But for this, and it's perfect. It's so nice.
We have got that available today. We'll get the graphics live in a moment for you. Thank you. The roll and press. That's very exciting. We've got that back.
So now I'm going to 3. So I'm just going to do exactly the same. Got my pin. And all I've done, if I show you, that's my 1, that's my 2. That's the only one that you need to, and you can lift it up to double check which one you've got. It's not sewn down yet. There we go. Just lining up that raw edge with that line. There we go. Put a pin.
And going through these, you haven't got a walking foot on. It's managing fine.
It is managing fine. Yep. And I didn't use a walking foot when I did the samples either. I just used my regular 1/4 inch foot and just did it that way.
Everyone's getting the roll and press. Well, it's an essential really, because you do want to make sure you still get your crisp seams.
Yes.
But if you can't use heat, then it actually is a lot more efficient than I thought it would be. When I first saw it, I thought, oh, well,
That's
it's
not
just
gonna
a
do
little
anything,
roller.
yeah.
But it's tapered so that when you sort of put pressure on it, in the centre there, it really does,
It does, yeah.
make a difference. It's great for working if you're working with PUs or leather or anything that you can't use.
You can't use heat on, yes.
Yeah.
Like this project. Oh, it just lays so nice and flat. Actually, I wish I had had one of those. Or at least mine handy when I was making it.
I know lots of dressmakers love it as well.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. There we go. Now what you might find, Stuart's actually adjusted this 1/4 inch perfectly for me. So it's a little bit on the scant side. So when I'm sewing, as you can see, my raw edges are actually quite doing well meeting up to the line that's there, the next line. If your 1/4 inch is a little bit too big, what you might find is that it comes up ever so slightly short of the line.
Right.
But as long as it's within that 1/4 inch, you're still fine, so don't worry. So if that does happen to you, just be aware that that means that your 1/4 inch seam is a little bit too big. Maybe readjust it, or if it's just within, if it's within the 1/4 inch, then don't worry too much about it. But just be aware that the 1/4 inch seam that you take is going to affect that.
Had a nice message from Pat. Here's a podcast recommendation for you,
Oh.
Emma. Haptic and Hue, all about history and development and all things fabric, thread, wool. Ooh.
Oh,
Pat.
okay. I think I've just found
it.
a new favourite. Yes, thank you very much.
And Jan, right, good point, because this is what I was thinking as well. You can do it with your backing at the underneath as well, but Emma has suggested with this one, you'd have a messy back with lots of threads that won't look as pretty as doing it this way.
And the pattern, as you can see, the quilting pattern, if you do that, won't be the best. I don't know, it's quite a dark thread, but I've got overlapping here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't mind that, that's fine. I will show you a way of quilting it though, so that it is quilted, because that is one thing that is recommended.
Well, I'll show you the reverse of Emma's. Jan, how much nicer does this look?
Yeah, that is
just to be able to have it plain like that.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, that doesn't take that much longer, does it? For anybody who's beginning, learning,
no,
this isn't going to take much longer.
No.
Winifred's in Spain. Morning, everybody. These quilts, as you go, are fantastic. Once you get going, it comes together so quick. Just love them and makes a beautiful end project. Thank you, Winifred. They are brilliant, aren't they?
They are so nice.
Even, I talk about beginners a lot with Quilt As You Go, but actually, Emma, you've been quilting a long time, haven't you? And it's still a lovely project, a quick project to pick up.
It is nice. And it's also, I love this panel, and this, if you've never done it before, this is the perfect way to get into it. But I think once you do it and you get the hang of it and you start to understand how to do it, all those leftovers that we often get from quilts when we trim them down, so we get those edges, we can then make use of all of the extra wadding that we get from when we make our quilts as a Quilt As You Go project.
Right, I think the one that Emma's working with and the example one have both pretty much sold out. This one, I think there might be one or two. The nursery rhymes in your graphics, £29.99. Again, remember, massive saving because the panel alone is supposed to be £20. The Quilt As You Go is £11.99. Your bundle of fabric is normally £10.50, so that tops up over £40. You will today less than 30. Definitely make the most of that.
Yes.
Really good price.
So I'm going to leave this one as it is because you'll just continue in the same vein, just going around, doing your 1/4 inch, pressing them out until your block is done. And then it should look something like this one. Now this one is in the Frosty Morning colourway.
Yeah.
But this is what you'll end up with.
Nice. And so you've laid it out differently here, where you've done all of the purples in a circle, the whites in a circle, the pinks round. That looks nice as well.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So it's one of those you can really have a play around. You can see actually, because I didn't use my thing, these are being a little bit more bouncy. So I can use this now. You can play around with all the different panels and the different strips that you've got. It's going to look gorgeous.
The roll is really good as well for if you're on the move. You know, if you can't get access to a plug and you're, you know, it is. Don't get me wrong, it's not going to replace your iron. You're still going to need your iron.
Yes.
But it is actually just a nice little handy tool.
Yeah.
Especially if you're you know, you're at workshops or classes or anything, then that's going to be perfect for that. There it is. It's the Clover Roll and Press. Oh, sorry, Jesse. He's got the picture of it. Perfect. Oh, he's got to recrop it. He's going to make it look all fancy for you. Don't you worry.
Perfect. So once that's done, and then it's a case of trimming the blocks down to size. And I'll show you.
So how much wooding is round the edge there then?
You get quite a generous amount.
You do.
Yeah. So you need to trim them down, and they are all marked. So you can see the corners right here. So right here and right here where they overlap is your line for trimming. If you've got a square 12.5-inch square, that can also work for squaring up the corners. Go.
You've got a nice sharp blade.
Yeah, I did. Oh.
Oh no, you're back.
No.
Oh, it's all right.
It is. Well, oh, actually, no.
You've cut it.
I've cut it. I forgot that was there. That's what happens when I pre-prep. But I will talk to you about that as well, though.
Do you need another piece? Do you need some more, or are you okay?
No, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I might just sew it together so I can make my point, basically. There we go.
Oh really? If everyone checks out, the nursery rhyme panel's sold out as well. We haven't got the quilted you goes on their own, so the only way of getting them is in the bundle. And remember, you can use this with any of our strip panels or any of your 2.5-inch strips at home. So multi-buy on these bundles whilst they're available. I love the nursery rhyme one.
Oh,
yes. And this is an ideal size for a play mat, for a little mat when you know you've got a little newborn baby. Oh. Which I don't have anymore, Emma.
I know, we were just talking about that this morning.
But this is such an ideal size for when they're little. No, not yet. Not yet. Haley said, was there an age gap for siblings, do you think? No. I've got to wait until Maisie can at least sleep through the night, which she is nowhere near doing at the moment. She's gone back to like newborn, waking up every 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, Kaylee.
Teeth, I think.
Oh,
I keep putting it down to something. I'm like, it must be that, because it's got to be something. She's going to one day snap out of it,
She
surely.
will. She will. I think Kaylee was about a year old before she started sleeping, so don't
panic.
Don't panic. Yeah. So I've trimmed that down. Now, obviously, I cut this in half, so I'm going to actually pin it and pretend that it is one big piece. So in the instructions, it does tell you to cut it out to the same size as your block and then put everything together. What I recommend is actually cutting it out maybe 1/2 inch wider.
You have enough fabric to do that, don't you?
Yeah, you do. You got plenty. So don't worry about that. And the reason for that is, in the instructions, what it tells you to do is just leave it loose, like is on the back of the demo that I did.
Right, so the instructions recommend this way as well. Yeah.
So they recommend to just leave the back loose.
Okay.
And then sew on your sashing, which I will show in a minute, with the back loose like that. But what I think is really nice is, again, cut your blocks for your backing a little bit bigger, so maybe 1/2 inch bigger than it says in the instructions, and then do quilting on top. So you've got a nice, it's really nice, and you've got, it looks quilted top and bottom, basically.
So does that mean you're stitching in almost like in the ditch? So you're stitching within these stitch lines?
So what I did, I don't know if you can see it because I've used sort of matching fabric, I've just sewn 1/4 inch in from the seams.
Right.
I find that a little bit easier, and it makes it a little bit neater rather than going in the ditch.
Yeah.
You can get feet for stitching in the ditch to make it easy, but sometimes a lot of people, if they do in the ditch, it bothers them if they go over one fabric and another and it's a bit wavy. If you do 1/4 inch in from your seam, it just looks a lot neater, and you don't have to worry about that it's going on to one fabric and then another and like that.
And you're using a complementing thread to go with your top fabric. What does it
Yes.
look like on the bottom then if you're changing your threads?
I just used a pale grey,
Okay.
so it sort of blends in the back.
Yeah.
So you can do either way. Actually, a contrasting thread works really nice as well.
Love it.
Again, I have increased my stitch length when I've quilted it through.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did use my walking foot for this part because there's an extra layer. And then if you do that, it will end up looking, obviously, a little bit like this.
Beautiful.
So you've got the extra around the edge, you can see. And then I just trim it down again.
And it will give you all the finished size, what to trim it down to in your instructions.
Yeah, and I did find these a little bit easier to put together than when the back is completely loose. Because you've got a lot of fabric to sort of work together to put them when you sew your blocks together. So it just makes it a little bit easier because it's all sort of
all adhered together.
It's
Do you know
neater,
what I
yeah.
love as well about doing this the quilt as you go is that those of you that are a bit scared of quilting a big quilt under a smaller machine or with
Yes.
less space, then you're doing it all
Very
in one
manageable.
go. It's
Yeah.
so manageable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. The nursery rhyme one also, I believe, sold out. Yeah, sold out. Right. So
Oh,
the only
wow.
one available we have is your autumnal colourway. And Emma, you were saying this is potentially your favourite. These lovely purples.
Yes, I do. I love it, and look, it's got a nice orange in it, which is you don't normally say subtle orange, but it is a subtle orange.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, and I love the leaves. I mean, autumn is my favourite month. I mean, season. Yeah.
£29.99. Don't forget, you don't only get our exclusive panel, you also get 1.5 meters of your cream and your quilt as you go pre-printed batting, all for £29.99. Very, very busy this morning. Anybody who's got anything in the basket, please do be quick. The roll and press also looks like that could sell out very soon. Right, back to you. Sorry, Emma, where are you?
No, I'm just trimming my blocks, and then I can show you adding the sashing, because the quilt as you go, there is a special technique to sewing the blocks together. So once I get these all trimmed, we will be ready.
There's minimal wastage as well doing, the way that you're doing here. Even though you're adding that extra ½ inch or inch or something, it sort of shrinks back down, doesn't it, when you're quilting?
Yeah, and I like, when I'm quilting, I mean, most quilters will know you need to have your backing and your wadding a little bit bigger than your top anyway, like Stuart mentioned earlier on his long arm. And this just adds enough so that you don't have to panic, like, oh, it's exactly 12.5 inches, I need to make it fit, and it just makes it so much easier. So, as my husband says, listen to me now and believe me later. It will be easier.
Julie asked what mat Emma's using there. Oh, that one is your Millwood extra large mat. That was always a good tip, actually, that I was told, and I didn't. I ignored it. And I wish I'd listened at the start. Go with the biggest mat your space will allow when you're first purchasing a mat. And I thought, oh, but I haven't got that much space, so I'm just going to buy a small mat. And I found my cutting really, really difficult. I was having to constantly shimmy my mat underneath my fabrics, whereas remember, you can store this under a sofa, store it under a bed.
I put mine.
You put it under the sofa?
Yeah.
That's it. So even if you don't have a designated craft room where you have a huge desk, don't worry. All you need to do is store it flat, don't you?
Yeah.
We keep ours on the floor under the desks here.
Oh, yeah.
So absolutely perfect. And it will come under our postage and packaging, which is just £3.95, and it will be delivered, safely and flat to you, which is brilliant. And it's just £37.99. It is reversible, so it's got metric and imperial measurements, and it's self-healing. We also have the ruler that Emma was using. Now, I know that you were saying you can use different square ones. Going back to, again, first purchases of a mat, the first ruler that I bought was this one, and it's actually the one that I would use the most.
It is the most versatile size, and it just makes it easy. So you can actually cut strips up to 6.5 inches wide, which for borders, if you are adding borders up to that wide, then it is a lifesaver for sure. And when I cut, I always use the measurements on my ruler while I'm cutting my fabric. Not the mat. The only time I use the mat is to square up, or if I have to cut strips or pieces that are larger than what my ruler will measure. Basically.
Right, okay. 23.99. Oh no, how many of those are left? Sorry, loads of you checking out. There's only 2 left now. 2 left. Right, so onto the sashing.
And to the sashing. Now this is a little bit of the, once you get it, and this is where the quilting really helps as well, and I'll show you for why.
So if anyone who's new to quilting, this is your sashing. Sashing connects your blocks. So you've got your sashing running between each of the blocks, so to join them together. And I love the grey that they've chosen. It matches in perfectly.
It does, yes. Jess does such a good job of choosing the fabrics and the coordination. I'm just going to trim this one up to size. So don't worry, it tells you in the instructions there. Now for this part, for the sashing size, absolutely go with what the instructions say. So what you're going to have is a skinny strip for the top and a wider strip for the bottom. And that's because the bottom one is going to be folded over.
Right.
So I've got my top strip, and it will overlap. It's supposed to be bigger than the block, so you can trim it down. Yeah, use these pins.
Do you know what I'm just thinking? With the one that Emma's working with, it was very, very popular early on. And because you get more of your strips, I know we don't have more of the quilt as you go, but if you are thinking of making a bag or a cushion or, you know, something else with the rest of the strips, and you want that perfect grey to go with it, we have a 1.5 metre bundle. So if you do want the 1.5 metre, obviously you've got enough in your kits to be able to back it, bind it, sash it, etc.
Yep.
But you do get extra strips. So Emma was saying you might need more of this fabric if you want to make more projects. So that's just a 1.5 metre, £9.99. Again, brilliant price for a 1.5 metre. Another saving, isn't it? Little saving.
Oh wow.
Little saving for you. Brilliant.
Right, so I've got my sashing pinned on the top, and it's just straight sashing. And on the back, what we do is we fold this in half and line up the raw edges with that same edge that we pinned our top sashing to. And this is where I'm not usually a pinner, but this is definitely where you need to pin, and pin a bit more.
Oh, we were talking to Stuart about pinning, and he said he didn't think it was, you know, cool to pin before. He used to think he was too cool to pin.
Oh.
But then he said he realises actually the time that it takes to pin is a lot quicker than stitching it, then having to unpick it, and stitch it again, unpick it, then pin it, then stitch it, and realise I could have just pinned it at the start and got it right.
Yeah. Sorry, this is a bit.
These are nice quilting pins. I've not seen these. Are they glass-headed as well?
Nice. Oh,
or are they?
good question.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say.
Oh, let's say. Doesn't say. Oh, heat-resistant glass head suited for ironing.
Perfect. Perfect. That's
You
what
know
I
your
love.
stuff.
Well, I didn't know. This is why I was asking. I thought, are they plastic heads or are they glass size? Because if they are glass size, it's brilliant because you're not going to melt them on your iron.
No.
Oh, now it does make a difference having good pins. The amount of times that you might have had pins in your stash for years and years and years and not realise how blunt they were until you get new pins and you realise how rubbish yours were. Hayley said, I bought cheap pins and I regretted it.
Yeah.
They let you down.
They do.
They let you down, Hayley. She says you can't even get them through the fabric even 2 layers you'd struggle, whereas you're going through quite a bit here, so you want a nice sharp pin. It sounds silly, but
it does make a big difference.
Yeah.
Right, so I've pinned that. And then, so I've got a bit of a messy work
Buy
area
right,
there.
buy once.
That is true.
Yeah.
Now I'm just going to sew, and it's a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Sew through all of those layers.
Hayley always makes me say silly sayings that I've never heard of before, so I always get them wrong. I always get sayings wrong anyway. Once she said, right, we're going to take caution and throw it at the wind. I know what that means. I said, right, we're going to take that caution and we're going to throw it to the wind. No, just throw caution to the wind. Oh, she says, you were only about 10 all those years ago. The saying she was trying to tell me then was, you buy cheap, you buy twice. That's another saying I've not heard of before.
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
I've heard all the new sayings. Stuart was talking to me about the different sayings this morning as well. Where are you putting those pins, Missy? She's putting them onto her dress, very close to her arms. You be careful.
Yes, I will. It tends to be, I usually have a longer sleeve, I will have to admit.
You should normally have a pin cushion. It's what you should say. I normally have a
know.
pin cushion close to
Well,
me.
what I have been doing, because it's been quite cold in my house and I'm too cheap to put the oil on during the day, is I have what I call my house gloves, which are like fingerless mitts, and I put them in the back of my... There we go. So what happens then is you've got your flange on the back, which is doubled, and then
What
you've
did
got
you just call this?
a flange.
A flange. Is that a technical term?
Yeah, I think it is technically called a flange.
Okay.
And then on the top bit, your sashing is still single.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, this is how you sew them together. I want to make sure that they're following the pattern. So now it's a case of sewing just the sashing to that side. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this off trim the extra off before I sew it on to make sure that they're perfectly aligned.
Hi, Teddy. These extra large cutting mats are great for cutting bigger pieces without having to stop partway through and move it. Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Teddy, I completely agree. That was where I went wrong. And I thought, again, Hayley, you're right. Buy cheap, buy twice. I thought, right, I'll buy the cheaper one, which is the smallest one. And I had to buy the smaller. And then I ended up buying the bigger one anyway. So it's definitely worth buy once, buy right, buy cheap, buy twice. Morning, loving the show as always. Emma, have you read The Chronicles of St Mary's by Jodie Taylor? They're brilliant, great to listen to.
I did start to listen to Jodie Taylor actually. I listened to her first book, and there was just an aspect of the book that I'm like, I'm not sure I like that. The character, but yes, the stories are amazing. They are all about...
We're getting all the recommendations
yeah,
for you,
yeah,
Emma.
yeah. They're about like a fictional school academy of archaeologists who go back in time to actually study time.
Yeah.
Back in time.
Well, if you like time travel, hi Emma and Vic.
Yeah.
If Emma likes time travel, watch Outlander. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
Bev, thanks Bev.
Yeah.
Have you watched Outlander?
I haven't.
Is it a watch or is it a listen to?
I think it's a watch. I think it's a series based on the film,
Oh,
which I
okay.
haven't seen the film
Oh,
either.
there is a film.
Yeah. An old one.
Yeah, Hayley says she's watched the film. Have you watched Time Traveller's Wife?
Oh, yeah. And I read the book first.
So sad.
Yeah, it was.
If you want a good cry, that's
Yeah.
like a good Sunday after cry film, isn't
Yeah.
it?
The book was amazing as well.
Oh.
It goes into a lot more detail, but yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I just like the idea.
Right,
of-
I don't actually know what we could put in the graphics because I think we've kind of sold out of everything. I've got Ivory metre and a half bundle if you want another little saving on more fabric. So if you've got, which one did we put that one with? We put that with the Harvest, with the purples. So if you got that strip, you do already have it in your bundle, don't forget. But if you want more of this fabric to make a bag, like Stuart made this morning, if you want to do some cushions, we're going to get lots more ideas from Stuart as well in the next hour.
Oh, yeah.
It's worth making the most of these backing bundles because we do add little cheeky savings. There's a blue as well there I spotted with the nursery rhymes. So you could do a little cushion. Stuart's going to be doing a baby show at the end of the month.
Oh.
We've all been doing photo shoots with all of his makes. It's really funny. I really want to get Emma a pin cushion. It's
I'm
scaring me.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm going to make you one.
I do have a couple. I think it's, people have said they want to get me the ones that go on your wrist. Because that tends to be where
Yeah, which tends to be where you just tend
I
to
do
put your
put everything. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely get you one of them.
Okay, so now. Ooh, perfect. So it should, your two blocks should meet and it should just be perfectly smooth, not on top of each other, no bumps at all whatsoever. So both are sewn together you've got your sashing on the front where they are held together, and on the back it's just a matter of pushing that flange over, and actually I can use this, and then you just hand sew.
All roll and press is back, Hayley.
Yeah. There we go. Just like you would if you were hand sewing your binding on a quilt to finish it off, you just do exactly the same.
Hand stitch it down?
Yep, just hand stitch it down.
I wonder whether Stuart's seen the seams roll and press, but he likes to give his a massage, a hand massage, you see.
Oh.
He does give all his seams a little massage, so maybe we need to introduce him to the clover roll and press.
Yeah, I like to just
Quick massage.
roll them into submission.
Yes.
There we go.
It's there £15.99 for your roll and press, and it's got a nice ergonomic handle.
Oh, it does. It doesn't take that much pressure.
Stuart, have you seen the roll and press before?
Oh, I've got one. I use it all the time.
Do you? I thought you liked to give hand massages to your fabric.
Oh, I do. But if I'm doing something like PU
Yeah.
or canvas or like home deck fabric, I'll tend to use,
Oh, there you go. You can
Yeah,
just
lovely.
hear the voice in the air.
So that once that's done, you do three sets of twos like that.
Yeah.
And then you just repeat exactly the same process, but across two blocks. So you will do exactly the same of pinning your sashing top and back to one set.
Oh,
sewing
that
it to
makes
the next
another
set.
pattern in the centre there.
Yeah.
That was intentional, Emma. You
Yeah.
were like, oh yeah. Yes, it was. Emma, thank you so
You're very
much.
welcome.
I'm excited for your next hour as well. That paw prints quilt
yes.
is gorgeous. It's a
Yeah.
Labrynth pattern. And look at the colours as well.
Yeah, it was really fun to work on it because it was such a grey day when I was cutting all the fabric, and it was like, oh, I needed this today.
Oh, absolutely. It does just give you that lovely lift with the beautiful colours. Thank you ever so much.
You're
Thank you, Emma.
welcome.
We'll see you in an hour. Right, couple of other backing bundles. The blue went with the nursery rhyme. So as Emma was saying at the start of the hour, you have enough strips on there to be able to get going with some more projects. Maybe you want to make the bag that Stuart was suggesting, and you want some plain fabric for the lining. 1.5 meters of your sky blue. Or if you want to make some accessories, add it into your patchwork, obviously. £9.99, add in some nice bright blue. All this would be nice to go with the charm squares, the layer cake that we're doing as well with Emma for your paw prints. This colour would go nicely. Nice sky blue, perfect. 1.5 meters with a bit of a saving as well, just £9.99. And then finally, now I don't think we used this one as a part of the bundles. I think we used rose, didn't we? But look at how gorgeous this teal is. It really complements this one actually, doesn't it? £9.99, 1.5 meters. Even though it's called a backing bundle, remember it's your regular width. It's 112 wide, beautiful quality, Rose and Hubble, 100% cotton. That is brilliant. Right, keep going through for anything on the website. We're going to get Stuart back on. We've got more beautiful fabric, more inspiration with Stuart. And, right, we all struggle to know what to make for the gents in our life. We're all sorted, ladies, with lovely bags and everything, whereas these are going to be great. My father-in-law, he's just got himself a man cave for Christmas. Do you know what he wanted? A plug socket for his man cave out in the shed. He wanted an electrician for us to come and get an electrician to get him sockets put in. So I said, do you know, that's actually really expensive. I'll just get you a really long extension lead instead. So we appreciate that. But this is going to be perfect for him. Man cave tall aprons, but they're great panels anyway. So we'll introduce those as well with Stuart. Don't go anywhere. We're back with him right after this.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
You nearly had Hayley then in shot going, she was admiring the aprons and Stuart just had to remind her, we're on the telly now. You need to go back. She's like, oh yeah, I've got to go. We're like, love those aprons. They're really good, aren't they? In fact, I'm going to pull this in a bit closer so you can see. I'm not going to start with them, but they're amazing, aren't they? We have got the panels so you can make these as well. And I'm calling it Man Cave. I know, I keep talking about Stacey Solomon recently, but I follow her on Instagram and she is inspirational with her DIY and it makes me want to get a drill and, you know, go and do all of these amazing jobs myself. So, yeah, I need to get myself an apron with all of the tools on. You can't see me with a drill. What do you mean? What do you mean? I could do it. Right, we've got some beautiful fabrics again from Henry Glass and we've got some great inspiration as well from Stuart, so if you've got any questions of how to use it, because Stuart, red and white in quilting is very popular, very traditional. We know red and white, don't we, a lot?
So red and white is a quilt classic,
Yeah.
some of the most loved quilts, and it all stemmed from the introduction of a fabric that was called turkey red.
Right, okay.
And it was a solid red fabric, that basically that lovely bright red that you see in that collection there. And up until then, you couldn't really get that gorgeous true red. And the world went crazy for it, and quilters in particular went crazy for turkey red. So you get lots of lovely just red and white quilts. This collection brings together beautiful, almost Jacobean florals. There's a little bit of silver grey in there, which I love. And then you've got that lovely clean white. But what's really brings this collection together is the panel that features floral sprays and butterflies. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Perfect for things like this. I mean, table runner, absolutely gorgeous. Going to be great as a central block. Well, you can use it on as blocks on a quilt. You've added fabric round like we did in the first hour,
Exactly
actually.
right, exactly right. And the butterflies on the ends, Vic, are so pretty.
Oh yeah, let me show you.
Just, aren't they gorgeous?
So the panel comes in the mega bundle, like the first hour again. Remember, everything keeps selling out today, so do check out nice and early. Just to let you know, the panel is available Yes, it is available individually. Oh, look,
Look at the doves.
there's birds.
The
Oh, I love
doves.
it.
I know, absolutely beautiful, aren't they? And if you love things like adding beads, hot fix crystals, a little bit of embroidery, these panels are perfect because actually the designs are beautiful, but there's also space within them to add your own embellishments. The butterflies too, can you imagine down the wings, those little spots down the wings, if you added hot fix crystals, think of that as a panel on a bag or in a quilt.
Wow.
Layer it, quilt it and bind it, and then put your hot fix crystals on. They look amazing.
Right, so not only do you get your panel, remember you get 6 meters of fabric. That is oodles of fabric. It's quite deceiving, Stuart, when you see it all folded up like this, but actually that is going to go a long, long way.
Yeah, it really is. And again, it's a beautifully easy to use collection, because what you've got there is you've got those low volume prints, like those
What
two
does
at the
that
top.
mean?
So like loud volume, shouty, loud, in your, you can, and then low volume are those quieter fabrics that you need to create your symphony. You need the loud, you need the low.
It makes sense. I mean, when I first sort of started learning about patchwork and quilting, I didn't realise how important it was to have the different scales of print and different. It adds texture to the eye, doesn't it?
It really does, and it gives a space for the other fabrics to breathe. It gives room and it gives quiet as well as loud. You need both. I love the fabric, the sort of grey and white with butterflies on. Third one down from the top on the right, that one there. And now normally I go for sort of higher, louder volume fabrics, but this I just think is beautiful.
Yes, it is.
So much so I used that in the centre of one of my cushions, and I love it.
Oh, we'll get the cushions down as well, because they are absolutely stunning. Remember, with this bundle, all of these are cut into ½ meters, so you really get to not just dip your toe into the collection, but you can really indulge. They're big ½ meter pieces, going to be perfect for quilting, home furnishing, absolutely gorgeous. I'm thinking bits and bobs as well for like storage tubs, things for your sewing room, to really bring some lovely colour. So I'm going to whiz through these fabrics with Stuart as well. I want to know his input, of course, on how to use them. The panel to start with is individually available. So you've used this straight away in the table runner.
Yeah, that was the very first thing I did when I was making the samples. I grabbed the panel because I thought these are beautiful and they are really lovely. Your basic image is about 9 inches square, I think, if I remember rightly, 9-inch square. So absolutely perfect for using as quilt blocks. So you could cut those out and then add pieced blocks to either side. But also then what I did was to add a strip of fabric around the outside just to frame it, leaving a little bit of the red showing, just almost like a little frame. And I used one of the low volume prints to do that. They're so important, and it brings out that those lovely silver tones. And then that meant that I'd got space on the outside and room in my composition to put some louder notes. So that's where I've used that deep red, almost sort of Jacobean embroidery, sort of red fabric into those triangles. Now, that whole table runner to piece took about 45 minutes.
Oh, fantastic.
To piece it. I had the whole, because I threw it on the long arm and set it going. So I had that done in about an hour and a half, bound as well, my machine bind. So it's a lovely quick project, but it's got lots of impact. And that's because of those panels, the squares from the panel. They add so much impact.
It's, again, only £9.99, which
It's
I think is
amazing.
brilliant. Remember, you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 of those big 9-inch squares. You said about 9-inch?
That's exactly right, exactly right.
With a white background, lovely pink, silver greys in there, lovely colours to pick out from, but also space on the panel to make your own and to embellish how you want, whether it be with threads and embroidery, or I do like the idea of a bit of hot fixing.
Those doves, where they come together, in the body, there's almost like cross-hatching in the body. I want to get tiny silver seed beads and stitch them at every intersection.
Gosh,
Can you imagine? That could be the most incredible ring bearer's pillow for a wedding.
Oh, imagine doing? Oh,
couldn't
yes.
it? And then I would just attach ribbons at the beak and then tie the rings on at the beak so that it looks like the doves are holding the wedding rings to bring them to the altar.
What an amazing idea. Oh, please, somebody do this, especially with the seed beads. Do you like doing bead embroidery,
I
Stuart?
do. I love, when I do counted cross stitch, I often pick designs that have beads in as well, because it just brings everything to life, and that surface embellishment is so much fun. You know, I live most of my life at 100 miles an hour, so just occasionally I like to put on the brakes, sit down with a cuppa, and a little podcast. I've just downloaded.
Podcast as well?
I've just downloaded the. Is it Holton and Hugh or something?
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I've just downloaded it, ready to listen to on my way home. It looks great.
Oh, yeah, get all your recommendations here. We're talking podcasts today. That is a lovely panel, isn't it? We're going to whiz through all these different fabrics as well so we can get making. So, way over half the stock is gone of the mega bundle, just so you know. All these cushions. Right, you go on with the fabrics, Hayley. You tell me where, or shall I tell you which ones? Let's go with this main big butterfly print here in red, which Stuart's used in the centre of his cushion. Now, half a metre, of course, is £7.49, but this is now your opportunity to buy as much as you want off the bolt. It's the first time I'm seeing this fabric collection, and it is absolutely gorgeous.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's called Scarlet Stitches and White Linen.
Well, I always think the butterflies almost look like that sort of lattice. It looks like lace, it does.
Yeah, they're absolutely amazing. And a quick tip for something to do with those butterflies, cut out a rough square of bundaweb bigger than the butterfly, iron it to the wrong side, and then go in. I would use really sharp embroidery scissors and precisely cut out that butterfly. You could leave off the antenna, okay? Then peel off the backing, apply that fabric to whatever. It would look great on a jeans jacket, wouldn't it?
Imagine, yeah.
Some butterflies across the shoulder, fuse them in place, machine stitch around the outside edges, and then again, get in there with your hot fix crystals, a little bit of surface embroidery, re-embroider or bead the antenna back on, and I mean, what a lovely little embellishment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in half a metre, look at how many butterflies you get.
So many.
How many denim jeans you can put on the back pocket. You could do all of your applique.
And layer them with the flowers, build up the images, use some of the images from the panel as well.
Oh, cool.
But it's called broderie purse applique.
Oh, nice.
Where you pick a particular motif for a fabric and cut out the motif and use it, rather than cutting out a flower shape from fabric.
Yeah.
You actually cut a flower out, or a butterfly, or whatever.
Oh, just £7.49 half metre. There's lots of fussy cutting opportunities here. Look at the floral ones as well. So if everybody checks out, there's 4 metres left, which sounds a lot. It's not. It's going to sell out today, I think. Right, we've got the same again in the white, which is, again, the one that Stuart's used, same print, with a white background. This is lovely. Really lovely. 112 wide. I'm thinking, because I know lots of us, well, I love white bedding. We'd have white bedding. This would be beautiful to do some lovely accent cushions.
I'm exactly the same, yeah. I made these cushions thinking of I have a white bedroom, of putting them in. I think they are so pretty. And as I say, normally I'm all about contrast and bright colours, but I couldn't resist just really enjoying and celebrating the lightness, the freshness.
That's beautiful. Just £7.49 a half metre. So this collection was designed by Colour Principle, who are one of the lead designers for Henry Glass. They are absolutely beautiful, based in New York, and they are obviously very, very good at what they do. They think about the light and shade, It's
beautiful, isn't it? The other little tip for you, or an idea, with that big butterfly you can see there.
Yeah.
So this time, put a piece of firm, fusible interfacing behind the fabric, fuse it, cut out the butterfly, and then use something like a hero marker to score down the centre, down the body line, pick up the wings, stitch it down onto something like a bag or something like that, add a few, and make a 3-dimensional butterfly.
Oh, Oh, I love all the opportunities with this one. This is going to be perfect, isn't it? Imagine that, having that three-dimensional butterfly on a bag or on a cushion.
Hats.
Yeah, hats. Perfect.
You could back them with
brooch.
fabric as well, anything like that. You could add machine stitching. If you're going to do things like machine embroidery or even hand embroidery, leave the fabric whole, do your embellishments first and then cut out the butterfly shape rather than trying to sort of fiddle with something very fine and already cut. You know.
Right. Now, the accent, lots of people getting a metre these fabrics. So the accents that you've used to sort of frame these butterflies are the lattice ones. So
Yes.
we've got it in 3 different colourways. The red one that Stuart's used on this cushion is here. It's XWUI 94. You found
Easy
it.
to overlook fabrics like this, Vix.
There's a more red one. We can do the more red one. Yeah, no problem. This is red with the white crosses through. Sorry, Stuart, what were you saying?
I was going to say it's really easy to overlook fabrics like this, and we all do it. We all focus in on the sort of the big butterfly print or the big floral, and of course they are lovely and we celebrate those. But these fabrics are so important to provide that contrast, to provide that space, those frames. And I've used these prints to frame the table runner.
Yeah.
To put around the blocks in the table runner. I've also used them to frame each of my pillows. Now, if you don't mind just grabbing the bag that's hanging up behind you, and then on this bag, which is actually a free pattern from Henry Glass, the that lattice print in the top and in the bottom in the piecing is actually really important to that design.
Yeah, I do love that. That it worked so well, doesn't it? You can put 2 bold patterns next to each other without them sort of fighting, without them.
That's right, that's right. So although we might buy a ½ metre of that and a metre of the butterfly, don't forget to get some ½ meters of those prints because they really do earn their place in your stash.
I think they work better than having a solid there.
Yeah,
It would
absolutely.
really-
They just give, well, there's a place for solids, and in that bag, that deep red band really lifts the whole thing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and we do have that red in the show, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We also got the not the how are you describing it? Red, not so red. This one with the white with the red cross through. So this is the one that Stuart's used as your frame for the cushion, and that one is beautiful as well.
And I would also recommend these fabrics if you enjoy doing red work embroidery. So if you're Mandy Shaw.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you're a Mandy Shaw fan and you love doing her red work embroideries, you need those lovely red and white fabrics to go with. These are perfect.
½ metre, just £7.49. Your scarlet stitches. Yeah, look how close to the detail of this one.
And why not get in there with embroidery floss and actually embroider those crosses as well, almost in a sort of sashiko style?
Yes. Stuart, this would make a lovely shirt as well, actually.
Yeah,
Make
it would.
a men's shirt. That would be really nice.
It's a great idea.
We also have, finally, same print, this time in your grey. This is lovely.
I love that most. I used it twice.
Yeah.
I used it in the runner and in the cushion.
Let me show you in the runner.
No, it's the claret mixer.
The mix that you've used in the bag, sorry,
in the
we'll
bag,
come to
sorry.
that. £7.49 for your white lattice. So this is the white background with the grey on top, just £7.49 ½ metre. You've used it in the runner and in
The cushion.
the cushion. Let's find it.
Oh, no,
No, you
use
didn't.
that grey.
You used
Sorry.
you used the
That's
red and
right.
you used
no,
the red
sorry.
red.
You're right. That's right. That's right. I used it in the runner.
Right, so they are your lattice designs. Let's have a look at the floral, did you call it like a Jacobean style that you used in the table runner? This is lovely.
Really gorgeous.
Very opulent, isn't it? It looks very stately home, big cushions. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And again, you could add embellishments to that so easily, embroidery, beading. It actually, when I got this collection, it made me think instantly of Tilda's first book.
Oh, okay.
Now, this was before Tilda ever did fabric. And a lot of the projects, if you've got that very first book from Tilda, you'll notice in the book she used lots of fabrics that were red and pink. And I searched high and low to try and find fabrics that were red and pink at the time, because I thought, what a gorgeous combination. And I'd never seen it before. I just had to wait until now. These fabrics feature those reds and pinks. They are beautiful. So if you've got that original Tilda book, search no more. This is perfect.
Yeah, it's not very often that you see that combo. It works really well. And it's got this sort of slaty grey, bluish sort of tone to it as well, which is lovely. Oh, thank you, Derek. She said, good morning, Jessie, Hayley, Emma, Stuart and Vix. Loving today's show. Big fan of Henry Glass fabrics. They're lovely quality to cut, to sew, to press, aren't they, as well?
Really good, really good.
It's one of those sort of design houses that you know you're getting the quality. If you're making quilts, it is going to press beautifully. I hate to mention this as well. Obviously, with the world the way that it is, we've noticed prices jumping up everywhere else, and our buying team have sent us numerous emails to say, look, we're doing everything on our power to hold these prices at $7.49, but it's inevitable, everything's going up in price. So which is it's fine. And do you know what, at $7.49, I think this is a really, really affordable fabric by the half metre for the quality that you're getting anyway. So all I'm saying is take advantage of it whilst you can. Oh, Zoe said, hi Vic and Stuart, great show. Stuart, your ideas are amazing.
Oh, thank you. That's really kind. It's really kind.
She said, I love watching Sewing Street, and especially when you're on.
Oh, that's really kind. Thank you. My mum likes it best when I'm on too. Hi, Mum.
I like it best when you're on.
Can I just say, look what I've got here. If anybody watched the earlier show, I've got the blade.
Oh, good.
I'm going to change the bit. What I did think, though, when I've got a minute, I'll just demo changing the blade, because none of us do it often enough.
No, and it is important, isn't it? Because you end up slashing your fabrics, and when you've got new, lovely Henry Glass fabric, the last thing you want to do is
sawing back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Fabric spaghetti, anyone?
Yeah.
Do you want me to do it now?
Go on, yeah, why not?
So when you come to change your blade...
So hang on, you've got your Sew Easy blades there,
yeah,
haven't you?
I've got
and
my
you're
Sew
working
Easy blade.
With a
Clover.
Can you sort of mix and match your
Yeah,
blade?
you absolutely can.
That's
Just make sure they're the same
45.
size.
Yeah.
45 mil. So all I would say, when you come to change your blade, however you're going to do it, what you want to make sure you do is that you take it apart and then lay it down in order.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Or even, dare I say, photograph,
How
as
it
it
will start it
goes.
off.
Yeah. And then just lay it out in the order that you're kind of doing it. Now, it's really, really easy to change a blade, and we should do them.
How often do
really
you change
often.
your blade? How often should you change? I've changed my question.
Okay, it is simply reacting to the conditions. So when you're going through and you're cutting and it's not cutting properly, there are two questions to ask, and that is this my mat or is this my blade?
Why would it be your mat?
Okay, so if you always cut in the same place on your mat, you'll end up with, I know we call them self-healing cutting mats, and they are, but they're not immortal. Okay, they can only heal themselves, they can only regenerate. They're like Wolverine, basically.
Yeah.
They can only regenerate for so long.
I'm going to use that.
And if you're cutting on that same spot all the time, then after a while, you will kind of be in that groove, and you won't be cutting properly anymore. So it might be your mat, but if not, it's your blade, and you just need to change it when it's like that. There we go. So it just all slots in, and that's
really
it.
quick.
That is it.
What do you do with your old blade, Stuart?
Old blade, what I tend to do is the pack that the blade comes in, I put it back in that and then dispose of it. Although there is actually a second blade in there. So what I will do in that case is I will sellotape it. You get three. You get three in there, sorry. I will sellotape it to the card, sellotape that up, and then I will dispose of that. As that is.
No, thank you ever so much for that, because like you said, we don't do it often enough, do we?
Do you want the weirdest bit of random fact about rotary cutting
Go
blades?
on.
Let me just tell you this. Can you see a real close-up of that blade? Have you noticed at home on your rotary cutter blade there are numbers all the way around the blade?
Yes, I have actually, yeah.
Yeah? Can you just see them there, right? That's because when the concept of rotary cutting was originally invented, okay, it was the intention that the blade wouldn't go round. Okay, even though it was a wheel, the blade would be still. And you would cut along like that, and then after a while number 1 would be blunt, so you would turn the blade to number 2,
so why do they
and then carry on cutting it, because the tooling to make the blade had got the numbers etched into it, so they still used that original mould, okay, because it still did the job. It cut the blades out, and then it just kind of stuck. So that's why the numbers are on your blade.
Oh, how crazy is that? How ridiculous. But no, I have always noticed it. I've never asked the question of why they're there.
Never wanted to know.
No, never wanted to know. Oh, Amanda, yeah, we do need to. And I think Hayley will probably have something to do with it. Are you a Villa fan, Hayley? She says she went to the Villa match last night. Oh, I heard it was on. So Ronaldo was obviously playing because it was...
No.
Oh, well... Okay, he wasn't playing. Oh, so who does Ronaldo play for now? Man U. So it was Aston Villa, Man U. So they don't announce the lineup now until just before the match. Hayley's son Joseph is a massive Ronaldo fan, and he didn't play. Sat with all the Villa fans, and you're not a Villa fan. They're Albion fans, but they sat with the Villa fans pretending to be Villa fans just in case it was Ronaldo. Oh, no. Well, the reason I say it is because Amanda said, loving these fabrics, Vixen Stuart. One day I want to make myself something in claret and blue, like my footy team. She's then put up the Villa.
Yes. Do you know, when my friend, his son David, Kate Mark, when their son David was christened, their little girl Beth was probably about 18 months old. And literally at that quietest point in the christening, Dad got little baby Beth to shout out, "Up the Villa!"
Oh, no!
And it just echoed around this massive, I think it was at the, what's it called? On the Hagley Road.
Right, well, I was going to say, it sounded like they were in Birmingham.
Church. Anyway, it was, somewhere really big, and it just echoed around, "Up the Villa!"
Oh, that was a great Birmingham accent, by the way.
Oh, you're welcome. I lived here for long enough.
Offended.
Oh, I'm an adopted Brummie. I lived here for 15 years.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Right, we're just having a nice chat here. Is there any other fabrics that I haven't shown you yet? We haven't done the lovely, I love these vines as well, these vine prints. Now, would you call these a quieter one or a light? Oh, we haven't done the white Jacobean. I've got that here. Now, this is the one that you used. Did you use this one in the...
No, I didn't use that one.
No.
I don't know if I used it on the back of the white cushion, maybe.
That's beautiful, isn't it? Again, I am thinking, it's not very often that your backgrounds are white, and sometimes I find it quite harsh. And I would say, oh, go with something that's like a cream or an ivory. Whereas actually...
White.
It has to be white.
Yes,
it works, doesn't
yeah,
it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's lovely. It's really crisp. It's sort of bridal looking almost, isn't it? Mm. Yeah. And also, if you want to make something for Valentine's, this is perfect as well.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That is lovely. £7.49.5 metre. You can make it very white with a hint of red, or you can make it obviously very red with a hint of white. But I love this one, especially like we said, with white crisp bedding, maybe nice bolster cushions or smaller cushions or accessories. This would be a really beautiful robe you could make.
You could. I think, Vix, that would be a lovely kimono dressing gown. I think I might have used this on the back of the cushion, actually, the back of the white cushion.
This is the one that you're working with at the moment.
I'm working with it at the moment. I'm just going to do a little bit of something with one of the panels. Did I use it on the back?
No, you used the grey floral, which we're coming to in a moment.
I definitely used it somewhere.
Did you use it as your binding? I think you used it as your binding for your table runner.
I did, yeah. All this rotary cutter's a bit better now.
Oh, doesn't it make a difference
though? Massive.
It's like Hayley with her pins. She said you can struggle through using old pins that aren't sharp, but then as soon as you replace them, you think, oh my word, what a difference it makes.
I know, it really is like a hot knife through butter now.
Right, we can do that one that you've backed the cushion in, which is the grey. Now this is really different. This is different to any of the others. It doesn't have any red in it.
No.
This would look nice in your living room. Hayley, are you doing your grey decor? Look at this. This would be perfect for anybody's. You're all pink. This is lovely, isn't it?
Well, funnily enough, Vix, that is a repeated print somewhere else, but it looks so different you'd never spot it. The last red, it's almost like a bandana print.
Nice.
Yeah, and then there's a full red one as well on the left-hand side, yeah.
How different does that look?
So I used those for the borders of my cushions. I used the red one on the red cushion.
Oh yes, nice. So there's the grey with the red. This is the solid grey, and then on the other cushion we've got the red. So we've also got we'll go for the white with the hints of red in there. These are really beautiful.
They're
fabrics.
lovely, aren't they?
This would be a nice one again. When we're talking about fussy cutting, these are great sizes to cover buttons, actually.
Oh, that's a fantastic idea, Vix. I'd never even thought of that. You're right. You're right. It would make beautiful buttons.
You know, I always say our Bex Reed, she always inspires me because she'll come in, no offence, Bex, in like, you know, just a plain simple cardi, that she's then absolutely dressed up to the nines because she's covered the buttons, she's changed the placket, she's put a frill around the edge with quilting cotton, and it honestly transforms her very basic cardi.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I think that's a lovely idea, and there's so many ways that you could cover buttons with those. Beautiful.
£7.49, a half metre, and then finally the red, which I'll get the cushion down as well to show you how Stuart's used it in the cushion. You've had lots of fun with your new long arm quilting.
Oh, it's
machine,
wonderful.
haven't you?
Yeah, and because it's so fast, you know, I can pop something on, and before I know it, it's all quilted and done.
Used with for the border on the cushion. They all complement each other, don't they?
Yeah, they do absolutely beautifully. I mean, the thing is, you may have a project in mind for these. A red and white quilt would look beautiful. Something like a feathered star or sawtooth star, something really traditional would look great. Still bold and beautiful. You might just think, you know what, I love those fabrics. You will use these. You'll wish you'd bought more. However much you buy, you'll wish you'd got a little bit more.
I don't know about you, but it has a bit, for me, of a Japanese influence. You know, you talked about sashiko. If you were to if you were to do a sashiko block in the centre and then have this as a border or a bag, it'd look really lovely.
I think
really
that's a great idea. I think that's a great idea.
£7.49. Right, lots of these prints are now very, very limited. Obviously, they've been on pre-order. We've now got less than 20 metres, which we, bearing in mind this is relatively new, this is a new collection into us. It's very limited. The vines are prints that we've not looked at. These are really pretty. Would you call this a loud or a quiet print, Stuart?
Well, again, I would call that low volume.
Low volume.
Because both of them, but they have that sort of, you know, medium scale print, which is so important in our quilting. So great within our pieced blocks, great within our, you know, that second or fourth border, maybe not the big wide border, but further out. Yeah, absolutely perfect for that.
Going back to your rotary cutter, we just had a question on Facebook from Fiona.
Sure.
How exactly do you dispose of your rotary blades? Tend to gather mine and needles into an empty tic-tac box. And she says, I'm never sure of how to dispose of rotary blades. Can they be recycled? Can metal be recycled?
Yeah, I think you could put those in with your like cans and things like that. I just like to be really safe with anything like that by putting it in cardboard or in a container, as the person who's messaged in said.
Yeah, if you go to your local recycling centre as well, they have specific
fantastic
place for them as well.
For blades.
Yeah, just £7.49 for your vines in red, and then we also have white with the red vines. And then that's the whole collection. Those of you that have seen it and want the whole shebang, of course you can get the whole mega bundle with the panel as well. And then we'll find out what Stuart's been up to. He's been
just
cutting,
doing
stitching.
a little bit of stitching while I'm here.
£7.49. Mega bundle. So you're getting all of your low volume. You're getting, I love this musical connection.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I think of various different ways of looking at putting something together and thinking about music Or fragrances, for example, where fragrances have a top note, a middle note and a base note.
Right.
And you know, the top note is the thing you smell first. So in your quilt, you have the top note, which is what you see first. And that might be that big splashy print.
Yeah.
And then you have your mid-tones.
I'm guessing you're on about like your wine tasting or something.
Any of these things, you know, it's all about, for a really fulfilling experience, okay, there should be multiple levels of experience. You know, this is why, for me, I don't make quilts where every block is the same in the same fabrics, because for my money, once you've seen one block, you've seen the quilt.
Yeah.
Why make another 48 blocks?
All the same.
Because once I've seen one block, I've seen the whole quilt. But if there are multiple layers,
Yeah.
and so in a quilt, it's things like the piecing, the fabrics, the quilting, the embellishments. These are all the different layers. These are the quilts that you go up to and you look at, and you don't just look at once. You say, hang on a minute, look at that, look at that. I think of it like food,
Yeah.
layers of flavour.
Yeah, it is really important. You don't think of it like that, do you? The whole collection, £92, 32 pence. You are getting half a metre for free there. Right, I don't think we've got enough for everybody. If you've got it in your basket, we are oversubscribed. I hate to rush or to pressure you, but please do check out on this one as soon as you can. Don't wait for the end of the hour. You've seen all the fabrics now. If you've got any more questions about how to use it, then do get in touch with us. You're working with the panel, the doves in the centre there, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, because having talked about, you know, sort of how lovely they were, I thought, gosh, I really ought to do something lovely with them. So what I've done, this is super simple. This could be for a bag or for a cushion or something else. I cut the panel out, and what I did was, or the image out of the panel, and what I did was, when I was cutting that out, I simply lined my ruler up and I cut out with a 1/2 inch seam allowance. So as I was cutting, I lined that main line up with the edge of the motif, 1/2 inch overhang, and cut. And I just made sure as I was cutting round the block, I was cutting nice and square.
Right.
So as I cut the next one, I'm lining up a line on my ruler with that edge I've already cut.
Yep.
Now, obviously, when you print a square onto fabric, fabric moves, the printing doesn't. You know, you do need to be really careful when you're cutting out. You might find that you need to be a little fudgy as you're cutting out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Just be a little generous maybe on one side, or just be prepared, excuse me, just to tilt the ruler very slightly. But if you cut it out with a nice even 1/2 inch, and then when you sew on your borders with a 1/4 inch, you'll end up with this lovely little 1/4 inch lip all the way round. So what I'm going to do to finish this off is just cut a little bit more fabric, and I'll piece the last side. So this again is that beautiful sort of Jacobean style fabric, which is stunning, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
And I'm just going to cut out a 2.5 inch strip.
I like that it's got the greys. It almost gives it a three-dimensional feel to it. It looks like the shadows, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It's beautiful. And having the grey in the fabric, just, yeah, it's just very, very classy. Now, normally I'd cut to measurements, but here I'm actually cutting to the width of my fabric, just still making sure that everything's nice and square and true. Okay, last side. There we go. And I'll just add that on. So as always, you know, pin it and then sew it. It was just really simple stuff, this.
Stuart, are you hoping to do some of the shows this year? Are you doing any?
Yeah.
Are you doing any workshops and classes again?
Well, I'm going to be at the next one I'll be at is the trade show Stitches, which I'm really looking forward to, which is in February, and then I'll certainly be at Festival of Quilts again, which will be great fun.
Well,
I had so much
all of
fun.
us are going to get to go there this year, because I loved it last year. It was absolutely brilliant, and I'm hoping there'll be more of us that are able to go. So I know John Scott's going to be be there, isn't he? Delphine's going to be there. Stuart. I'll be milling around doing my shopping.
Absolutely. Well, I have my own stand there, so you must come and see me, come and hang out.
Of course, you were there this year, weren't you?
Yeah, it's where all the cool kids hung out.
Yeah.
It really was. And we had so much fun. And I always host now the award ceremony, which is a great honour. And it's amazing because I'm surrounded by quilters far better than I, who are absolutely amazing. But it's wonderful just to all get together and celebrate.
They've got a good gin bar there, haven't they, as well? Like a fizz bar.
They do. And I
That's
believe...
where I found Delphine.
Well, that's actually where, when I'm at Stitches, the trade show, the stand that I'll be there with Stylecraft, and we are right next to the gym bar.
Oh, good. That's
dangerous.
That's where you'll find Stuart.
And I've been told that I have my own area on their stand, and I have bar stools and a bar. And I was like, okay, so that means that a bar stool and bar, that means like drinks, surely.
We've had a lovely picture come through from Evelyn. Evelyn, thank you ever so much for your picture. Look at this cushion I made
magnificent.
with red, white and grey. Christmas fabric, but would look great in the Henry glass that's currently on.
We haven't mentioned Christmas because it's January, of course, but Evelyn, you're absolutely right. These fabrics are perfect for a sort of Nordic, Scandi Christmas as well. Just wanted to show you this. I've done nothing clever with this panel at all. I've cut it out and I've sewn 2.5-inch strips around it, but I'm happy with that.
Good tips this morning from Stuart, says Helen. Oh, honestly, I love shows like this when, you know, we've got fabric collections and it's all well and good me saying, yeah, you could make a cushion, you could make a bag, but actually getting the tips from Stuart and having, you know, seeing them in action is brilliant, isn't it?
And also I recognise that lots of you who are watching aren't massively experienced sewers, and when I say, oh, just box the bottom, you know, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, gosh, when I started sewing, you know, I didn't know that there was even such a thing as a 1/4 inch seam allowance. I thought, oh, it doesn't matter, does it? Just, you know, I mean, I cut my templates out of cereal box. I used a biro to mark the fabric and then cut them out with a pair of kitchen scissors.
Oh,
that's how I made my first quilt.
I couldn't believe the obsession with scissors that everybody had. I was like, what is it with people being so possessive over their scissors? Get it now. Get it now. It was like a foreign language when I first started, and we understand you're in the same boat. So if you are brand new to us and we say anything that you don't quite understand, message in. Right, can we do the Timmerholtz? Because this launched with you literally a couple of weeks ago, Stuart. This is really new and it's last of stock now. But the bag that that Stuart made from this, it is absolutely gorgeous. It looks like croc, doesn't it? It looks like it's a leather or a PU. It's not. It's a quilting cotton.
You expect to touch it and feel texture, don't you? And that's exactly right. It's called Worn Croc and it's Tim Holt's latest fabric from his Eclectic Elements. I absolutely loved this. I fell in love with it. I used 2 colours here. I used the Hickory, which is the dark brown.
Yeah, this one.
And then I used, I want to say honey, but it's not.
Hickory is this one, and then you used COUI60 is the item code. So those were the 2. But look at this. It's such a beautiful... Oh, well, actually, no. I was going to say I wondered whether it was a mega bundle, but these are individual. Look at that.
I know.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Hickory is on your screen. The other one that Stuart's used is
Imagine making
COUI60.
like a shacket.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, or a shirt in that, or a skirt. I mean, lovely.
Perfect for bag making. Now, some of these we don't have individually, I don't think. COUI60. We don't have it individually. The one that, it's only in the mega bundle, the one that Stuart's used on the main body of the bag.
It was so easy to use because it is quilt weight cotton. So if you've ever wanted the look of...
It looks almost like suede, doesn't it?
It's amazing. It's so cool. Looks expensive, looks classy.
Look expensive.
I mean, it's elevated a simple zippy pouch into something that looks really special. And all I did actually with the normal zippy pouch, on the... I did sort of 2 pieces of fabric sewn together, so there was a bit of a contrast at the bottom. They're only boxed corners, as always. Not as always, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And then on the back, what I did was I actually pieced, there were 3 fabrics. So there's a base, a middle, and then there's just a narrow band at the top. That allowed me to insert a flap into that seam.
Really
the
clever.
flap is literally just 2 long rectangles with the bottom edge curved with a teacup or something like that, a Sewing Street teacup. Can't use anything else. It has to be a sewing. And then what I did was, you know how we make things like ties? Well, so wide piece of fabric folded into the centre, pressed and folded again. I did that, and then I just basted that across the front, and this is on Bosal, and that just means then that the flap can tuck under there. Now you could put that on all sorts of bags.
Yeah, but you don't need any fastenings, no magnetic
metalware
snaps,
required at all. Yeah, and then obviously just put in a zip at the top as well. Because we've all made a zippy bag, haven't we? Most of us made a zippy bag. So that's just a way of taking it a little further.
The hickory was the darker brown. The main body of the bag was actually made from this one, which is only available in the mega bundle. It's sold out individually. Now there's only 7 mega bundles. I'm thinking of other things, like you said, that you can make accessories. These are going to be really lovely. They just look so expensive. Wallets, purses.
Yeah,
with half-metre pieces, it's going to be doable as well.
Yeah, things like a wallet, you probably need 2 fat quarters outside lining and have some little, credit card pockets, things like that. Isn't that delicious?
Oh, they're so fun. I love them.
Now that would work so well with the red coordinate fabric that we've got.
Yes, yeah. We've got some
Beautifully.
coordinating fabrics to show you. This green, I love the teal, peacock, sort of bluey green.
That's Bayou, isn't it? Is that Bayou? No, that's not Bayou, that's the other green.
That's gorgeous.
Everglade.
Everglade. Oh, Fiona's gone back to the red and white quickly. She said, what about bunting for the Queen celebration?
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Perfect. If you're still getting the Henry Glass, the first collection that we offer, go for it. This is now Tim Holtz. I love Tim Holtz fabric. I think it's very distinctive, isn't it?
Yeah, completely. I mean, these fabrics would work beautifully if you've bought things like Tim Holtz monochrome and you want to add in a bit of colour, they would work really well. If you've used things like Abandoned, his fabulous, and Abandoned 2 from Tim Holtz, both of which we've had on air, these worn croc fabrics would work brilliantly with those. But also just, dressmaking to give the look of a PU.
Yeah. But if you're worried about
skin.
working with PU, which lots of us are, if I always hear, if you've got a Teflon foot, or if you're doing this and you think, I don't know if I've got these fancy feet, this is brilliant to give you the look, but still working with a quilting cotton.
Exactly. No texture to it. It's smooth. It's just like every other quilt weight cotton. But and it is amazing. It takes my breath away. The shading, the detail in there that can create something that looks so real on a quilt weight cotton.
Fabulous.
It's genius.
Really genius. £7.69 if you wanted the Everglades. Now, the whole collection is limited. I know that we can't spend long on these because there's not enough to go around. At the moment, there are literally just a handful left of this colourway. I love the blue. That's gorgeous. Blue's not available individually. We've got the green. Yay! We could do the green individually.
That's not green, that's Bayou.
Oh, Bayou.
Bayou.
Sorry. What does Bayou mean?
A bayou is like a river or creek, isn't it? A bayou.
Imagine doing toy making with this, a crocodile.
That would be awesome. You know the song, "Son of a Gun, we'll have some fun on the bayou." You know the song?
No, I don't. But it was a lovely tune, though. We really enjoyed that.
You're welcome.
I see. Okay, it makes sense. What about the Delphine's applique projects?
Gorgeous.
How good would this be for your animal prints? Oh,
Yeah.
Brilliant. Good morning, everybody. I'm smiling here. I sewed for years for my five kids, old sewing machine, cheap thread, scissors, and measuring tape. Mary.
Bless your heart. Yeah, we do it. Of course we do.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Find what
in
you've
the
got.
dark ages, we didn't have all this lovely stuff. I mean, you wonder, don't you, how anybody ever made a quilt?
Yeah,
Really, when you
absolutely.
look at the sort of equipment and the lighting that people were using as well, candlelight. I read a story once about 3 sisters in America who used to get up every day at 4 a.m. They were, pioneer women. Used to get up every morning at 4 a.m. so that they could get in some sewing when the light was gorgeous and they sort of fitted it in with what I do now, more or less.
Do you know Buster's dad?
Derek.
Derek,
Yeah.
you do know Derek
remember
because
Derek,
Derek
yeah.
just said Stuart will know me as Buster's dad from yesterday's show. So
Yeah.
Derek, he just put, I can so relate to Stuart as a beginner. Everything I learnt was from Debbie Shaw on Shopping Telly. At least I knew what I needed a pattern, but similarly, I knew nothing about seam allowances or S's, etc. I still managed to successfully make a 70s flapper dress for my school production of Thoroughly Modern Millie.
I
Everything
love that
today.
musical.
Me too.
That's where the phrase raspberries comes from.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Carol Channing in an aeroplane. She just decides to live life to the full, and if she doesn't know what else to say, she'll just say raspberries. It's just.
And you told me
try
you
it.
weren't
Try
a thespian. You told me
I'm
you're
not that
into
into musicals, but I
whatever.
love. Yeah, whatever.
Everything to do, tap dance. Two more colourways to show you. I believe that this one is called Murky. Don't like the name of this
Yes,
one.
yes, murky. Murky.
It's actually really warm. It's like, I would say this is tan.
Yeah, honey.
Honey. £7.
That was almost a.
69.
Honey, honey.
Oh yeah, I've got a bit of a growl,
Oh, I love
a bit of a husky voice.
Honey bear.
Derek, the song is Jambalaya, recorded by the Carpenters.
Thank you. That's it. Yeah, the Carpenters, Karen Carpenter.
Oh, how did I not know
there you
that?
go.
Final one is called Nightfall. Oh, actually, no, we found another one that we can do the blue. We can do the blue. Oh, good. This is Nightfall. Oh,
I know.
that's absolutely gorgeous. Every single colour just brings something different.
It does, and I still can't decide whether that's charcoal black or whether it's a super like brown bear brown. Do you know what I mean? Or
yeah.
black brown.
Yeah, I do love that.
But I love it.
Yes, you could do. I'm thinking toy making now. I am.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is perfect. Right, there's less than 5 metres. So if you want to buy multiple units, now's your chance to be quick. I think this could be the last time that you see the worn croc. This is the final one. No, I haven't got it. Hang on, we're going to have a look and see. I just want to make sure that we have shown you everything we've got by the half metre. The mega bundle is available, and it is the only way of getting a lot of these now. The picture might be very wrong. The code, I can tell you, is PYUI. Yeah, it is the right one. It's just don't go by the picture on the website because it's not correct. It's like a real electric blue, this
Yeah,
is.
cobalty. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Gosh, I love that.
I remember when everyone had mascara that colour.
I had mascara that colour that went, it was my Barbie's hair. I stole it off my mum and painted all
Do
my
you
Barbie's hair in
remember?
this colour.
Everyone had blue eyelashes,
Yeah, we need to
electric
bring
blue.
that back. This one would be really lovely for dressmaking, actually. It's going to sell out.
Agreed.
It's going to be absolutely gorgeous.
But I
that
love your
electric blue.
idea about purses, metal frame bags and wallets.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Brilliant. Okay, let's go. Do you have a man cave, Stuart?
Well, I call it my studio, I guess, you know. Yeah, not really. Not really.
You into
I know-
DIY?
I know it's going to come as a massive surprise to everyone, but not really.
Are you good at DIY?
Oh, no,
Charlie?
I'm absolutely useless. When people say, is there nothing you can't do? I say, absolutely, it's DIY. No, Charlie, dear heart can't do DIY either.
Oh, I really want to.
And he's better at it than me.
Okay.
He's better at it than me, but I think possibly if we get tooled up in my tools, my rules.
Then you'll look, you'll look like you
aprons,
are.
I think would probably be better.
So the aprons that Stuart's made here are made from panels.
Yeah.
These are great, aren't they? Whether you do the one for obviously just round your waist.
Yep.
Or you want to do the full body one. I mean,
Well, the
they're
other
brilliant.
one I really designed, the full body one, I designed for maybe like a 9-10-year-old, something like that. Sort of, you know, or a little older if you want to get them in the workshop.
Yeah.
You know, granddad's helper, grandma's helper.
Yeah.
In the tool shed, get them an apron.
Does Joseph, you've got a 10-year-old, haven't you, Hayley? How was? Oh, she
He needs
doesn't
an
know.
apron.
Need to get him into working with tools. I mean,
It
look
was
at all
like
these.
it was like a secret weapon when I ran a nursery for a bit. It was like a secret weapon. You put children in an apron and suddenly it's a proper job and they'll do it.
Absolutely. These are so cool. Look, it says man cave, my rules, my tools. I love it. So you've got 2 panels. This is the one, well, you used both of them really, didn't you?
Yeah, so I used that one for pockets and also for the top of the apron.
Right.
And then I used coordinating fabric for the bottom half of that waist apron.
Great. Well, you can use, again, you could do storage boxes, I'm thinking.
I was going to do one of those actually, yeah, exactly that. Like there's caddy, this caddy, in fact, from Bags for Life. Okay, so inside you've got these little, what you could do is scale those up.
Perfect.
And use those on each side.
Yeah, that would
exactly
be great,
that.
wouldn't it? Because
Exactly
we always
that.
have lots of nuts and bolts and things, you know, all of the terminology, all of the different things that you have, line loose screws and things. This is going to be perfect for storage boxes. Now, we absolutely should be at $9.99. I have no idea why, but today, this collection, because we're late on time, you are going to get a discount. We need everybody checking out now, so we're going lower. £9.99 is already amazing. Hayley said, you're not going to be ready for this. She's honestly being very, very generous this morning. It's not very often that we get Hayley in the hot seat, and you're benefiting today. Watch this. What? £5.99? Just $5.99. Remember, it comes as you see here. It is a panel. It's not cut off a bolt. It is as you see here. It's 60 centimetres in length. If you bought 3, they would be connected. Oh, okay. They'll all be connected. So you could do a really cool quilt, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think it would be really. Do you know what? When I looked at it, I thought, oh, it's not really me. But I've got to say, I really enjoyed using it. I had great fun. I had the most fun out of all of the collections that I've worked with for today's shows. I had the most fun with this one. Can I just show you really quickly what I did for the pockets?
Perfect, yes, please.
This worked well. What I did was on the panel, they're actually come in like 2 by 2, and I didn't cut them apart. Can you see?
Yeah.
This is the black line around them. This is the kind of corrugated metal in between. So what I did was I cut that out. I backed it with the grey fabric. We've got this on the show. And I made this 1 inch wider. Okay, sewed them together along the top and then flipped it back to give this faux binding along the top. Folded in the sides and pressed them. Folded in the base and pressed them. And then what I did was I picked up this edge and folded it into the centre.
Oh, that's
picked
so
up this
clever.
edge and folded it in, and then I just basted across top and bottom to hold it. And then I made the base apron. I used, this is a coordinating fabric, this one here.
I can show you.
Okay, this comes from the panel as well. Now I interfaced this section so it was a bit firmer for round the waist, and then I joined it to the background. I backed the whole thing in nuts and bolts, as you do, and I inserted some straps in there as well at the same time. And then once that was all done, I pinned the pocket to the front and then just sewed around the sides, and then I also sewed down the middle. So what you end up with is like this expanding pocket.
Brilliant.
So you can get more
Tape
tools.
measure, that's it.
Just going to put it
I
on now.
Because I need to get this for Kieran. This is so good.
Can you imagine that?
Hayley's pinching it as well.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. £5.99. I love your modelling. Ready to do some DIY.
Do you know what? If you've got a shelf, all right, darling, if you've got a shelf you need putting up, I'm your man.
There you go.
Can you make me a cup of tea? White with 4 sugars. Thank you very much.
Just £5.99.
I need to take this off.
It suits you.
No, it's doing strange things to me and I don't like it.
I know, we've all got lots of different people that this is going to be perfect for. £5.99, big discount. Right, now no pressure, Hayley. But you've discounted that panel. Oh, we'll do this in a second. These are the coordinating fabric. We're going to do it again. Are you ready? I even love the background. It looks like that, I can't,
Like the
what's it called?
corrugated
Like,
flooring. You get flooring like that,
Yeah,
don't
you
you? And
do.
steps in factories.
yes, you do. I don't know all about flooring. I don't know about aluminium steps. No, I do know about self-leveling compounds and all
Do
that
you?
stuff. Yeah, I
That's
do.
good.
I tell you what, who is good at DIY? Emma. Emma is a mechanic. She's amazing. This is right up her street. We need to get her on explaining what all these tools are. But look, so you get a whole panel, £9.99. What's that? Oh no, it's not Neil on today. It's Stuart Hillard, everybody.
That's because I looked so butch, done up in the apron and the checked shirt. That's what it is. If you've got any logs you want chopping, I'm your man.
You've got all of the tools here. Message from lovely Kaylee. Hi guys. Great singing and dancing. Stuart, you look gorgeous in glasses.
Oh, thanks, Kaylee.
Do you know
That's very
what?
sweet.
That's so sweet because I knew there was something different, and it's you wear your glasses out of there. You don't normally put on.
No,
do
I don't.
you?
It's Sunday specs.
Have you got your contacts? No, you haven't got your contacts.
No, absolutely. No, yeah, I thought, why not?
Yeah. Suits you. What a joyful programme. You're teaching me and entertaining me while I'm ironing on a great, miserable day. Bless you all. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. I'm having a lovely
Thanks,
time as well. What a
Elizabeth.
great Sunday morning. Morning, Vic and Stuart. Very late to the party today. Gorgeous fabrics this morning. Love Stuart's trousers. Wish more men wore more colour.
Agreed.
Love a mustard trouser,
I do too. I love a mustard trouser.
This is going even lower, by the way. Even lower. Me and $5.99 today. Just $5.99 today. Kieran's one for a mustard trouser actually as well.
Yeah.
He is.
This
is
and
lovely.
I've got custard yellow as well. Love them. This was so easy to use. I did the child's apron out of this. And let me just show you very, very quickly what I did to make the apron, okay? There's panels, top and bottom. So you've got these. This is where you keep all your screws, isn't it? And things like that. And then there's this one as well. I've seen these in films. I cut one of them. I cut one of those out to make the pocket that's across. See, that's perfect on you. You look adorable.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my goodness! All I want to do is plait your hair and set you to work. So I made the pocket, and then the actual apron itself. Look, I just used this centre part, and I cut it out with a 1/2 inch seam allowance on all sides, and then I just turned those in, and well, I overlocked the edges first, and then turned them in and stitched all the way around. At the top, what I did was I folded this in half. Imagine this was cut out. Folded this in half, and then I just measured 4 inches in here, 8 inches in here, and then I used a dressmaker's curve. You could eyeball it just to join them up, and then I cut through that, okay, and then again overlocked the edge, turned it under, and top stitched. I added a strap for around the neck, and I just added a little D-ring at the neck so it's adjustable, ties around the waist. It's easy. Took about 20 minutes. Took about 20 minutes.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Sorry about the time, by the way. We're on our own on the last hour, so don't worry. Emma will get her full hour demonstration. What we're going to do is we want to show you these complementary fabrics because they're going to also be discounted, which is absolutely brilliant for designer fabric. So your 2 panels are flying out. The coordinating fabric that Stuart used on the lovely apron, the waist apron, this one, is $7.49 normally. Today it's $4.99 1/2 metre. Emma's excited. She's going, wow. I even love, look, the salvage. The colours are all hammers.
They're all, yeah. But you could make a tool roll with zip pockets inside. Use vinyl, zip pockets, roll it up.
Absolutely.
It would even be really fun to use that and make a makeup bag out of it.
Yeah.
Tools of the trade.
That is actually really funny. Yeah, love that.
With
How do you put your makeup on? With a shovel?
A trowel.
with a trowel.
Just
I
talking about
always
me
joke
now.
that
That's
I've got
just nasty now.
I always joke that I have to, boot up my. Well, John Scott always says I have to boot up my cement mixer before I come on air for my makeup. This one is your nail and screw. Your nail and screw fabric. Not $7.49 today. Not $7.49. Oh, Alison's saying I've got a couple of trees that need to come to come down, Stuart.
I'm your man.
When you're free.
Make us a cup of tea, love. White and 5 sugars. They're going up.
Husband wears colourful shorts, especially when over in Florida, Sunshine State. It said Fiona, oh yeah, we like colourful shorts.
Yeah, we love
Elliot always wears shorts, doesn't he?
He does. When he comes in trousers, it's like, Oh, that's a very bad sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a storm a-coming.
$4.99 for your screws and nails with the aluminium flooring background.
Good. Oh,
There we
your husband
go.
will be proud.
I've got screws and bolts and nuts and all sorts on the next one. This is what's up.
But I
Bolts,
love
yeah.
that fabric.
It's great,
I
isn't
think
it?
that is so cool. So cool. I love it. And honestly, when I got the fabrics first of all, I thought, oh no, I'm not sure. But honestly, as I started using them, I thought, this is really good fun.
I mean, what an hour.
actually.
We've had Thoroughly Modern Millie through to our nuts and bolts. And
Yeah. If I had an hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. I don't know why I suddenly channeled Dot Cotton there.
I know. Who
Oh,
was that?
sorry, love. Sorry.
$4.99. I'm sorry, I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened today. There's something in the
I love
tin.
that it's called Small Parts. How cute is that? It's
We've also got,
gorgeous.
are these called,
Pegboard.
oh, we've got the pegboard. Right, this is a spot. This is a polka dot.
Yeah, absolutely. You could use that as a neutral in all sorts of quilts, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
And I actually thought how much fun it would be to use that and the red nuts and bolts to make a traditional quilt block called a monkey wrench. There is a traditional quilt block called a monkey wrench,
Cool.
which I do know is a real tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Emma Bradford
Because
is
Emma
confirming it.
is nodding vigorously.
Drop the price again, it's just £4.99. This obviously is on the background of the panel as well, the pegboard on the back of the panel, so it complements in perfectly. Today, £4.99. Stock up, stock up, stock up. If you're thinking of gifts for, it's always, you know, we think of lots of lovely things that we can make for ourselves, but maybe you are making something for a gent in your life. Or, I mean, I'm being very sexist here. It could be, obviously, ladies who are amazing at DIY as well, like our Emma. We're going to talk to her about her DIY because she's amazing. She
Yes,
is
the
amazing.
only thing I don't like about the range, I'm just going to say it, is the name Man Cave, because of course anybody can do these things, but you know, we'll forgive them that because it's a fabulous collection.
$7.49. This is called your tossed nuts fabric.
That is gorgeous.
$7.49.
That is gorgeous.
Yeah, it's actually called that on the screen. £7 for now $4.99. Well done, everybody. Stuart's on form today. He must be travelling home soon.
I have
He
got.
knows his home time.
Can I just tell you, I've already got my Bill's night all arranged with Charlie. We do Bill's night. We don't do.
Oh, that sounds fun.
It's like date night, but with Bill Granger, our favourite Australian cook, brings out loads of lovely cookbooks, and then we have Bill's night where we cook. One of us takes turns to cook a 3-course meal from Bill.
Oh, I thought you meant like you sort your bills, you pay your bills.
Oh no, nothing as mundane as that. No.
Oh.
So yeah, I've
Got
got a
Bill's
romantic
night.
3-course meal.
Oh, love it, love it, love it. The complimentary bundle you used, and you said actually this is perfect.
Awesome. Yeah, I used the charcoal grey for the binding and ties on the waist apron. The deep red we actually used in the bag, the scarlet stitches and white linen bag. Perfect. But it also goes really well with Man Cave. The bright blue would work well.
Yeah, all
as
perfect.
well. That deep red would also work really, really well with the worn croc from Tim Holtz.
Nice.
If you've got that, I would get a ½ metre of that as well.
Yeah.
The red one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because that would work so well with the red.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. £25.95. Alison Marion said the tall panel would be great to make it into a match-up game if you bought 2.
Oh, what a cool idea.
That's a really good idea.
I did look at that panel and thought you could cut out the individual tools, back them, pad them, and have like soft tools. You know, that's probably what I could handle.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good idea for children as well, little toys.
Little toolbox.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right, it's been an absolute hoot today. Thank you ever so much, Stuart.
Thank you very much.
When are you back on air with us?
Well, I've got next week off, and then I'm back, I think, around the 24th or 25th. It's from the Wednesday.
Are you doing anything nice?
I'm going to be doing quite a lot of sewing. I've got a fabulous new moda range to play with called Nocturnal from Gingerbread. Can't wait. And a few other gorgeous things to do. But I shall also be having a little night away with Charlie.
Oh,
and spending time with the goats?
I don't know who's going to be here because I'm in Tenerife as of Thursday. So I think it's John. You stuck with John all week, and we'll see you at the end of the month. Thank you ever so much.
Pleasure, my darling.
Emma Bradford's coming up. The amazing Paw Prints quilt, beautiful layer cakes included as well. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Welcome back. Sorry that we're late into this hour. Don't worry, we'll get the whole hour. We're only on our own in the last hour. And yeah, we've still got some great deals coming up at 12 o'clock. So do make sure you stay with us through lunchtime. Now, Paw Prints quilt. How beautiful is this design? And when I saw it in the bright colours, oh, instantly, I thought this collection is perfect. I've seen that Riley Blake layer cake before, and I've never seen it in a project, and my word, it comes to life in this quilt, doesn't it? So we'll start with this bundle, and it comes with your full Riley Blake rainbow fruit charm 10-inch squares. You do have loads in there, and I'll talk to Emma and see about how much you actually use and if you have any left over. You've got little sushi rolls in here. You've got all of your fruit. You've got ice lolls. You've got this really cool sort of retro. This just looks so 90s, doesn't it? I love it. Your rainbow stripe, your little candy, hundreds and thousands. It's absolutely gorgeous. Look, even like your coffees and your iced lattes. I love it. So not only have you got 42 charm squares from Riley Blake, you also have your Luorth pattern. Love Luorth designs, always very, very popular. And you're getting, excuse me, a sneeze, you get 3 meters of your white fabric, because obviously a lot of your background, you need your solid, and it complements, it really means that your bright colour stands out so much. Lots of room for quilting. If you love quilting, this is a really good one to be able to try out different ways of quilting it. What I love about Luorth patterns is that you don't necessarily need to commit to doing the 80-inch square. If you want, you could do the 46-inch square or the 64, and it gives you not only how much fabric you're going to need for it, it also gives you all of the cutting instructions for each size. So it will tell you obviously which size you want to do. It will then tell you your layout diagram and your cutting instructions for each of those. Sorry, it's not white, is it? It's an ivory. And then you can play around with colouring as well. If you do want to photocopy this, you could play around and you could enlarge it, and you can really have a play around with different colour placement, because I think that's another possibility with this quilt, which we'll talk to Emma about as well. All of your background, your 10-inch squares and your instructions. If we have a look at the finished quilt, all of us have said the same thing this morning about the charm pack. We've all seen this previously. I've never seen it in a project before, and it absolutely comes to life in this quilt. Isn't it beautiful? I mean, look at the different elements, the sushi rolls, the stripes, you've got your lollipops, you've got your fruit. Emma, will you just step towards me we can, this way. Sorry, just so then we can have a look on the camera a bit more at some of the elements. But it's a paw print, but it looks so different then in these fabrics, doesn't it? So cool. You are actually, by the way, with this price, getting the pattern for free. You're getting the pattern for free. So you've got your 3 meters of your ivory fabric, your Riley Blake 10-inch squares, and your free pattern today, which is normally a tenner, isn't it? The Luorth patterns are normally £9.99, I think. £70.93. Absolutely brilliant. And we'll talk to Emma about her amazing quilting and how to construct it, and different colour placements as well. So that's your first option. We also have another couple which I think are going to be equally as popular actually. This one is with your Bloom and Grow range. Same again, you get your pattern and you get 3 meters of ivory for your background. Obviously you're going to need fabrics for your backing and your binding, but you could always do a scrappy binding potentially with your 10-inch squares, because look, you get loads. You have 42 lovely squares, and actually there is possibility for some of these to be able to fussy cut some of these motifs to put into your central squares, maybe. Again, there's loads of possibility in terms of ombre and colour. So you're saving £8.99, which is the cost of the pattern, as you get it for free. Already into single figures on this option, £70.93, your beautiful Bloom and Grow range. It is that secret garden collection, look, with the little keys as well. Your chevrons, you've got your squares. This is going to look amazing. This is really going to look gorgeous. Look at that one. Still bringing you nice, bright, colourful fabrics, but giving you a different feel. £70.93, 3 meters of fabric, and your free pattern from Luorth, all for less than £71. Then we've seen this on a couple of blocks from Emma. This is your Sonic Dust, which is again a Riley Blake, beautiful quality, 10-inch square charm pack. And look, I love the moths. The moss I love, the spots really cool, the stripes are amazing on this one. I think this is my favourite. This in the quilt is going to look amazing. Have a look at this picture which Emma's actually started to put some blocks together for us. And you can see it coming to life. How amazing is that going to look? Again, with your ivory background, really making those colours pop. I love the teals that you get. So no matter which charm pack you choose, we've got the possibility of ombre colour as well, and doing a bit of a, yeah, you can be as random as you want, or you can think about your colour placements and make it look completely different. That's amazing. There it is again with the darker colours, you see, £70.93. And this is enough to be able to do your 64-inch square, which is your lap quilt. If you do want to make the larger one, then you might just need more ivory.
You actually need another layer cake or some fabrics to add into it.
Okay.
Because I tried to work out if you would have enough to do the larger one, and you're just a little bit short on what you need for the colour prints.
All of them have got so much colour that you could just add your solids in.
Oh yeah. So you could add some solids, or you may have some prints that will actually coordinate really well. You don't need a lot. I'll add that.
I mean, a 64-inch square is still a big quilt, isn't it?
It is a big quilt. I mean, that is quite a big lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to say it's called a lap quilt, you're right. That's a big lap.
It is a big lap. And I can show you everything that you get left over. So this was everything that was left over from the layer cake.
Oh, wow, there's loads there.
Yes, and you can see all of the lovely.
Oh, so you could do cushions, bags, whatever you want. I mean, there's loads left over.
And I'm also going to show you a little trick for the cutting where you actually get a little bit more. So these are the strips that you end up with from all of them. Well, not all of them, but the ones that I've cut. And you can actually get wider strips just with a little trick because you do need to trim down some of the units. So I'll talk about that. So you can do it either exactly as it says in the instructions, or a very small tip to actually get a little bit more left over, and don't trim quite as much off, but you're still going to be fine.
Now, the only way to get the rainbow fruit is in the bundle, and that is absolutely flying out. If you want either of the Sonnet Dust or the Bloom and Grow, we've got you individually. So if you're thinking, right, I love this and I've got a different pattern in mind, or I want to make it larger and you want another 10-inch charm square pack, then today $49.99. Now, Emma, I was talking about colour placement. All of these seem to have this sort of ombre of colour. You've got the darks going into your sort of more light rose pinks. Do you sort of think about that when you're cutting to get that ombre?
That's actually something, the part of the designing the quilt, well, making the quilt that I really love is deciding where to put all the colours. So on the Tutti Frutti one, so I literally just did it completely random. So each block has one fabric in it from the whole thing. So depending on where it's a small triangle or a large piece, there's one fabric represented in each of the blocks, so they're all completely different, which makes a really nice random scattering across the quilt. With the moon dust, sonic dust.
Yeah, sonic dust.
Sonic dust. What I thought might be a really cool idea is to actually do the ombre. So keep all the dark ones together. You can see that, dark fabrics together. I've sort of got a medium one together, and then some lighter ones. So what I will likely do is keep the darker ones in one corner. So there's two at the top, so two dark ones, and then slightly more darker, more medium values, and then the lighter ones at the very bottom.
I love it. I mean, that is going to look absolutely spectacular, isn't it? I think the Sonnet Dusk is my favourite. There is Bloom and Grow available individually as well. We'll pop that through quickly. That one's got all of your pinks. It's got lovely greens. It's got yellows in there. It's got blues. It's beautiful. 10-inch charm square pack. If you do want to add another one of those in to make your 80-inch square quilt, you absolutely can. And you'll have plenty still to play with. So the pattern, Luorth designs are always really popular. How did you find the pattern to work with?
Great. It was actually perfect. The only aspect in it, and this is my personal thing, is you do make a lot of half square triangle units, which you then have to trim down to the correct size.
Okay.
That is just me. Once I've made a lot of half square triangle units, and then you have to go back and you trim them all. That is my yes. I was like, oh, but actually saying that, trimming them down does make them so much more accurate.
Okay.
So it is worth it in the end.
Is there a
but
way of
it's-
doing the half closed triangles without having to trim them down?
Well, what I'm going to suggest is, so it does tell you to use 3.5-inch squares for those, which I'll show you. But actually, I've done the math, and if you use, I won't do that because you got told me off. If you use 3-inch squares for the same thing, you will have less to trim off. You still need to trim them down ever so slightly, but there will be less to trim off and they'll still be quite as accurate.
Okay.
But that gives you an extra 1/2 inch that I showed you on those strips that is extra that you can use for something else.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so
that
it
is-
uses less, wastes less of your your layer cake, basically. your
And so
charm
where
pack.
is the block on here? Because it's difficult
Ah.
to see, because you've got this really sort of cool like splash of colour.
Yeah.
Where's your block?
So this is actually a block.
And is it the same block repeated?
It's the same block repeated. The only thing that's different is you do actually have sashing and posts on some of them, but don't worry, it is all laid out in the instructions. There's a very nice diagram. Actually, in the instructions, if you have a look at the back, it has it all in black and white. So it's got all your blocks laid out, and why she's done a black and white layout is that you can actually go in and colour. So
Oh,
you
great,
could
yeah.
actually try out your blocks before you actually make it up.
Good idea.
And if you photocopy these, maybe enlarge them a little bit, then you can just have fun colouring them in before you actually go to use your charm packs. So you can
Yeah.
actually know exactly the quilt that you're going to make.
It's good that Lou's included that in your instructions,
Yeah.
actually. That's really lovely. So yeah, I'd photocopy that and blow it up and have a good play
Yeah,
around
yeah.
with colour. By the way, I must say, Emma's quilting on this
Oh.
is absolutely amazing.
Bless
Look at that, and perfect with these colours. Your sunshine and rainbows. Is this the first time you've used this quilting?
It is.
It looks
It
amazing,
is.
doesn't it?
Yeah. So I bought the pattern quite a while ago because it's one I liked. So that'd be really fun. And this is the first time I've got to try it out.
So cool.
And I'll say, so I used the polyester wadding inside of it. I know a lot of quilters aren't too keen on polyester, but I absolutely think it has its place because, like I say to John,
Fluffy clouds.
it just makes that relief a little bit more. It's a little bit more poofy, has a little bit more loft to it, and the quilt itself is really light.
Yeah, oh, that is
Yeah.
lovely for a summer one. It looks like it would make an amazing picnic blanket, actually, wouldn't
yes, it would. Yeah, so I like all of the waddings. Polyester, I mean, I think every wadding has its place, depending on how you want to use it, but I love polyester for how it really shows your quilting in relief.
And I suppose this is one that you are probably going to think more about your quilting because you've got a lot of blank space.
Yes. So if I hadn't have done this long arm quilting, what I would have done instead are just diagonal lines,
Okay.
which is very achievable on your domestic machine as well.
The polydown queen size wadding, by the way, we've got it on your screen, plenty there. I mean, that is a lot of wadding for $21.99.
Yeah, and I actually really like the polyester wadding for quilt cushions as well.
Yeah.
Because it just adds a little bit of loft. It really makes that quilting stand out.
Love it. It's really nice and lightweight. If you're washing it, it dries quickly.
It does.
Lots of benefits.
Yeah.
Lots of benefits.
Yeah, I love it.
£21.99. Right. So
So-
half square triangles. What method does Lou use in the instructions?
Sorry, squares. And I do mine slightly, ever so slightly differently, only in the way that I mark them. So you've got a square of white or background and a square of your colour. And what it says in the instructions is to draw a line directly down the middle and then sew 1/4 inch on either side of that. I prefer, just for myself, to draw 2 lines. So those are actually going to be my sew lines rather than my guideline of where to sew to. So I always do 2. It's quicker to do 1, but it's just how your brain works.
Yeah, and I suppose you get the accuracy that you know you've got to sew on that line.
At that line, yes. But again, you do trim these units down, so it isn't the end of the world. Especially if you use, these are the correct size, so you'll be able to see how much you actually trim off. And I've got some extra ones done at the 3-inch size that I'll show you.
The difference.
Yeah. Oh, and the multi-mat.
Oh,
which
okay.
I love.
Well, this is.
Yes.
I think actually when we were at Past Life of Sewing Quarter, I think it was because of you that we got these in. You always use
yeah,
this.
I love a multi-mat.
What is it that you love about this?
It has a little cutting mat in
Yeah.
there, so it's really easy. If you just want to sit at your machine and you do want to sort of trim your dog ears or just trim them, it's quite nice to have a small little mat handy that you can use. There's a little moleskin divider, so if you do want to keep your part makes work inside your mat while you're going to classes or wherever, then it keeps it all nice and safe. But the bonus that I really like is the emery board, the sandpaper, the emery paper.
Okay.
And the reason for that is it's what I use when I'm marking fabric. So I just use a pencil, and the emery paper, what it will do is two things. One, it will actually grip your fabric and keep it from moving. And also, because it's a little bit rough, it makes it easier to draw with a pencil because it's a little bit rough that you can run your pencil against.
Yeah.
So you don't have to press so hard. So you can do quite a faint line, but it will still show up really well.
Perfect. That's the multi-mat. It's only $14.99. Bear in mind you've got a pressing mat.
Yes.
Pressing mat
on the
emery
outside.
board.
So it's a pressing mat as well. It's nice and squidgy.
And you could open that out without damaging the spine, can't you? And use it as a
yeah.
larger
So you can do,
mat.
yes, definitely.
Brilliant. $14.99. And they are just back in stock. There's a couple of different designs on the website, one with houses on and the blue spots. Have a look. We'll have a look at them at 12 o'clock as well. Thank you, Emma.
You're welcome. So I'm just going to lay one square on top of the other. So I'm only marking one square. I just mark the background square because they tend to be lighter. I'm just putting a pin just to keep them in place. And then it's just a matter of sewing directly on that line. If you've marked two,
okay,
just sew directly on that. Oh, I remembered I already set this up to 1/4 inch. So let me just turn it off and on again.
Yeah, just go back to the start.
Yeah.
Good idea.
There we go. There, and that's in the middle. Perfect.
There's the quilt that we're making. That is the Rainbow Fruit collection, which is going to be your main graphic in a second.
And you can just chain stitch all of these. Once you've decided which squares you're going to use for your triangles, or you've cut them all out, you can literally just sit and chain stitch them all one way, and then I flip them around and come around the other side.
Well, like you said, I'm not going to lie, there is a lot of half square triangles in this,
There is
so
a lot.
you're best to get yourself a bit of a production line going.
Yes, definitely for the sewing. So that's one side. Now I'm just going to come down the other side.
And I love that it's a paw print. So it's like a bear paw print, isn't it?
Yeah. The block is actually called bear paw.
Oh, we see.
Yeah. It's a very traditional block. Take that out.
So you're just doing two now, or three?
Yep,
two
I'm just going to
now.
do two. Because I've got
But at
a
home
lot
you
of
can
the-
keep chain piecing.
Yes. And this part you can either do with scissors, which I'll do the first one. So just eyeball 1/4 inch straight down the middle. Obviously, if you've only done the one line and you've sewn 1/4 inch from either side, you'll have a cut line that you can use as well. Or you can just do it with a rotary cutter and ruler. I'm just measuring 1/4 inch from my sew line.
Which is straight down the centre.
Just straight down the centre. There we go. Oop. Cat, I must have gone over something. There. And then it is pressing out. That's how you get your half square triangle.
You're using your roller again.
I am, because it is so, I do like it. I forget how useful they are. to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
Oh, I think there was a lady who messaged in saying how much she loved it. She was saying that she saw it on air a few times and thought, oh, it's £16. I'm not going to go that. And she said, where is it? Let me find it. There was a message quite a while ago when we were talking about it last hour and I didn't spot it. But Yeah, here we go. Have to admit, when I first saw it, I thought, £16, I'm not paying that, until I treated myself to one, and I use it every day for all of my sewing.
Yes.
It's one of those that I think you don't realise how useful it is until you use it.
Actually, you know what?
Oh, your price per use is going to be pence, isn't it? You're going to, absolutely. There's a lot of different tools and different gadgets that are out there, but something that is really useful. It means that you're not having to get the iron out every second.
Yes, every second. And also, just like with the June Taylor Quilt As You Go, the reason you don't use the heat on that as you're sewing it is that the wadding could shrink. And it's the same with these. So if you don't pre-wash your fabrics, every time you iron, and especially if you use steam, then there is a chance that shrinkage could occur. So if you just use this.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep, you're fine.
Right, so you're going to trim these up now.
So now we trim these down to 2.5 inches. And what I'm doing, so what I did was I lined up my diagonal line with my sew line in the middle, so it's all, everything is going to be nice and square. You get quite a bit of trimmings. Do one side.
So this is going by what the instructions said, which is your 3-inch squares, Emma, am I
Yes.
right? Or 3.5?
3.5. 3.5. There we go. And then I will finish the other ones. If I show you.
Would you cut them all individually? You can't lay them up and cut them.
I did try. So I did try doing this, but it doesn't always come out perfect.
Okay.
But I layered them up so that my seams are opposite. So a light square over a dark, and then a dark one over a light, and then lining up your seam in the middle.
Making sure they're locking in place.
So they lock in place. I will show you that. Trouble is, you can't guarantee that the corner is going to be accurate on the bottom.
Yeah, the fact that you're having to stop to line up your seams and put them together, you're probably actually quicker to do just
one.
Do them individually.
Yeah.
And I think you get into a bit of a rhythm, don't you?
You do, and like I said, I actually got through 2 books on tape making this quilt.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. There we go. So that one's pretty good. That one, I'll show you. If you look closely on this one.
Oh, you've lost your tip a bit.
Yeah, I've lost the tip. So it's about just over 1/8 of an inch. Right there. Right, I've lost that corner.
So no, do it individually.
Individually.
Yeah. Otherwise, if you cut corners, you might cut your corners.
Yes.
Hey, literally. Emma, what
Yes.
DIY do you like doing then?
Well, I've been doing a lot of maintenance on the motorbikes.
Oh gosh.
So there's a lot of mechanics.
Are they in the garage now? You're not riding them at the minute?
Well, actually, I was out. Was it last Sunday? Last Sunday, yes. Last Sunday was a charity ride from Billing, so Northampton into. Yeah, Northampton to Oxford, Olney, round that way.
Oh,
Milton
cool.
Keynes, that's it. So that was a nice hour-long ride. There was a lot of motorbikes involved. It was really fun, actually.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, generally it's a bit too cold, a bit too icy.
Absolutely.
So now's the time to. I've been making some adjustments to my little bike, some modifications. So now's the time to do it.
You're so clever. Oh, we got another question about wadding for you. I made my first quilt for my husband years ago. He wants a warmer one now. I use 80-20 wadding. What do I use for extra warmth?
It's hard to say because it depends on the weight as well. I would say wool is a really good one.
It's heavy, isn't it?
Well, it's not actually heavy.
Oh, okay.
The actual weight of it is a lot more like polyester. But it's warm. It's one of those that keeps you cool in the summer and then warmer in the winter.
This might be a completely wrong question, but can I double up on waddings?
Oh, absolutely.
I could double layer, double wad.
Yeah, it will make it quite heavy. It all depends what you use. So polyester, obviously, it won't be quite as heavy because it's just not heavy to start off with. But yeah, like I said, there's no rules. So you can absolutely do double wadding. It might be harder to quilt through. It will be heavier, depending on what you use. But yeah, absolutely, you can do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for your message. Thank you for your question. Keep them coming in.
So that one's already trimmed. This one's not trimmed. So
Hayley
if I
suggests
show
you just tell him to wear a jumper. Or like you just wear indoor gloves, don't you?
I do. I have my house gloves that I wear. Yeah. My postman actually came to the door and he was wearing shorts. So I was like, how can you be wearing shorts in this weather? And then he looked at me and was like, are you wearing gloves in the house? I'm like, yeah. So these two were made from a 3-inch square, which is just slightly bigger than what I need. Well, the resulting half square triangle just comes up slightly bigger than I need. So this still needs to be trimmed off.
Oh, but it's
slightly.
minuscule amounts wasted.
Yes.
And
So
what size did you cut, sorry?
3-inch.
Yeah.
3-inch squares.
Oh, we do anything we can to try and just, you know, be as economical as possible.
Yes. There we go. So you get that much trimmed from the same size versus that much trimmed off.
Fab. Yeah, that all adds up, doesn't it?
It does.
It does all add up.
So I'll put those aside. Now once you've got all your half square triangles done and trimmed, next thing I recommend is making up your block, by which I mean mock it up. So lay out all your pieces. That's not the one I need, this is the one I need. And this is also where you can decide, do I like where those colours are? That there.
Then you can play around with these squares, can't you? When did you first start quilting, Emma?
25 years ago?
Oh, wow.
25? Almost 26.
Can you remember your first quilting project then? Yeah.
Oh, yes. It was the first quilting project was I started with hand sewing, hand piecing. So it was a hand pieced and hand quilted block. It was a weather vane block. Right. Which is still one of my favourite blocks.
And did you sew before that? Or was quilting your first introduction to sewing?
No, I did do a little bit of sewing. So I actually made, when Kaylee was a baby, I made her some clothes. Yeah. Just sort of completely self-taught. I just bought a pattern and bought what I needed and just sort of read the pattern on my own and did it. But then a friend taught me how to quilt, and yeah, it's been amazing ever since. Yeah. Still do the clothes occasionally, but yeah.
Oh, I just love hearing everybody's different stories of how they got into because especially quilting here in the UK, you hear of it a lot in America, but not as much in the UK. It's getting bigger and bigger, isn't it? But
it is, but actually I was surprised because having spoken to a lot of quilters who have quilted as long as I have, or even not quite, that it's a little bit more under the radar, I would say. Yeah. A lot of people do it, but they don't always talk about it. So yeah, but I think there is a lot more young people sort of picking it up nowadays, which is fun, because I know when I started, it was a bit like, I quilt, you know, as a young person.
Now there's loads of groups, and it's really cool, isn't it?
It is, and there's a lot more, well, the sewing bee and things like that, there's a lot more sort of happening, and it's fun. Right, so I'm going to lay out my pieces. These have not been trimmed yet, so I'm going to pretend they have been. And this isn't necessarily the way that I would lay them out, but it gives you an idea. The reason that I recommend laying it out first is that it orientates you to where everything needs to go. Because this is one of those blocks, it is easy to go wrong with, if you don't pay attention.
So yeah, lay it out, because then you can literally pick it up, sew it, put it back down, pick it up, sew it down. Yeah.
Yes, and I do recommend doing one block at a time.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm trying to play around with the values a little bit so they all go. So you'll see, you're going to sew these into pairs. And I may change some of these around.
Just whilst you're laying all this out, I'm just going to quickly do a recap on the one that you're working with, which is your Sonnet Dust.
Yeah.
And if you imagine all of the different fabrics that you have in here, I mean, you're going to use the different prints, all the different prints. You'll have some left over. But if you were to have to buy all of these individually in meterage or raid your stash of all of these different prints, there's 42 squares in here. It would be really, really expensive, wouldn't it? Whereas these sizes, I'll always remember talking to Stuart actually about pre-cuts, and he said the most versatile pre-cut that you can buy is 10-inch square, because you're getting those large scale prints, you're not losing any of it if you're looking at smaller piecing. They're really, really versatile. Perfect for this project. Perfect. You're getting a huge quilt with this. You're going to make this into a 64-inch quilt, which is a massive lap quilt. 3 meters of your ivory as well, and you're getting your instructions for less than £71. That is fantastic value. Bearing in mind, you're normally looking at, well, the charm packs alone are £50. So it is fantastic that you've got also all your background fabric and your instructions from Labrynth, your pattern, those colouring pages, all your cutting instructions for more projects. If you're doing this in the future and you want to do a smaller, or if you want to do a larger, it gives you all the cutting instructions and everything that you need to know, even down to how much backing you need. You don't need to work it out. How much wadding you need, how much binding you need. It's brilliant. We always love Labrynth patterns.
Yes.
£70 and 93 pence. Also, the Bloom and Grow, which is your other blues. Don't let this one push by, because I know that we've seen the rainbow fruit made up, and we're looking at the Sonnet Dust, but this one again, Emma, would look gorgeous because you've got so many different colours to do the ombre if you want.
Yes, and I've made a project with that collection. I think it was smaller charm packs before, and it was absolutely a lot of fun to mix and match actually the yellow and the blue and the red. Yeah, you could have a lot of fun with that one, and they looked absolutely amazing together. Yeah,
nice.
I can't remember what project it was. It was a little while ago, a few months ago.
I feel like it was with me.
Oh,
I do remember it.
£70
and 93 pence. Again, remember 42 10-inch squares from your Bloom and Grow range, 3 meters of fabric, and you're getting your pattern. You're saving today £8.99 on this one, saving £8.99, £70 and 93 pence. That is a lot for your money, isn't it? Remember, if you piece all these together, how much fabric that is. 42 10-inch squares. It's a lot of fabric there. And then finally, the Tutti Frutti, as we call it, or your rainbow fruit, is the one that Emma's made up. And looking ahead now to spring and summer, aren't we? Now, January's always been a funny time of year, especially when it's gloomy and miserable weather. This is such a beautiful one to look ahead for spring, isn't it?
It is. And you know what? I mean, I know my daughter's 27, almost 28 in a few months. She would absolutely love all the patterns in that quilt.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of those ageless ones.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
it's got sushi. It's got like your iced coffee.
I love the sushi.
Oh, it's so cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love the watermelons and the pineapples. It's bright. It's fun. This one reminds me of like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, really like 90s fun prints.
Yeah,
it's so cool, isn't it? You've got the sprinkles as well, your hundreds of the thousands. I love all the prints in this one. 42, and your rainbows, of course. 42 10-inch squares, your pattern, and 3 meters of fabric for £70 and 93 pence. Yep. Right, so we've laid all of these out.
Yes,
so this is what your block's going to look like.
Yes.
How on earth do you put all this together? Where do you start
Where do I
sewing?
Oh. See, that's why it's good to lay it out, because then you can have a look and make sure that everything is oriented correctly. So I'm actually going to start with this one. So if I show you this.
Oh, so you divide it into like mini blocks?
Yeah. So I'm going to sew this together. The first thing you do is you sew your triangles together. And I have a trick, because I will chain piece them as well, is I always take my right hand piece and put it over my left. And then I know that that seam on the right hand side is the one I need to sew down. So if I put a little pin there, and I'll do the same, put that over the top of that one. And then I know that that one is my sew line. Because this is one of those where it's very easy, once you've picked it up, to know, oh, so what,
Which side?
which one is it that I need? Yeah.
So do you use your pin as a bit of a marker?
It is exactly that. It's not pinned in place to show accuracy. It's literally pinned so that I know which side I need to sew it down. And again, this is why it's really nice to do one block at a time.
This is, I bet, your tips from the lab, isn't it?
Yes. You have to have a process so that you're not really thinking about it too much. Because oftentimes somebody will come in or you have to answer the phone or you have to answer the door and you come back and you're like, where was I?
Yeah.
What was I doing?
What are you changing there, Emma?
I'm just changing the needle placement so that I can sew 1/4 inch.
Is that a new trick you've learnt today?
It is, yeah.
So you've just moved your needle over?
Yeah, I know about the moving the needle over to adjust your 1/4 inch. But setting it to 6 or thereabouts to get your 1/4 inch if you're using a regular foot, that is absolutely blowing my mind today. So thanks a lot, Stuart. There we go.
So you can still chain piece these?
Oh yes. Just as long as you know which order, because even if you're doing random and you say, oh, I don't mind, I don't care really, 'cause that's what I did with this one, is that I didn't really place them all out like this first, but I did know that I needed to sew a certain number one way, a certain number of triangles the other way, and then I just made sure that I don't sew 2 fabrics together that are the same,
right,
so they're all random. But you do absolutely need to, if you're going to do that, make sure that your triangles are oriented like this, because you need to have some that face that way and half that face that way, half that face the other way. Otherwise your blocks won't work.
Right.
So you can see how they're oriented. So half of your units need to be facing this way, the other half need to face that way.
Yeah.
And that is absolutely, you
Crucial,
need to have,
yeah.
critical. Because then they fit together like that.
Ah, nice. So quite often, sometimes you look at it and you think, right, I'm not quite sure if it's right. And if you take a photograph, you can see if one's spun around the wrong way. I don't know why that is, but I always find it easier looking through.
It is easier on your phone.
Yeah.
I think the only thing I can think of, because I often do that, even when I'm like deciding fabric placements, is that you can remove yourself a little bit from it.
Yeah.
So it's more objective if you're looking at it on your phone.
Right.
So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sew this unit onto my big square. Oh, this was a...
That need trimming down.
It does need to be trimmed down. In the instructions, you won't be doing this, but this is, I think, an extra square I had of the original size.
Hayley keeps saying to me, can you see it's a paw print? Can you see? There's a paw print. No, but can you see the paw print? I'm like, yeah, we can see the paw print. But hang on, can you see the paw print? Can we all see the paw print? Yeah. Jesse, are you actually kidding? You can't see the paw print. Oh, he can.
like
He's
here.
joking. He can. Look, there you go. He's joking. He's just humouring Hayley. No, Hayley, show us the paw print. But no, seriously, can you see it, guys? She's saying, no, but I don't think Beats can see it. I have no idea what you're talking about. What paw print? No, I can see it. Oh, another book. Here we go. Your book's recommendations coming back in. Hi, Roxana. Yay. Hi, Victor and Emma. Hi. Another book you might enjoy, if you've not come across it before, is The Golden Thread.
Oh, that sounds
interesting. It's how fabric changed history.
Oh, yes, I'm definitely going to have to find that one.
Downloading that one.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Yep, keep your podcast recommendations coming in for Emma. Message along the bottom from Nina. Love Emma's demonstrations. I learned such a lot. And I may say, Vicky, that really suits you. Thank you.
I said that. Yes, it does.
I obviously planned this outfit ages ago. I actually got to work this morning and realised how creased my top was. I did put it on at like 5 o'clock this morning in like trying not to wake Maisie, and then put it on, and I got to work and thought, oh my word, I can't go on the telly. So we've got the most amazing clothes rail here of handmade garments. So I thought, why don't I make the most of this more often? And this just fits perfectly, doesn't it? So thank you for the compliment.
It is beautiful.
I don't know what the pattern is because I didn't do it, but I love the neckline of it. It's really nice.
That is nice. I like the fabric too. It's very Japanese.
Yeah, I love the sleeves. It's lovely. So thank you for your message.
Right. And I'm pressing these so that my squares are going in opposite directions. So the seams nest. So if I put that back like that, that's going to go together like that. And if I show you on the back, I've pressed this seam going towards this square and this seam going towards this square, which it will naturally want to do anyway. So don't fight too much with your seams because they will naturally want to go the way they want to go. But
see,
yes.
I said this to Stuart and he looked at me like I was crazy. They do talk to you, tell you which way they want to go, don't they?
They do.
And then Hayley said, you need more control over your fabrics then, Vic, if they're telling you which way they want to go. So this is it, yeah, they're nested now because they naturally will tell you which way to go. Your nails look lovely, Emma. They always look so nice.
Thank you.
Glittery nails. These Christmassy nails still, or just January nails?
No, these were nails done in a hurry yesterday morning before I went out because I knew me and Mum spent the day in London yesterday, and I knew I wouldn't have time to do them before I came as well. But we went to go see the behind the seams of the people who make the dresses for Strictly Come Dancing. It was
behind the seams?
Yeah,
oh,
so we went to go and went to the place where they make them, and they told us all their secrets.
Was Vicky there by any chance?
No, but he did talk about her a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the chap who owns the business who did the talk. And yeah, we got to see where they're all made.
How interesting is that?
It was so interesting. Let me tell you though, I would recommend it if you're already in London, because it's in Croydon basically.
Okay.
If you're already in London, definitely recommend booking and trying to go. I don't recommend going from very far away because it literally yesterday was a nightmare. It took us 2 hours, over 2 hours, to get from St Pancras to where we needed to go in Croydon. Everything was shut. But other than that, it was an amazing day. I definitely recommend it. It was fun.
No, I say that's London for you, but it's the Northern Line's closed at the minute, isn't it?
Yes, the Northern Line, and then there's odd random stations that are closed, and then the Overground. Anyway.
But you got there in the end. You made it on time.
Yeah, I can't even count how many trains or undergrounds we took, and a taxi.
Oh gosh, I bet it was worth it though.
It was.
To see those amazing costumes.
It
was.
That's
the ultimate.
Yeah, it was. It was amazing. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right. So, can you see there's a paw print, by the way, on this?
Yeah. So you do 4 of those, 1 for each corner, obviously, and then the way that you put it together is you've got for want of a better word, a sashing strip.
Yeah.
So I'll sew this onto here. So you'll sew this paw and this paw together with the sashing strip in the middle.
Your main graphic, by the way, is for the Sonnet Dusk, which is the one that Emma's working with. And the colours, these blush rose colours, are beautiful. Is this something that, a confident beginner could have a go at? What sort of skill level would you say you need to be, Emma?
I would say, yes, confident beginner. Just definitely take your time. Definitely recreate your block every time you do a seam. If you start with 1 block, do 1 first, and then you can understand how it all goes together, what you need. And then if you want to do some more chain piecing or do things a little bit quicker, certainly progress to that. But I would say the trickiest part is making sure that your seam allowance is accurate, so an accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance. trimming the units down to 2.5 inches, although I find it a bit of a faff. It does work very well to make your points accurate and everything meet accurately.
Yeah, it looks perfect.
Yep. And then, like I said, once you've sewn a seam, press it out, either finger press it or use your roller or an iron, and then place it down where it needs to go so that you know what piece you need to sew onto it next. So it makes sense. If you recreate your block every time that you stop to reorientate where you are, what you need to sew next, then you'll be absolutely fine.
Right, brilliant.
Yep.
Thank you. So then you're sewing your sashing to your cornerstone.
Yeah, so this is the centre block. There's a strip. So this is one strip. So imagine this paw is finished. So you've got one strip that is 2 paws facing each other with a strip in the middle. The centre one is your centre square with a sashing strip on either side.
Yeah, we've literally got a couple of minutes. So
Okay.
thank you.
Again, that will press out that way. And then that one will go onto there. And then once you've got your 3 strips, so this paw strip, your centre strip, and that paw
the
strip,
same again,
then
yeah.
you sew them all together and that finishes up your block.
Right, amazing. And then
Yep.
that's repeated with some of them have got the cornerstones on, you said, round the
Yeah.
edge on your sashing.
So if I pin this on here, you'll be able to see, if I pin a couple on here. And this is all in the instructions, so don't worry too much. So if I put this here, you'll be able to see, and I'll put one on top of it. Maybe. I'll just do it that way.
It is going to look so gorgeous in this colourway. Gives it a different feel, doesn't it? Completely,
On
but
top. This isn't the way I would put them with this colourways, but
it means you can see on the camera, I suppose. Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Would you do it light to darks, sort of graduating down?
Yeah, so the idea was I'd have light ones in the corner, graduating to sort of light and medium, and you can play around with which corner they're in as well.
Yes, turn
and
them
have the
around.
dark one at the bottom.
Yeah.
So this is a strip,
So there's 2 blocks and
2 blocks.
2 plain.
2 plain. They're rectangles, but the instructions tell you how much to cut out. You've got a sashing strip, a corner, another sashing strip, and a corner post that goes along there.
So that's another row.
Yep. This is also sashing. So basically each block will have a sashing piece along one side and in a corner post, basically.
Amazing.
Yep. And then you just put them together. It's 4 strips altogether. So I did them in pairs. So I did the 2 strips at the top together,
Yeah.
sew them together, 2 bottom ones, and then sewed them in the middle so that you've got a nice even sort of, it's big obviously.
Well, this is another one. You could do quilt as you go like we did before, couldn't you?
could.
Block by block, because you've
Yeah,
got
yeah.
all the sashing between them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that's an option if you are concerned about
Possibly,
the quilting.
yeah. You'd have to do some figuring out on some of them.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much for today,
You're
Emma.
welcome, you're
2
welcome.
beautiful projects. That was amazing, isn't it? Absolutely.
Love
And,
this one.
as I said, your quilting is stunning. You
Oh,
made me
thank
so
you.
envious of your long arm quilter. I know you and Stuart were having a good chat about long arm
Oh,
quilting,
yeah,
weren't
yeah.
you? Oh,
Yeah.
they look amazing, don't they? When are you back on with us, Emma?
On the 19th of February.
Brilliant.
I don't know what I'm doing yet. It's Jess knows, I guess. I don't know yet.
Exciting.
But yeah.
Can I quickly show you this before you go, Emma?
Oh, yes.
Have a look. Oh, this has been sent in by one of our viewers. Hi, Patsy, sorry. Hi, Patsy.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely lovely to make, she says.
That is gorgeous.
Same pattern, her paw prints. Oh, they look lovely. And look at your back. You've patched it all on the back as well by the looks of things. Gorgeous.
That is
Can you
nice.
see the paws, Jessie? Can you though?
Yeah. This
Can
would
you?
definitely be the sort of pattern where if you make it, make it with the layer cake, you can absolutely recreate it time and again with just fabrics out of your stash.
And I like that Patsy's done a cross hatchet. She's just done a stripe, hasn't she, actually? Just stripes going down. So, I mean, we love Emma's quilting, but if you're thinking, but I can't do that, I can't do it, then you can literally just do simple as, and it looks amazing as well.
Yeah. Definitely.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much.
You're welcome.
Right, can I show you the backing bundles? We've got 3 backing bundles, which will be perfect with all of them, to be honest. The Bloom and Grow will go with this one. This is your cream, so it's going to be perfect for all 3. You get 4 metres, saving £1.50. I mean, let's face it, you're always going to need cream in your stash for loads of projects, so making that saving today, make the most of it if you've already opened your order, especially. £26.42. We've got single figures left on the cream bundle. Sold a lot on pre-order already. I've got the lavender. Oh, lavender with your rainbow fruit. What do you think, Emma?
That would be nice. This one has like a periwinkle. That would be beautiful. Yeah, and binding it in it as well. That would be
beautiful. Beautiful. £26.42. Remember, you are saving £1.50 by getting this today. It's 4 metres already cut for you into those 4 metre bundles. It is, even though it's called backing, it's your regular width. It's 112 wide, but it's enough to back the size that we're doing today, the size quilt, which is the middle size, 64-inch square. Finally, we've got the navy. Oh, I'd put this with maybe your Sonnet Dust or Bloom and Grow as well. And your rainbow fruit. It'll give it a different feel with the darker blue. But it will go with all 3 kits. There's with your Sonnet Dust. Dusk, not dust. Bloom and Grow.
Oh, nice.
Nice navy blue background. £26.42. Brilliant. Keep going through for the bundles. There's still a few left of each of your bundles you can check out during the break. Thank you, Emma. See you soon.
You're welcome.
Don't go anywhere. Right, we have got some really special treats for you. If you love a quilt kit, stay tuned. I'm not going to say any more. In fact, you've got to be with us on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally-Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
I knew everybody would be back with us waiting to see what I was talking about. So, those of you that haven't heard already, we've got Hayley in the gallery today, who is our sales manager. And to be able to have her means that we get little sneaky treats like this. I mean, when do we get the chance to bring you Kaffe quilts willy-nilly? The fact that we have this amazing quilt on the show today is so exciting. We've got the whole quilt kit. Everything is here. This is the Leafy Diamonds with the most amazing fabric. 7 meters of Kaffe facet quilting weight fabric. Excuse me, absolutely beautifully presented as well. In the box, wrapped in tissue paper, 13 different prints, meters and meters and meters of fabric. And you're getting your instructions to make this Leafy Diamonds quilt, which your finished size there is 135 by 215. It's a big quilt. So let's just quickly dive in and have a look before I talk to you about price. It's already, keyword there, already a brilliant price point. Kaffe is something that we cannot get enough of. Whenever we get
fabric collections, whenever we do demos featuring Kaffe, whenever we breathe the word Kaffe Facet, it is always very, very busy. So to be able to have this on air today is very exciting. It's only been on air, I think, twice before. So it might be new to you. It's certainly new to me. It's the first time I'm seeing it. So it might be new to you too. And look at how beautifully presented this comes. Excuse me, sorry. Right, you have got in here 7 meters. You have got loads and loads of Kaffe fabric. Whether you're choosing to make this quilt or whether you're wanting all this for your stash, honestly, with the price that we're going to do for you today, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you want to have this as a... Sorry, that is your price. I didn't mean that. With the price that you are getting today at $149.99, that is absolutely amazing. You've got beautiful bright yellows. You've got violets, purples, greens, pinks, oranges. Now, there are only single figures. It isn't very often that we get the chance to indulge in this very often. $149.99, $149.99. And remember as well, you have it available today on split pay. 3 split payments of $49.99. Oh, how amazing are these? Your beautiful Kaffe fabrics, and they work together so well. This is what I just find amazing about Kaffe, that he's able to put together such a vast colour palette, so many different colours, from bright fuchsia pinks and purples to greens and yellows. I mean, there's so much colour, and yet they all work together in this quilt, don't they? They all work so well together. So you also get in the box your instructions to be able to make this quilt. The price point on your screen though, even if you choose to just bulk up your Kaffe stash, look at all of the different prints that you get, all included, plus your instructions, your cutting diagrams, any templates that you need to scale as well are here. $149.99. Now, we have got very limited quantity on this, and it cannot be reordered. 3 split payments of $49.99, under £150, and isn't it just spectacular? The finished quilt is going to look amazing. You can't though. Oh no, don't you blame me, because I didn't say that we were going to discount it, but she thought that I implied that we were going to do a discount. And I just said, because of the price point, the value for money, and Hayley then went, oh no, we're not discounting it. And I said, oh no, I didn't say that we were. But she's thinking that I did say it on air. So therefore, she's saying, I'm going to have to do a little cheeky discount, aren't I, because you've said it. And she's blaming me. Right. It's obviously never been lower. It's only been on air twice. As I said at the start, we never ever need to discount Kaffe because it is one of the fastest selling fabric designers that we bring. Quilt kits like this bring you so much fabric. So much fabric. Okay. We could take a £5 off your P&P today. 10% saving, $134.99. Never been that low. You can blame me if you want. There you go. You can thank me. I'll receive the fan mail. Absolutely. $134.99. Now, I really hope that sways your decision. Those of you that have got it in your basket, now is the time to check out. I can't guarantee that it will ever go back on air at $134.99. That is an amazing price. I mean, look at all of these fabrics. I'm jumping in. Now that we're doing this discount, we've got to just see all of these different prints that you're getting. Sorry in advance. If you get this box, I will try my best to put it back into its lovely order. I'll keep them all as they are. But look at this. Every single one of these beautiful Kaffe fabrics included. Oh no! Right, we're going to see people missing out on this now. Remember, saving today, just because. Every single one of these fabrics will be included in your quilt kit, $134.99. 4 left, did you say? Oh no! Right, there's way more of you who've got it in your basket than we have availability. There's 18 of you who have got it in your basket. If you've not yet checked out, go for it. Discounted today for the first time ever. Look at these feathers.
Isn't that amazing? Do you know, even if you're not making this quilt now, just to be able to have all of this cave for, maybe you've got the Stuart Hillard Bags for Life book. Imagine making your craft caddy. There's so many different projects that you're going to be able to make with all of this fabric. It totals way over, well, 7 meters. I do love the quilt. It shows off the quilt, the fabric perfectly. But look, I mean, all of these pieces, they're not scraps, they're not small pieces. This one, for example, look, you're getting loads. You're getting absolutely loads. And they've used this as sort of like your outer border, the sort of bunting that goes around the edges, but they're all sizable cuts. There's none of these that are little sample pieces. Okay. If you have got it in your basket, this is it now. It's going to sell out. You know when I said, oh, it's only been on air twice? This is the last time. This is the last time it will go on air. I'm going to start packing this away the best I can because there's now 2 to be allocated, 2 left, and one of you will get this one. It's absolutely beautiful. Discounted for the first time ever today. And we didn't need to do it. Anybody else in that hot seat wouldn't have been able to do that. So take full advantage of the fact that we have Hayley in there. She says, I'm not authorised to do that either, but you said it on air, don't you blame me. Neil, if you're watching, I promise it's nothing to do with me. We'll have to watch the tape back. Look at this. Oh, my word. How indulgent can you get? I know that Delphine would be all over this. Oh, and our Catherine, right, she is a huge lover of cave. And just to be able to say, even the smallest cuts here, look, this is not a little sample piece. Look at how much I'm getting of that. Even though that's one of the smaller cuts. $134.99. What a way to own all of this cave collection today. Plus, remember, you do get your instructions for the quilt behind me as well. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Right, we're literally waiting on the final person to confirm. I think it is about to go with the customer service team, but if you have got it in your basket, you can still do it. You can still do it. Right. I'm going to fold this up all beautifully for you. Honestly, I'm thinking for spring, oh, it's so lovely, isn't it? It's the just vibrant colours. It's perfect. It makes you want to what? It makes you want to eat salads. Or is that because I had to give you a leg up earlier? I had to push her up onto the desk earlier. I'm trying to do, I'm not going to get a job with Kate's design team. I might have fold these up beautifully, but there we go, with the ribbon. In your tissue paper, going back in the box. Well done, everybody who managed to take advantage of that, because there is no way in a million years that needed to go 10% lower. That is a huge saving when you're talking about such a gorgeous quilt kit. I told you it was going to be good. I told you it was going to be good. Right, so when I came in today, obviously knew I had a tools hour at the end of the show, and I said to Stuart and Emma, right, go and raid my 12 o'clock trolley. There's loads of tools there. Pick whatever you want for your shows. Both of them, of course, picked the same one. They both went for the multi-mats and said, this is really, really useful. They both own one. They both recommend them and both talked about them during their shows. Why? Because they're back in stock today for just $14.99. Such brilliant value for money as well. Those of you that are going back to workshops or classes this year, fingers crossed with quilting or sewing on the move, but also just at home, if you've got yourself set up a nice little section, you only need to get up to go and pop the kettle on or go and grab a biscuit, unless you're like some of our guest designers who wear, you know, the watches that get your steps in. And they put their ironing board purposely on another floor, upstairs or downstairs, to get the steps in. But what I love is that you could set up your sewing machine, your pressing mat, your cutting mat. It's all there. So, as I say, this is a pressing mat. It's really beautifully cushioned. It can be opened up like this, so you've got extra space without damaging the spine. It also has your cutting mat. So for smaller sub-cutting, this is perfect. If you're doing hundreds of half square triangles. We were just seeing with the Paul Prince quilt that there's a lot of half square triangles that you need to square up. This size is going to be perfect. Don't get me wrong, Bigger mats, they always have a time and a place, but this is perfect for smaller cuts. Working with fat quarters, working with charm squares, your 5-inch charm squares is perfect. It also then has your sort of like velour sheet in there as well, which keeps everything in place. So if you're going to do it, almost acts as a bit of a design wall. If you're going to place out your block, that's perfect. Then you've got your emery board, which is like your sandpaper board at the back. And that's Emma Bradford's favourite part of this multi-mat, because she does all of her markings with it and your fabric's not going to slip out of the way. It will adhere to it. If you're using a pencil, you don't really even need to press down. It will just make your markings a lot easier and a lot clearer. Now, we've waited months and months and months. Now, because of course, Stuart and Emma's love for these today, we're down to just, how many? Less than 20. 20! Exactly the same with the house one. I've left that up on the top shelf and I couldn't reach it, and Jessie wasn't there. Jessie, how tall are you? 6'6", oh my word. I couldn't reach it earlier, I should have asked you. This is your 4-in-1 mat. It's exactly the same as the spotty one. The only difference is the print on this one has got the houses and the trees. It's lovely. $14.99. Good size as well, being A4. So it's portable, and I remember when I first started on my quilting classes and I tried to lug everything to the workshop. When you're taking things like your sewing machine and a big cutting mat, it's cumbersome, isn't it? Whereas this is handy. You know that if you don't have a huge space to work with, I don't have a craft room, I work on my dining room table, this is not going to intrude on, you know, everybody else's space around me. The price is brilliant. How much do you pay for a quality cutting mat? How much do you pay? Well, let's go wild and say £10. How much do you pay for your ironing board, your pressing board? It means you're not having to get out your huge domestic ironing board to just press some half square triangles. Absolutely perfect. And let's face it, pressing is a really, really important part of our crafting and a part of sewing. In fact, it's sometimes as important as your sewing machine. So having this really conveniently there, it's going to mean that you're not skipping the important bits like you're pressing every seam. To have that by your sewing machine is perfect. So your 4-in-1 multi-mat, instructions on the back as well of how to use it, but it is quite self-explanatory. Okay, come on over with me, because look at what is back in stock. Every time this comes in, it disappears. It is your fat quarter storage bag. Do you know, I think that storage is a hobby in itself, isn't it? I mean, I absolutely love storage, to the point that we've started to organise all of our garage, and I'm so satisfied. Right, £9.99. Have you spotted this, by the way, on pre-order? There's now less than 20. Deary me, deary me. We did speak about this, didn't we, Hayley, yesterday? And I thought when you told me it was coming up in the 12 o'clock show, I thought that means there's not going to be many left by the time we air it, and I'm right. The reason this, I think, is so popular is because you've got the transparent top. You can see what you've got in there. Ideal to keep all of your fat quarters or your fabrics really nice and tidy and dust free. But also it has the dividers. So you've got 2 of these dividers. If you want to put bigger, you know, fabric cuts in there, you can. But also your Velcro dividers are easy to move in and out, depending on whether you want them in. Also, you've got, which I didn't notice last time I presented this, look, extra pockets on the side there. So you've got 2 extra storage pockets, maybe for tools, more fabric stashes, some charm packs you could fit in there. And you've also got your handy, you've got your handle. So we're talking about going to workshops, going to classes, going on holiday, making on the move. This is ideal to take with you without getting in a pickle, in a mess. Right, I wanted to talk more about that, but Hayley's saying we're moving on, it's going to go. That's going to sell out. If you've got it in your basket, you've got to check out now, because that will sell out any second. Right, I've got songbirds. Is it the ones that you put in front of me over here? No, you tell me which one it is. I've got the bees panel. I've got that one's got a little bird on. And what's the half metre look like? Flowers. Is it that one? Right, so we've got our songbirds panel, 1/2 metre. Oh, I love it. This is brand new to me. It's absolutely beautiful. Look at the colours. It's like watercolour painting, isn't it? Oh, it's so gorgeous. We haven't even done this in a project yet. The problem is we were planning on doing a project with it, but it's so limited. It's only been on air the once, and it is sold. Well, we've sold loads of these already. Those of you that have been watching Stuart Hillard today with panels, he's given us so many great ideas of how to take these pictures, frame them into pockets on bags, how to have them as centre blocks. You could put extra strips around it and have it as even artwork, actually. This would be another lovely one to do some hand embroidery over the top of, but to just have as artwork. How gorgeous. Single figures on this. Now, not only do you have your beautiful panel with all of these songbirds, you have 1/2 metre of your floral fabric as well. 1/2 metre of this gorgeous fabric. I don't actually know whether this is available individually. The only way of getting this, it's cut into 1/2 metres already, is with your panel for £17.99. That is lovely. Really, really beautiful. Oh, thank you, Amanda. She's just put, hi, Vicky. I have the multi-mat. I love it. I have a little workstation in my bedroom and it's so handy. Perfect for that. Absolutely. Thank you for your message, Amanda. Great show today, says Sue. Enjoy your holiday. Thank you. I can't even get into holiday mode yet. It's so strange. I think I've had years of not going anywhere that now I'm a bit, I keep thinking, oh, it might not happen. We might not go. And now I'm thinking, no, I might be going. I need to get my case out from somewhere. Don't even know where it is. Right, everybody who's got this in their basket, do check out. How beautiful are those flowers? And it does match in perfectly. It is the complementing fabric, same fabric designer, so they do work perfectly together. Right, so Hayley, honestly, she did some climbing to get this for you, so everybody's got to buy it because, yeah, you don't want to know what Hayley was having to do to find this cushion earlier. So we've got the panel on its own. Oh, sorry, we don't. We've got 3 panels which we've put into a bundle for you. One of the panels is on their own, but this one I don't think is. So we've made this into a cushion. Let me show you them all. So you get this panel. The bundle has the hummingbird heaven, which is this one. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it? You also have, I'm going to just show them all, Jessie, if that's all right. I've got this one as well. All this is from the same collection. Oh, this one we can do on its own, actually. This one is available on its own. The other one is still from the same collection. It's almost like applique flowers, isn't it? Oh, oh my word, that is absolutely stunning. That is a quilt in itself, isn't it? That is absolutely, and look at the background. Can you see the blue? It's not just a mottled blue. They're birds flying round on the borders. Can you see? Look. Feathers. Oh, I love that. Hummingbirds are so beautiful. They're so tiny, aren't they? Saving 15%, it says on this bundle. Saving 15%. So if you are getting all 3 of these panels, that one we can do on its own, I'll show you in a moment. But you also get, for £32.27, every single penny has been taken out of this. Oh, it's so soft as well. Have you felt this? Feels like cotton sateen. It's so lovely. You also get this, which I don't know whether it is from the same collection, you know. That is lovely, though. It's going to go perfectly with all your springtime makes. You've got daffodils, cherry blossom, sunflower, wild rose. Beautiful. Use those as applique ideas. We were talking to Stuart earlier on about how we can use these different panels, and there were so many ideas. This one's another one of those. Going to be ideal for your bags, wall hangings, cushions. Just over £10 a pattern. How good is that? A panel. If you were to do the apron, you know the tall apron that we were looking at earlier, you could do the same design but for your gardening. So you could do like a lovely big kneeling stool. You could do an apron as well. Also, it's got on my nose this hour, £32.27 for all 3 of your panels, and that is absolutely beautiful. Can we do this one on its own or not? Right, the only one that we can do on its own is the middle one, which is the quilt panel. But remember, you are saving on this one, so do keep going through. Even though Hayley takes the graphics out, it doesn't mean you've missed out. It's worth going back through on the website and just seeing availability. So, this one is actually £22 individually. It just shows you the value on that bundle, doesn't it? But if you do just want this, that is spectacular. What colours would you pick out of this to do your binding? Or you could do extra borders, make it go even further. You could cut this up, use it however you want. But oh, isn't that beautiful? £22. Right, we've now caused a bit of chaos this hour. Well done everybody who managed to get that cave quilt. Hayley's on one now. You can't blame me for this one. Hayley! Oh my word. Not just a little drop there. £22 down to $14.99. Take advantage of the fact that Hayley's here. Got to go today. We've got to erase all evidence that this ever happened because this surely can't go back at $14.99. That is beautiful. The colour choices are stunning. I'd probably put that with like the periwinkle blue, which is actually Pantone colour of the year. It's this sort of purpley blue. It's beautiful. And look at the multicolours you've got in the hummingbird. You could fussy cut some of these elements. You don't need to keep it as a full panel. It's totally your call. But look at these foxgloves. Thank you. I'm learning, Hayley. Oh my word. I've got into gardening. Well, I am getting into gardening this year because I've got a lovely garden now. Dahlias on here. Pansies. Are they pansies? The purple one, this one. Snapdragons. You can pinch their faces and they open and close like a what? Like a snapdragon. Open and close their faces like a snapdragon. Oh, these are lovely. Absolutely. It's the first time I've seen it. It's going to be the last. This is it. Going to sell out. $14.99. Reduced today. They are called snapdragons. Get your messages in. Let us know. Let us know what they're called. I do love these hummingbirds. They're beautiful. Oh, really? It reminds Hayley of an artist that paints hummingbirds in these sort of multicolours. Gorgeous. Loads of you now got that in your basket. Okay, just so you know, the price will go back up at midnight, and I don't know if anybody else will be able to discount it, so definitely make the most of it. Or that whole bundle. The bundle was a great price as well for all 3. Fantastic. Okay. Beehive panels. These are exclusive to us. They are designed in-house, printed in-house. They are absolutely gorgeous. So we've got the strips, we've got the fat quarters, and we've got the charm squares. Now I'm going to let you know straight away, this is a 3 for 2 offer. You are buying 3, you're only paying for 2. And we've got all 3, so the charm squares, the fat quarters, and the strips. Look at this. Right, let's do the offer first and make sure everybody gets the chance of getting the offer, because I wouldn't want to show you them individually and then you think, oh, well, I could have got them, you know, with a discount. So that's your discounted price, $14.99 saving. Great price for 3 of your beehive projects. I love these. There's so much that you can do with our 40 coordinating square panels. Bex Reed has done beautiful shadow quilts with them before. You can use them just a 9 patch for cushions. You can cut them all out individually, and they're obviously a 5-inch charm pack. So you can use them for any of your patterns that call for 5-inch squares, which loads do. You could cut them and make your half square triangles like we were doing with Emma Bradford earlier. Applique some of these larger motifs, your bigger bees as well, and the beehives. They're all centralised, so even with your seam allowance, you're not going to lose any of that. They're really cleverly designed. And look at how many you're getting. I'm opening this out so you can see. 40 5-inch squares. That's just one of the panels you're getting with this saving. I can come back to this one because you've got it individually, but remember that will be $14.99. You also get your strips. Similarly with pre-cuts, some of the most popular pre-cuts that we sell are jelly rolls. This is our design. This is our very own exclusive panel. You can choose to cut these individually if you wish, and maybe go for like a Pam and Nikki Lintott design, or do you know how Stuart earlier on made his own strip sets and put together a lovely striped bag? You don't even need to do the strip sets. It's done for you. You can then just cut that and make the bag literally with the panels themselves. So I think these are actually even more versatile than jelly rolls, because yes, you can cut them up into 2.5-inch strips, but they're already there for you if you want to start just quilting, practicing your quilting. 140 wide as well, so a lot wider than your standard width, which is 112. Colours are beautiful. They're all coordinating perfectly. Great for Easter, lovely for summer and spring. And then also, if you love a fat quarter, if you've got any fat quarter books that you're looking for some fabric, this is great. Now, these aren't really fat quarters, are they? They are massive. Because it's on 140 wide, it says the measurements at the top here. They're a lot bigger than your standard fat quarters. So, the measurement of the whole panel, you can see, is 70 by 50. It is 70 by 50, it says there. 70 by 50, which is obviously a lot wider than your regular standard fat quarters. So you've got the navy blue with the honeycombs and your beehive. You've also got the mustard bees. You could do a whole kitchen set out of this, couldn't you? 4 fat quarters. 4 big fat quarters. What about gardening sets? You could do a lovely kneeling stool, a lovely apron like we saw with Stuart earlier. You could do like a tools belt for your gardening things. Be perfect. Cushions for outside, I'm thinking. Covering stools, absolutely. You could have 4 different stools covered for your kitchen if you've got like a bar stools, or have you got any of those chairs that you have the little cushions that you tie on the back? This would be lovely for seat cushions. Really lovely. $39.98. So if you're getting all 3, you are saving $14.99, which basically is a 3 for 2 offer. So you get your charm squares, your 2.5-inch strips, and your extra large fat quarters. If you want them individually, we can do it, but take advantage of that, getting one free, definitely. $39.98. The big fat quarter one we could do first. $14.99 for this one. Oh, I'll hold it the right way round. Oh, I tell you what, this is such good value. How good is this? This is actually $19.99. Definitely get the bundle. I wouldn't normally say this, but the value for money is brilliant, isn't it? £19.99. Right, we'll quickly whiz through these, but it's up to you. Some of you just might want fat quarters. If you've got a design in mind that calls for fat quarters, go for it. It's less than £20. Also, if you've ever made a fat quarter scarf, you need 4 fat quarters. Fat quarter skirts you can make. Doesn't just need to be smaller projects. The 16 strips is on your screen. You've got the lovely daisies on there. You've got the spots. You've got the bees. You've got the beehives. $19.99. So if you get the bundle, you're getting your charm squares for free. £19.99, and then your squares. I'm not going to unfold it because I know that you've seen it all, and it's it takes me ages with me folding, doesn't it? So try to do it nice and neatly. You see, $14.99 is your squares, and Jessie's got a photograph for you. Thank you, Jessie. There you go. $14.99. Oh, it's actually Hayley's photo. She's taken this picture. $14.99 for all of your 45-inch coordinating squares. Absolutely gorgeous. And they are perfect for this time of year, aren't they? Getting ready, making for spring. Okay, so we've got some other great tools. Today in the show, the roll and press came back into stock. Just very quickly, for anybody who missed it, it is a brilliant tool, which, Do you know, at the start, if I'm being honest, when I first saw it in action, I thought, well, how useful is that going to be? I don't know whether I'd use it. But actually, the amount of messages that we had in today saying exactly the same, that they weren't quite sure until they had it in stock, it is brilliant. And the reason being is because it will give you, let me try and find just some fabric under here. It will give you a really lovely, crisp seam. And if you are working with fabrics that maybe you don't want to press, PUs, leathers that you can't physically put your iron on, anything that's quite delicate. You quilt as you go, it's a necessity, as you can't put heat on that until you've done it. But just giving this a press, and I'm hardly putting any pressure onto it, it will give me a really, I don't know whether you can see that. Oh yeah, you can. A really lovely clear fold. If you're folding to find the centre of something, you don't want to mark it. If there's something that you can't put a pen marker on, this is going to be brilliant. It's got that lovely ergonomic handle, and the roller itself is actually tapered slightly. Difficult to see on the telly, but can you see that it's slightly curved, which means that as soon as you put pressure on it, that it's going to directly put pressure onto the centre of that wheel and give you a really crisp seam. Now, it isn't just quilters that I know love this. I've seen dressmakers using it. If you're opening seams as well, so if you imagine you've got a, I haven't got any pieces that are stitched here. But if you imagine fabric that's already sewn and you want to open a seam without having to get your iron in there every time, it can be quite difficult. You can open it first with this and then press it with your iron. As you can see on the packet, that's what it's used for on the picture there actually. So you can see. So for paper piecing as well. What about paper piecing? That's a good one for your FPP, isn't it? Perfect. In the next couple of days, this will not be in stock. So if you're umming and ahhing about it, it's back in stock today, and they normally come in and they disappear. The problem is, we always kind of have it on reorder, but it can sometimes take months for them to come back in, and they're really, really useful. Really useful. This is obviously been designed by somebody who is a sewer and works with fabric. I love something that's really useful. It isn't just a gadget, it's something that you'll actually use. And a lady who messaged in earlier said she literally uses it with her sewing every single day. Talked about being portable. Maybe you're going away and you can't get access to an iron all the time and you want to make sure that you're still getting those really precise, crisp edges, then this is perfect for that, for travelling as well. $15.99. There's still time to get that at the moment. Right, an essential. Now, can be your best friend and your worst enemy altogether, but this is an essential, your seam ripper. But it's nice to have one that's a bit plush, I always think. You know, sometimes if you've got the one that comes with your sewing machine, for example, a little plastic one, whereas this has got a really lovely cushioned handle and a sharp point. Now, I'll always remember our lovely Janice who came on air and she says, I've literally had my seam ripper for 20 years, Vic. And she says, it's not sharp anymore. You forget how important it is. We always sharpen our blades, we change our needle on our machine, but changing your seam ripper regularly is important as well, because you want to make sure that this part here is obviously really nice and sharp to be able to rip your seams. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you've made a mistake when you're using a seam ripper. It could be for Bargello, you need to use your seam ripper. For your around the world quilts, you need to use your seam ripper. If you're making a turning gap in something and you do a lengthened stitch to then rip to make sure that you've got that fold accurate, you might need your seam ripper. But it's nice to be able to have a nice cushioned handle. I have one literally by my sewing machine, maybe one in your pencil case that you take to workshops. Always handy to have a seam ripper there at the ready. And it is Madeira, so you know that it's lovely quality. It comes with the protective case as well. I mean, it's one of those things that you think, oh, I don't really want to keep using it, but having the right tool for the job makes it less painful when you have to, if you unpick a whole seam. Well, what about this top? I could just, I don't want to start unripping. So she says, have you got any seams there that we could rip? What about the quilt? I'll get into such trouble. Imagine. I'll just piece it all back together after the show. It's only £2.99. This is one of those, if you've bought something today, add to your order. You might not necessarily just be coming in today to buy solely a seam ripper, but if you've bought anything today, or if you're planning on shopping on the website, it's only 1p&p throughout the whole day. If you're buying the seam ripper or anything else from the web, that's one of those, add to your baskets. Talking of keeping things sharp, we talked about rotary cutters being sharp. What about scissors? That's another one that's really important. I know that Stuart was saying about his scissors being sharp and his rotary blade being sharp. Scissors are really important, aren't they, from sewers? I didn't know how easy it was to sharpen them at home. I actually bought one of these and I went through all my kitchen scissors, my wrapping paper scissors before Christmas, because there's nothing more frustrating than whether you've got your best fabrics that you've just bought, your lovely caves, and you go to cut through and it doesn't quite catch. Like with your rotary blades, it's really, really important. Same with your kitchen scissors and things though. Only thing I would say is don't use this with micro-serrated scissors. Just make sure you're using this with your non-micro-serrated. It will take obviously the micro-serration off, which you don't want. You have to send those off, I believe, to be sharpened. So this literally will sit on your desk, on your office desk. See how the Fiskars label is there. What I'll do, I don't know how sharp these are. I presume these are quite sharp because Stuart actually picked these out for his demo. So these are Stuart's Fiskars scissors. But for example, they've got quite a nice sharp cut on these at the moment. But even if we'll imagine that they were slightly blunter, using this, even if you're not quite sure whether they're blunt, just doing this as a regular thing, maybe once a week, is just going to make sure that they stay nice and sharp. Like sharpening your knives. You see the professional chefs that sharpen their knives before they start cutting, you know, their finest meats and things like that. So this, you have your Fiskars label facing towards you. Insert the scissors and simply cut. Sounds lovely as well, doesn't it? It's really satisfying. You only need to do it a few times. You don't need to do it for very long. And then that has sharpened your scissors. You don't need to go out, buy new scissors. You can just sharpen all of your old scissors. As I said, I had a field day going through my kitchen drawers, sharpening all of those scissors, fabric scissors, paper scissors. If you buy this once, £16.99 is going to save you a lot of money, and because it's a Fiskars product, you know that it's quality. Fiskars is one of the oldest household name brands, isn't it? You'd be everybody's best friend if you took this to your quilting group, wouldn't you? Come here, let me sharpen all of your scissors. £16.99, £5 a sharpen, says Jessie. This one, by the way, as well, I believe it's only for right-handed scissors, because can you see how these grooves are sort of offset? It needs to be with a right-handed pair of scissors. I don't know whether Fiskars do one for lefties. No, because the reason, Hayley, she said, can't you put them in from the other way? Your scissors on a left-handed pair of scissors open completely the other way. So it isn't that you just turn this round. I'm sure I've tried this before, and it does say on the box it's for right-handers. Yeah. But I did think that I thought, can I just spin it round? But no. Single figures left, by the way, of the scissor sharpener, the Fiskars scissor sharpener. We did speak about the Fiskars scissors. These were ones that were Stuart Hillard's choice, actually, and it's probably one of the oldest household brands, isn't it? It's actually been going since 1649, which I'm trying to think of many companies that have lasted that test of time. It's brilliant because they produce quality scissors and different functions, not just scissors. They do industrial, garden tools. My husband uses them in his flooring business. Fiskars are, huge for lots of tools. The quality of your scissors, though, makes such a difference on your crafting. I said to Stuart earlier, I couldn't believe when I started in the sewing world how possessive everybody was of their scissors. I'd just go and use the ones in the kitchen drawer that you'd cut your bacon up with, and then I thought you cut your paper with it and your fabric. But oh no. Definitely have a pair of scissors for your fabric separately to your paper, separately to your kitchen scissors. You want to keep these beautifully sharp. £19.99. and they've been out of stock for ages. They've been out of stock for a few weeks now, and they're always an essential, aren't they? Good pair of scissors, lovely pair of fabric scissors, 24cm blade, and they will just cut so beautifully. It's that sound. Jessie, you love that sound, don't you? There's something very satisfying about that sound. These are your right-handed scissors, and they're not too weighty. Don't get me wrong. You can get some really fancy looking scissors that are massive, that are really weighty, but I just find those personally really uncomfortable to use. For this price point, you know that you're getting the brand, you're getting a really good a really good quality pair of scissors, whether you're using it for your paper or your dressmaking, your fabric, it's up to you. But as I say, just keep them separate. £19.99. Brilliant. What else have we got here? I've got a Hilard marker. Stuart actually talked about using a Hilard marker. If you are working with any of the butterfly fabric that we started with earlier on this morning in our 10 o'clock show, he was saying how you can make three-dimensional flowers by fussy cutting, using the Hilard marker to sort of create that that ridge and use it this way. This was probably one of the first traditional marking tools. They actually used to use bone, didn't they? Whereas this isn't bone, don't worry, this is just plastic. But a lot of quilters use this as a marking tool. Once again, if you're not able to use any, or you don't want to use some sort of pen on your fabrics, sometimes you can't wet your work to get your pen off or iron your work to get your pen off. So this gives you a really lovely sharp, here we go, let me show you. It once again gives you a really sharp, I'm not sure whether you can see that. Let me get a ruler, let's try and do this properly. Oh, I'm going to go for the big ruler, I can't get this one out. Right, so if I just fold this over, you want to mark the centre, for example, you want to mark out your quilting lines, you can simply, you don't need to apply much pressure onto this. Always the round way, Haley's telling me. There you go. Can you see? It's hard to see on telly, but it's given me really lovely, clear marking lines, which you can't really see as well on screen, but I can see really clear here. And this is really a two-in-one tool. You've got your Hilard mark on the one side, and then this is a great pokey tool. So those of you that are doing toy making and want to poke stuffing into the edges of your doll's arms, for example, or really get that crisp seam when you're doing a Peter Pan collar and turning through loops, this is brilliant. Also, if you're ironing and you don't want to get your hand near the iron, if you're just using this as a bit of a pokey tool to keep something in position at the sewing machine, keep this in position at your overlocker. You can't use pins with an overlocker, obviously, and you certainly don't want to get your hand near that blade. You could use this as a bit of a pokey tool for that as well. So it's two-in-one. It's a Hilard marker and I keep calling it a pokey tool, but there must be a pointer, a dobber. I think John Scott calls it Derek the Dobber. Okay, so Stuart was also using the magnetic pin dish earlier. Please don't do what Emma Bradford was doing. She was literally putting pins into her top as she was sewing. And I said, I need to get you a pin dish, Emma. This is perfect because it's magnetic. So you can literally, I don't condone throwing pins across the table, but if you are, look at ours, it's very well used. It does come nicely like this, by the way, with a couple of pins to start you off, with the flower head pins, but it's the rose gold colour. Oh, it's brilliant. Do you know when we sell loads of these, whenever Kerry Living in Loveliness is here doing a bauble, because you have to sit and do a lot of pinning, so this bauble sits perfectly in there if you're decorating things. Now, it's got a magnet on the bottom, so if you've got anything magnetic like your trolleys, your crafting trolleys, you could stick this to your trolley. You could just have it on the desk, no problem. But the great thing about this, if you've got lots of paws, or if you've got little hands or feet that like to get involved, you do want to make sure that you're picking up any of your pins from on the floor, in the carpet. If you've dropped them all everywhere and you can't quite see them, the great thing is obviously this is a lot of pins there, and how strong is that? I've even got bells in here. Are you kidding? I've got bells. There's little wonder clips. Now I don't know whether they're that magnetic. Oh, I suppose they are, because they've got a bit of the metal there. But how ideal is that to be able to just do a quick clean up? Or if you are working with this next to your sewing machine, we need to have a real sort out of this, don't we? There's loads of pins in there. I could do it. Should we do it on air now? Should we count out all of our pins? We've got clover headed pins. We've got, loads of pins there. £8.99, and it's in the lovely rose gold, so it will look very posh on your sewing machine. Okay, at the start of the show with Emma Bradford, her first hour, we had the Fiskars. I call it guillotine. It looks like a guillotine. It's actually a 2-in-1 ruler and rotary cutter combo. It's got a completely concealed blade here. So anybody who is unsure about using a rotary cutter because they're scared of, it wobbling, or it's a completely concealed blade. Also, if you have struggle with dexterity, you don't actually need to do any gripping. It can literally be a slight bit of force from your shoulder. Emma said you do not need to put much weight onto this to get a really great cut. And it slides smoothly and glides across your fabric and across this slider to make a really accurate cut. I sometimes can wobble off course. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm pressing down too hard, but sometimes if I'm pressing down with my ruler and my rotary cutter, I can still veer off a bit. So this will keep you nice and in line. Even if you pull towards you, it has got a stopper on the end. I'd still always advise cutting in one direction and not towards yourself, but it has got that guard. It's got that stopper on the end there. Easy to change with your regular 45mm blades. This unscrews. Stuart did a great demo of changing your rotary blade earlier on. This is virtually exactly the same. It's really easy to do. And in fact, this one has got a little magnet on it, so there's no need to touch your blade. Even when it's blunt, they're still very, very sharp. It's also got your ruler. Now, the ruler on this is 6-inch by 24-inch. We spoke about that with our creative grid rulers earlier, how that size is the perfect size to get started, because you can cut your full width of fabric, you can do lots of squaring up of blocks. It's also got a 45 degree, a 60 degree and a 30 degree angle on here. So really, really useful if you're cutting triangles. It isn't just for cutting strips. All of the markings are in black and white, depending on what colour fabrics you're using. You can see all the markings. All of these tools, whenever they come in, they do disappear quite quickly. So this is another one that's only just come back into stock, and it's been flying out today. If you've bought any of our strip panels, Emma used this with the strip panel and said that this works absolutely perfectly with that. It will save you so much time. You don't just need to do singular layers. You can cut layers of fabric with this, because you have got, I'm not going to press this down because obviously I've got my cutting mat underneath. You need to use it with the cutting mat. But you have got, obviously, your lovely 45mm blade in there, which is going to cut through perfectly. Okay, right, so we're talking about setting up your station and making sure that you're nice and organised for all of your projects. I've just noticed the time. Thanks, Christine. Looking gorgeous again. I so love your top. Did you make it? Yeah, I did. No, I didn't make it. I didn't. I'm not telling porcupines. I didn't make it. I can't claim it as mine. I don't know who made this one, but it is so lovely. It's really soft. I need to find out this fabric because it's lovely. So this is your prim ironing mat. Now I'm going to pop this over the edge of the table that way. Oh, actually, I don't know whether you're going to be able to see that. I'll do it like this, and then I'll slide it forward so you can imagine of how you would have it at home. Sewing machine on here, imagine, which is going to reduce the sound actually, because look, it's really nice and squishy. It's quite a padded mat. Protect your surface. No need to be able to get your big domestic ironing board out. You can use this, of course, as your pressing mat. Also for squaring up blocks, making sure you're not warping anything out of size. I wouldn't use this necessarily, for measuring and cutting. I would keep consistent with your ruler, but it's good as a guide that you've got your measurements on there and your angles on there. And then this is my favourite bit. So this will sit off the edge of your table. These can be removed. That is for your scraps. So you can use this to put all of your loose ends, your doggies, any of your fabrics maybe that you want to keep for next time, any of your threads. I always end up leaving with loads of threads. And you've got extra pockets. You watch that price, by the way. We've got 5 left if you want it. It's got extra pockets here. It's also got a pin cushion on the end of $28.99 today. $28.99. That will slide off the edge of the desk. Oh, thank you, Jessie. With your pin cushion as well. $28.99. How good is that? Absolutely brilliant. Keep all your marking tools in place. They show on the front of the pack here that you could sit your sewing machine on top of it. You can use it with all of your pockets as well. $28.99. Thank you for the saving, Hayley. Honestly, great savings. Is the cave quilt sold out? Yeah, it sold out ages ago. Don't be silly. Of course it did. Right, I haven't got a menu for tomorrow, but I can tell you what's coming up. I can tell you. Oh, very, very quickly. If you've got an embroidery machine, if you want to do embroidery, this pack is brilliant. In fact, last time I was on with Jane and she was demonstrating the embroidery machine, we didn't have this available. It's just come back in stock. It isn't just a sample set. It does say starter set, but you get loads in here. You get the tear away, wash away, and the cutaways. This is one of those, I don't have the time right now to explain and open this all up. If you know, you know. It's packed full of stabilizers, and there's loads of instructions in this book of where and how you use them. If you've got an embroidery machine, get this pack today at $10.99. Contains 12 different stabilizers. So tomorrow's show, oh, by the way, the early bird, you get a full hand cream, size hand cream, antibacterial gel, and your tape measure, and the bag, all for $22.99 today. Big saving as the early bird. It's been a jam-packed day, hasn't it? There it is. The graphics are live on your screen if you want it, and it's really, really beautiful. The hand gel, I use this every single day, and I love it. It smells beautiful. $29.99. You have full-size hand cream, antibacterial gel, and your tape measure for anybody who missed it. It went lower than that, Hayley. It went to $22.99 for the early bird special. There you go. Only till midnight tonight can you get that discounted. Always very popular at $29.99, but today discounted for $22.99. There it is, all in your lovely toiletry bag as well. So who's here tomorrow? Debbie Harris. Oh, she's my fave. She's bringing her brand new design. Oh, with a Tuth Fairy cushion, which is absolutely adorable. She's also doing 2 more designs, which is a mini rag doll and the hanging hearts, which sold out first time I had them with the Liberty fabrics. They were really, really popular. So they're coming back as well with Debbie. Rebecca Reed, she's here with Tula Pink. She's got Sashiko and embroidery. And then we've also got Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock to bring you with great spring kits and tools, and Rebecca to talk you through everything. I don't think I'm back now until I'm back off holiday. I think I'm back on the 28th. I'll get back on the 27th, so I'm back on the 28th. I will see you then. Thank you ever so much. I'll be back with a tan, hopefully. Pardon? I do tan very well, thank you very much. Yes, I do. Oh, my freckles come out. Don't go anywhere. We're handing over to our sister channel, Jewellery Maker, but Bex will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. See you then. Bye.